Hello, mgtows. Live from sunny Cleveland, Ohio, where all the women are pretty and all the men are masculine. I'm Coach Incel Whisperer Trav. Hello, men. How are you? That's a joke. That's a joke. Sarcasm is abundant here. Hello, Forrest. Hello, RP. Hello, Jeff. Hello, everybody that's coming in and everybody that will come in and everybody I've ever talked to in my life. We're waiting Joey to come on in so we can talk about some things. Today we're going to talk a little probably about predatory systems. We're talking about how mgtow believes that most of marriage and most of the systems that are out there that include any kind of cohabitation or marriage or something like that are predatory systems based on well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it because I once got a video taken down, and I almost got my channel taken down by saying parenticism. And that could be parenticism, which we all know is parenting, and we all know why I would talk about parenting and mgtow. So just waiting on Joey to come in, and the predatory system. We have to be leery of these predatory systems, and we have to be leery of risk involved with upwardly nowadays. I would say last time I figured this out, I would say 86% divorce rate in the United States and similar countries like Canada and Australia and London and Ireland. Well, now maybe not so much Ireland because they still have a very religious system, but similar stats in all those countries of 86%. But nowadays, I'm wondering if it's even higher. I think it's up to 92%, where the system of divorce will feed on everything you made. The system will take all your assets. It will turn you into a wage slave for someone that may not deserve it, for the female that is supposed to be strong and independent and able to take care of herself and have total autonomy over her body until she gets pregnant. Then it's total responsibility for the male. And that's a predatory system that relies on male strength and male courage and male dominance. But then they'll complain about male strength, male courage, and male dominance, and say there's something insipidly racist or biased about it, and complain about that same system that they hypocritically force fathers into fatherhood with, saying that, well, males are the natural protectors and providers and the ones that can do that, while complaining about the system that works for them. Hello, Black Wolf. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Barney. Barney and the I can't say it on that thing. I try never to swear on this because I can't. So I can't say that specific word. So hello, Barney. Hello, RP. Hello, everybody. You know my opinion on most of these things. Most of these things are a predatory system that was evolved from the tenets of barbarism, from polygamy, and polygamy forced males into monogamy. Monogamy became prevalent for the male system as a female system of what they call cryptic choice. Female cryptic choice became polygamy for females, and they have baby daddies, number 1, 2, 3, 4, several children from several different dads, and they don't consider that the same thing as polygamy. How hypocritical. Most of the system, you will find out, is hypocritical, and defending the religious system that we've built over the last 2,000 years, or at least, well, post Neoplatoism, which would be 1427, right about that. There's some important dates right around 1427. You might want to get familiar with what happened around that time. Neoplatoism was took a dive, and Christianity took an elevation, and since then we've had we've had quite a few systems or quite a few movements. We had chivalry, we had the Victorian age, we had the age of romanticism. Now we're moving into the age, we had the age of modernism. Now we're moving into postmodernism, and a lot of things go along with the history of not histrionics, which is they just think is funny. And today I'll add Joey, rest in peace, Juliette Lewis, the great unicorn, to the to the stream. Hello, Joey, Juliette Lewis's conservator.
Are we live?
Yes, we are live. We're talking. Everybody's in. Rick and Forrest and Black Wolf and Barney brought a whatever he brought, and we're just talking about predatory systems and how predatory they are to males, and the hypocrisy of them. The blatant hypocrisy of it is the thing that bothers me, because anytime you get hypocrisy, it's a veer from the rational to the incredible. So, can you tell I shaved today?
No.
I actually cut it down a little bit to make it like even with the neckline, and full it out. I have a small family of Ethiopian in there. They housed in there.
Yeah, that looks good. Looks sharp.
Yeah. So I went out to eat today. What'd you do? What'd you do on your Friday?
I went to Buffalo Wild Wings. I just got back.
Buffalo Wild Wings. That's cool.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
We went out and we investigated a new restaurant down towards Cleveland, and it was quite a drive. So a little bit of a drive, not quite a drive. It's just an uncomfortable a drive to go to a restaurant, and it was one of those places that serve buckets of seafood.
Oh, nice.
And they serve it in a bag. They bring it to your table in a plastic bag, and they drop it on your table. It was the freakiest thing. It took my mind a little bit to get, like, what are you doing? And they don't give you a plate. They just have a bag. Do they do that anywhere else? Is that a California thing, or?
No, I've never seen that.
No, it's just a plastic bag. They put the food in a plastic bag and then drop it on your table, and you're supposed to eat with, you don't get a fork or anything. You get gloves, and then you just eat with the gloves.
Sounds like a New Orleans thing or something.
Yeah. Did anybody else like hear about that? Or was like, that was the first time, and I wasn't willing to go through the experience. So I just got some deep fried shrimp and a salad and a soup, and because I wasn't going to do that. It just seemed a little, it just seemed something I wasn't going to do.
Yeah.
But the waitress she was nice. She was a little Asian girl, and she was real nice, and she, did a good job, and the food was actually excellent. But you went to Buffalo Wild. That's my favorite thing to do, Buffalo Wild Wings, and watch the sporting events go on, and usually have about 2 or 3 games going on at once.
Yeah, it's fun. I get all flats on the wings. I think they're better that way.
Flat?
Yeah, and you get them crispy, and that way they can cook. Because last couple times I went there, it was like a little cold. Wings
yeah. Yeah,
so you get crispy with flats, and they're real. That's
I just like a dry rub on mine, and then just it just, if you're gonna do anything dry, and if I want a dip, I'll ask for a dip. Don't dump it all over it. It just makes it. I hate when food is wet like that. It's like, just give me some crispy wings, and if I want the Asian whatever it is, a spice, or the Asia or the garlic spice one, I'll ask you for it.
Yeah. I like spicy garlic. I always have.
Spicy garlic there is really delicious. The Asian jerk is the one I like. I like dipping that, and then I like just a regular. You get some blue cheese or ranch dressing, and you just dip it in there, and.
You mean Asian zing? Asian
zing, yeah.
That's what we call it. Yeah. Asian zing. Yeah, I got the spicy garlic Asian zing. I got jam. They got this jammin' jalapeno. It's pretty good.
Jalapeno sounds a little bit risky.
Yeah. You know what's risky is the Magno habanero. I never thought it was that risky, but it's pretty hot. It's hot.
Yeah.
It's like one step above hot.
We used to do that all the time. Just get the hot wings and then see like how many hot wings you can eat when I was younger. And
Yeah.
man, there was a half a dozen times when I got in front of my house, took a cab home, drunk, got in front of my house, and then threw up all on the side of my house chicken wings.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, my stomach just couldn't take that. But since I moved up here, it's rather Hispanic up here. We go to Hispanic restaurants, and I got used to jalapenos.
Yeah, for sure.
But they're delicious if you do them right. If you do them wrong, they're just hot. Most restaurants, we were talking about that today, how most restaurants, they won't do the jalapenos right. I mean, you cut up your jalapenos in the shape that you want them, and then you soak them in water for a little bit and maybe put in a little baking soda to take the edge off of them, and then they got that delicious jalapeno taste.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good over there. I like it there. They're getting a little pricey.
Yeah. How much are they? It's like $16 a dozen wings now or something like that.
It's different in every city, but I got 20 wings. I got 20 wings.
20 wings.
Flats. It come out to $24 with tax and everything.
$24 for 20 wings. That's
it's a lot. I tipped the guy $6-7. It's like $30 for 20 wings. I mean, I guess it's not
$30 for wing night. I guess that's in today's economy.
Yeah. But it was, it's just something I wanted to, because I'm traveling, so want to sit down and relax. Yeah, I was there for like an hour and a half, so just you just relax. You know what I mean? I like the atmosphere there. It's not too the lighting's good, and like you said, there were no games on. I don't think there were any live games.
No live games.
There's a game tonight though. Dallas is playing Clippers, so but I like it there. It's good. It's good atmosphere,
Yeah, no baseball game on in the afternoon on Friday. That would be weird.
Yeah.
But the Indian, I was looking at the Indian schedule. They doubled up they had a rain delay or a rain out this week, and then they had Thursday off, and they didn't play the game on Thursday, so they doubled up a game in September, and then I had to wait for Friday today, and I didn't even know when they were playing today. It was like some weird scheduling. I don't know if they're taking liberties with the scheduling in Major League Baseball lately.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been following it too much, but I know Tampa's having a good year.
Yeah,
that whole AL East is pretty good. They got Tampa and Boston playing good, and actually I think the NL West is the best because they got the Dodgers, Padres, and Giants. They're all playing really well this year.
Yeah, a lot of good teams this year. I haven't really sat down, and I miss getting the baseball monthly where I just in April I go over all the teams and it just seemed like a lot of work this year, and then. There wasn't really a baseball monthly this year because there was no minor league last year, and you couldn't see the minor league stats and see who was coming up and who was, you take predictions on that too. And so baseball was kind of like you knew the players that were there, but you didn't know how they were going to play after the coronavirus season. So it's still kind of weird and out there. And with my city, they got rid of our best player, and we're struggling for hitting. And it was
Lindor? Yeah, you're talking about Lindor?
Yeah, the only popular player, one of the most popular players in baseball. And
yeah, that happens a lot, doesn't it? Like, remember when I'm a 76ers fan. Remember when they traded Barkley?
Yeah.
Why would you trade away your best player? It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like this, we're going to get value because we're going to get a bunch of good, like the Herschel Walker trade. I guess that worked out, but he wasn't even that good. Remember with the Vikings?
Yeah.
But he really wasn't like that. He was good, but he wasn't like exceptional. Like Barkley was an MVP, like with the Phoenix.
Yeah.
They trade all these guys, like, and it doesn't make sense. Why would you trade away your best player? It doesn't, I don't know. I always thought that was kind of silly. But I think it's almost like the GMs do it to justify their jobs or something.
Right. Yeah. It seems like in the Indians' case, it was like they're the third lowest. They got the third lowest salary in baseball.
Yeah. They're relying on Francona, right?
They're relying on probably the best manager in baseball. But
he's absolutely the best manager. Him and Girardi. I mean, I think he's better than Girardi because the players like him better. The players don't like Girardi. Girardi's too intense.
Yeah, yeah. So Frank Coda does a really good job of getting the most out of his players, and I think that's what they're hoping on. But these players, I mean, the infield's pretty good. I would say the infield
Yeah.
was pretty good, but the outfield, I mean, you got Ramirez on third, and who else is there's just it's a decent infield and decent hitting infield. But when you get it on the outfield, it's horrible.
Yeah.
I think the top batter is 167 right now.
Oh, really?
It's like,
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I know that.
yeah, any real baseball team, if you don't have a center fielder that hits 286 or higher, right around there, it's acceptable. Then, man, that's a real that's a real soft spot on your team.
Yeah, you got to have a good outfield, yeah, for sure.
But we aren't here to discuss sports.
Well, we're gonna get RP all upset because we're not on topic. You don't want to get RP upset.
What was topic?
Breaks legs. RP breaks legs and stuff.
What
did you have on there? What do you have on there?
Predatory systems.
Predatory system. Yeah, I mean, we talk about it a lot, but I think we don't talk about it enough.
We don't talk about it enough. Yeah, we don't talk about how the predatory system for enslaving men is systemic to our society.
That's right.
And that's racism. That's bias. I mean, according to their rules now.
Well, like one of the things we were chatting. I threw in the chat when I was talking on Hangouts was, like these guys like Schopenhauer and these great thinkers of back in the day. They were not afraid to criticize women, and today, you criticize a woman, you're like, I mean, shit, people want to beat you up. It's like
right. Even though you would, I went over that one video a while ago how they were making it seem like you're allowed to say what you want in the United States, but everybody else is allowed to punish you for it.
Yeah.
Which seems like that seems like another hypocritical statement. You're allowed to say what you want in the United States, and you can't get punished for it. That's the thing. You're not allowed to take any retributive action to speech in the United States. But they've turned it to say that there will be consequences. I think the language they use is there will be consequences for it. And it's like, okay, what kind of consequences? And can I do retributive justice too to you? It's like that brings a dialectic up where, okay, then if it's okay for you to do retributive justice, it's okay for me to do retributive justice.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they don't want to talk about that. No, it's never okay. It's not even okay for you to talk. You're not supposed to talk, Trav.
Yeah, like I remember I was at a party once and I said something about abortion, and it was like a female in the room.
Yeah.
My buddy's like, oh, he put me to the side. He goes, and I think that was kind of where our friendship kind of turned. He goes, oh, there's women in the room. You're not being very sensitive.
Yeah. You got to go to sensitivity.
There were two women in the room.
Yeah, you got to go to sensitivity training.
Yeah, he goes, you were not. This guy was a PUA, right? And
yeah.
So he's like, oh, you're not. Because you got to watch what you say when you talk about, abortion and stuff like, And,
yeah, but isn't that a PUA? A PUA will just say anything that appeases the female just to get in good graces with the female so he can do it.
Yeah.
So that's like, of course a PUA would not want to say any truth because it's going to restrict his chances of, tapping that.
Well, and I like this guy a lot. He was a good friend of mine, and high school friend and all that. But I remember there was this one woman who, I wasn't really dating her, but we'd just hang out with her and we'd go watch the games, me and my buddies, and I got to know her a little bit, and we helped her move and stuff. She moved and a long time ago, and she was a nice piece of ass, whatever. And he goes, hey, if you're not gonna do anything with her, if you're not gonna bang her, let me know because I want to bang her. That's what he said to me. I'm like. I just my little simp mind, I just didn't get it. But now I look back and like, this guy's a freaking clown. And I don't even I mean, I guess he hasn't even matured much. I haven't talked to him in like a long time, but
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's like
that's kind of immature.
I heard story I heard from is that he's pretty much the same he always was, and it's like, you know what, that's like, wow, that's a messed up thing to say, to your own friend. It's like you're in a city with a million women, and you're trying to I'm just like friends with this woman. It's like, just because I'm not banging her, you're gonna jump in there and bang her. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know. These people drive me crazy.
yes, she has to be banged.
Yeah, she has to be banged. Like, it's just out of control. But these are the kind of people we got to stay away from. But anyway, get back to the topic.
Right.
Like these idiots, they don't understand the predatory nature of women. We've seen it all the time, like women, like Claire stabbing people, and all these, I joke around about Claire, but not your physical, like my friend with the girlfriend punching him. Like, he's still, like, I was talking to him the other day. He's like, oh yeah, we're watching a movie together, we're cuddling, and it's like, I think I'm just done with these people. I just don't even want to talk to them anymore. They're just so annoying. Yeah. But they don't understand the predatory nature of women. They're like, the guy got punched like a month or two ago, and he's cuddling with her and acting all crazy, but it goes beyond that too. It's not just the physical violence; it's just the whole way they.
He's cuddling with his abuser.
Yeah, exactly, and then just the whole way that they look at men as ATM machines. That's something that you have to understand.
Right. Yeah. Yesterday, I just heard another horrible story that adds to my list of horrible stories. The guy was talking about his friend, which got stabbed 27 times by his wife while in a certain position, and he turned a knife and drove it into her, and he had to go on manslaughter charges. It's like just another horse. She just started stabbing him 27 times before he finally took it. He finally changed and took care of it.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
It's crazy. And these stories, man, I've been hearing these stories or seeing these stories from friends all my life. It's like, and nothing ever seems to change. Nothing ever happens. We just have to take the abuse and make our abusers happy. And
I think I'm at the point now, and I think I'll make time to think about this. I just don't want to talk to. I'm all done with simps. Yeah, I can't have a friendship with a simp. I just can't. They're not going to get calls returned. I mean, this one simp out here, I had every intention of moving to, let's just say Texas. I'm in Texas, right? And I can't dox myself, but anyway, I was going to move out to Texas. I had everything set up, and he cost me probably about $5,000. So, I mean, I'm not going to blame him. It's like, I take responsibility for my own actions. I'm a man. But I kind of gave him too much credit, I guess. But the next thing you know, it's like he's back with a girlfriend that's abusive. The whole thing is just like, so it's going to cost you. So you surround yourself with simps, you're paying for their bitch, and you're gonna lose time and money and sanity being around that person. So anyway, I'm at the point where I'm done with simps. I'm just done. I mean, I was at that point a few times. I gave them a second chance, but now I realize how dangerous they are too.
Yeah, it's always going to be something. It's going to be a daily routine with them, and you always put yourself at risk. And there's small risks that's involved to big risks and you're always going to be the emotional tampon every time something happens in his relationships. And so you got to just put that away. That's better for your own mental health. You could still be friends, but I mean, you have to pull back from. I think it's about putting some limits on what you talk about. Then, like, he put limits on you. It's like, you can't talk about certain things. Like, okay, we have to put limits on what you can talk about, and your woman is not one of them.
Yeah, and it did hurt me financially because I'm not working now. So 5,000 is, a lot of money. It's a lot of money anyway. But to lose it when you're not working, it's like, wow, it's unnecessary. But anyway, so that's I guess I just gotta let it go. It's not, I'm not gonna get that money back. But I'm enjoying my traveling.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
I don't know if you saw those pictures I posted on.
Right. Yeah, that looked like a nice place. Place.
Yeah, it's the pictures don't even do it any justice because the flooring is like really nice. It's just the whole thing is like it's totally what I'd like to live in. like it's just incredible. Like just the finishings, and it's just the paint and everything. It's like freaking great. It's a great mgtow. Because all you need is a room. That's the strength of mgtow too. People don't get is all you need is a room.
Yeah,
you don't need a bed.
I thought about doing the efficiency thing, and while I was renting this place, I was thinking, well, I can do an efficiency. I don't know what they are now, $700 for a single room efficiency now a month, and you could just move around and do that, and it's very comfortable living. You get there's always new and weird people.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the city, I think, and then
the
demographics a little bit too. They don't want to be in a because I was staying in a place like I could when I was traveling cross country. It's like this place is like it was inexpensive, so then I checked out like the same because I was like then I researched it and then like somebody got murdered there or it's like you kind of have to you have to be careful, like people get desperate and then they just do crazy things, but so you have to kind of monitor that a little bit, I think. I don't know, but
right, yeah. And then efficiency, I just get a chair and I'll open a door and sit out in front of them and just kind of watch and see who comes down the hallway and shit and see what's going on.
But you're right though. You do meet interesting people, that's for sure. Like,
there's always interesting people, and it's like, what are your circumstances? Why are you in this? And
I know it's crazy, and you meet guys. I hear stories like this guy was like had a lot of money, he had a thriving business, and next thing you know, wife leaves him, and he starts hitting the bottle or whatever. And that's why I don't touch alcohol. Probably 15 years now. I haven't had a drink in 15 years. I never had a problem with it, but I just don't want to even go there because I know it can happen to anybody. It can happen to me. I don't bother with substances.
Yeah, they don't realize that at that point, your wife leaving you is a reason to celebrate, not to be depressed.
That's right.
It takes years of learning. Look what I can do. What's my what's the extent of what I can do now by myself?
Yeah. But it is interesting, like reading Schopenhauer and I don't know what other thinkers come to your mind, but how they kind of tell you. I remember watching this movie, The Last of the Mohicans. Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis. There was a scene where he was talking about women, and he was kind of like. He was kind of like talking about how, like, pretty much how weak they are, how fickle they are. I don't know. There was like a line he said on there, and this was in the early '90s. What was that movie? Early '90s, maybe, or late '80s?
Yeah. I remember the dance scene.
Yeah, it was like a red pill moment for me because I was like all my life I grew up thinking women were these unicorns, like Juliette Lewis, and she's an ugly unicorn, but she's still a unicorn, and like. So when you hear something that was like a red pill thing that he said in that movie, and it's like, wow, he was right, and that was only 30 years ago. Like Schopenhauer goes back 200 years ago or whatever, long time.
Right?
Ago.
Yeah, 1700s, late 1700s.
Yeah, and now you have a culture where everyone's afraid to criticize the women, or else you're gonna suffer for it for whatever, You get like corporate world, you'll get fired, right?
Right. Yeah. Nowadays, there will be, like they say, there will be consequences for your thought violations, and it becomes very predatory at that. And what if I could serve out consequences for ignorance?
Yeah.
I mean, would I be allowed to do it? It's the same thing. It's the same. Same consequences. These people are ignorant, and I need to make them pay. What if all MGTOWs looked at life like that, and MGTOW business owners like, no, I'm not going to hire you because you don't think MGTOW. And maybe that's what we have to do. They have to start serving consequences to, and every time we see a reporter give them a bad review, if they don't think the way you think, we can do millions and millions. MGTOWs can do millions and millions of bad reviews because people don't think like we do, and that's the consequences of. We could do things like that, but really, I think MGTOWs don't really. We don't really care that much.
I think you're right. That's a good attitude to have. You can't let. We have this carefree attitude, and
we have a carefree, indifferent attitude to them. I mean, we would never want to hurt other people, but they want to hurt us for being MGTOWs.
Yeah. So again, that's why I don't. That's why I like talking to like Jeff and RP and you and. John, Ren posts. He's been posting a lot of stuff on,
Ren's around. I haven't talked to
Renalis. He never comes down, but he's been posting. he posts like good videos on the Discord. SFM might be. I guess he might be back. We got a lot of lurkers on. Yeah, he's been posting a little bit on Discord.
Oh.
Those are the people I like to interact with because you guys, because I can learn from you guys. Like I don't feel like a simp can really teach me anything. I know a married guy I can't really learn much from, if anything. POA obviously can't. These people I can't really. Like they're not, you know what I mean? They don't really bring any value to my life. I mean, they're human beings. I try to treat them with respect, but they're just gonna hurt me. They're just gonna hurt me. Like just convert.
Yeah, it gives a reason to justify any of their behaviors. I mean, when they love a person so much, they would do anything for that person. That means any kind of behavior is justified to them. And that's what I always say, the root of all corruption is what I would do for my family, and that's their family. And sadly, they haven't, sadly, the system that they say is more ethically correct has not discovered morals.
Yeah. And, I had to learn that lesson again. I drove all the way to, we'll throw Seattle out there, new city, but it was a long drive, 3,000 mile drive just to find that out again. Because my friend, I was supposed to stay with him. You know what I mean? It was set up, and all of a sudden, I think what happened. I think he told his girlfriend that I was moving there. I think he told her, and then she sabotaged the whole thing because there's no way. It was like a coincidence that she happened to start staying at his house because they've been dating for like 10 years. Yeah, and she never stays at his house for 10 years.
And all of a sudden,
all of a sudden, now she's staying at his house. Like when I was gonna move it. So he told her. He would never admit it, but I know what he did. He told her. He definitely told her because he's
Claire put out the 3 alarm on Joey Hooker's coming to stay, and she can't let that happen.
Yeah, she. I think what it was because she wants him to stay in his slavery and set him up for, he's got some money, so I think she's going to try to set him up later. And I warned him, but he didn't. No, they're not going to listen to us. So I'm done. I just
If there's any resources there that she feels a need to protect, she will do that. That's a concern by how would I put it? Consequence by concern.
Yeah, conscious by concern.
Conscious by concern. She's thinking ahead that if he has a buddy, then he's not going to be, guarding those resources that she considers hers.
Yeah, because now I'm going for 100 a night on lodging where I was supposed to go for 30 a night. That cost me a lot of multiply that times 45 days, right? That's a lot of money. 70 by 4. What's that? $3,000.
Yeah.
And then you add the gas money and all that. But you know what? You know how mgtow looks at it? I look at it like, hey, you know what? Good. I'll just treat it like an extended vacation. I was able to do a lot of introspection and find out what I wanted out of life. And quite frankly, I like the East Coast better, even though the cold weather is not fun. Yeah. I'll take the cold weather I'll trade it off for the culture. And then I'm around people that are more like me.
Yeah.
My ethnic background and all that. And I just, so I was able to kind of use it to my advantage. Like I didn't let it bother me that much.
Yeah. Think about what he in that decision, you would probably be helping out with the bills and helping out with the rent and everything, and he would have saved that money at least. So he went from it's not a very good business decision. He went from a gaining situation to a losing situation, so that the multiplication of those two in between the F to G, that's how much he lost.
He lost about about $15,000 to $20,000 a year.
Yeah. That's a large amount of money that could have went towards the.
Yeah, you're talking about utilities.
Utilities, cable.
Utilities. Yeah, I'm spending utilities with him.
First thing he's going to gain when you move in is Sports Channel.
Oh yeah, yeah. Figure like $1,400 a month.
Yeah,
around there.
Right.
And then also, I'm the guy that's always. I shouldn't do this as much as I should. I pick up the tab a lot because I'm a mgtow. I got a little extra money, and
plus the quality of living.
15-20 grand, and that's So anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
The quality of living. If you have a dude living with you, like I can rent this room out next to me. I got 2 rooms I can rent out anytime I want and get a dude in there. the quality of living when you have a responsible guy living with you is phenomenal. The food you eat's better.
Yep.
Your lifestyle becomes better. The stress goes down, way down, because there's always two men that just have things handled, and it just, the quality of living goes way up.
Yeah.
And when you move in with a woman, the quality of living always seems to go down into that suffering category.
Well, not only financially, but like you said, like that rug. Oh, I want this certain rug. I mean, let's say I like red rugs. Well, she doesn't like the color red. Well, now that rug's not going to be red. You know?
Yeah, now it's going to be something else. And every morning when you walk out, you're going to have to look at that. And there's just little things that just the quality of living goes, the joy, and every man knows this. The joy with living with friends, male friends, is there's always beer, there's always something happening, there's always a sporting or planned sporting events where you guys just get into it. There's always friends coming over, because people generally, when they look at two guys that are living together, that's more of a joyous it's more of a celebration of life, and people like that. They come over, they're happier, everything's going on, and it's just, man, I just always thought it was much better living with a couple dudes than I mean, even a single female in a house. There's always these dinners at a certain time, and this is the way the house rules go, and then it's like, oh man, it starts to suck.
Mm-hmm. But it's funny, like RP and JK, I was telling them about my situation. They started laughing.
Yeah,
like they try to like warn me, and I'm like, no, I know this guy 15 years. He's not gonna pull any shit on me. And sure enough, they were right. I mean, they were right. It's like, wow, I had to learn that lesson again, because I never really, because I always thought I could handle a situation like that. But this is it's just out of hand,
Yeah, didn't JK go through a situation like that a few years ago?
I know some bitch like screwed him up. I don't know what
his brother's wife or girlfriend.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, no, they can't have that. He's like, in JK's situation, that's unacceptable to be for that to happen, because he is JK, and but this happens all the time with men. Women will sabotage relationships. The first thing they want to do is he stops seeing all of his friends.
Yeah. No, he's a mess, and he doesn't. Here's the thing: he's so naive. He's so naive that he doesn't. Oh, it can't happen to me. It's not going to happen to me. But she's going to take him for a ride. There's no doubt.
Yeah, but Joey, she completes me.
Yeah. Tom Cruise and Jerry Maguire.
Yes, she completes me.
You complete me.
What is that?
That Jerry Maguire line.
Oh, okay.
You complete. Well, I'm not a good actor, but like Tom Cruise, and that's what he says in that movie, Jerry Maguire. Yeah. But that's where it comes from. When he says you complete me, that's where it comes from.
Yeah, you complete me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the most hokey line that I've ever heard in my life. It's like,
I mean, it's cringy. That's like as cringy as it gets.
It's cringy. It just makes my hairs go up on my back every time I hear that, and I hear it a lot.
But we understand. That's the thing about mgtow, and I know I sound really cocky sometimes when I talk about us, and because I know it's true. Like, we understand women. First of all, we understand women better than any other man, but we also understand women better than they understand themselves. Like, when you get deep into it, we understand them better than themselves. So I feel like we do.
Yeah, you know what you have to believe in to believe that statement? I mean, there's other things that go along. You have to believe that you were born an incomplete person, and that there was going to be a person out there that was gonna you're gonna merge as one.
Yeah. Or like, yeah.
I mean, that's almost religious in its nature.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, I know we don't want to talk about Jesus too much, but I gave my life to Jesus, and it's like, boy, life is a precious thing. It's like, you're gonna give your life to this imaginary figure, and worse. I mean, these guys that dated Juliette Lewis. I mean, shit. I mean, if you're gonna date, like, she's not the one to date.
Yeah. And does she have any kids? Is there any little ugly
I
kids
don't
running around?
know. Oh boy, I don't know. Let me look it up. We'll see.
Yeah, let's look. I was going to look it up earlier today just to figure, but I didn't want to look at that face.
God, she is just incredible. Her father, I guess her father was an actor. Yeah, his father was an actor too, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, and listen to this. Like, I think she dated like Brad Pitt or something.
Oh yeah, we see pictures.
No.
Jeff says that Black Wolf wants to join. You want anybody in today?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
Okay, tell Black Wolf I'll send you. I haven't been looking at the. Let me open up the comments so I can see. And
Yeah.
you know, I am most of the time. It's better for me not to look at the comments.
I don't think Julia Lewis has any children, so hopefully her DNA will not spread. Let's just hope. Yeah, I don't think she has any children.
Oh, can she have children?
I mean, she's not going to listen to this podcast, but I hope she can understand our sarcasm. Like,
she's not gonna listen. Well, no one's gonna. We are so censored that. Oops, that's the wrong one.
These guys don't understand sarcasm too well. I mean, they just don't.
Yeah, I almost sent them the wrong link again.
But I love it. I love you, Juliet. I love your scene in Natural Born Killers where you're beating up those two guys. Like, wow, I'd like to see you do that in real person, but you know.
Yeah, when she just flips the one guy, judo chop.
Yeah, she judo chops these guys. Boy, you're like, I wish I was in that scene so I could just like, you know, whatever. But
you'd have to lean in, give her a hand.
Yeah, that scene like traumatized me when I first saw it. I'm like, there's a woman beating up a man in a movie. It's like, I've never seen that. Never will.
Seen that before.
Quentin Tarantino. My brother, he used to hate Quentin Tarantino. He thought he was the biggest creep. You know, when he did that Pulp Fiction movie, and he had like that scene that was really like the dungeon scene, and
yeah,
he said like what? And my brother was a really smart guy. He's like, what kind of person, you know, has a movie that shows that kind of scene? You know, it's like, oh, what a loser, you know.
Oh, the dungeon scene. I can never remember what happened or some kind of mental thing
that got raped.
Guy
gets raped in the scene.
What's that?
A guy gets raped in the scene or something.
Oh, yeah. My mind blocks that out when I watch
that.
I
do too. Well, that's like that Juliet Lewis scene in Natural Born Killers. It's like I had to block that out. You know, it's just freaking annoying.
That's traumatic. It's like
I mean, shit, man. It's like anyway. That's why I don't want, you know, the only thing I watch on TV right now is pretty much sports, and that's it. And,
if I get a binge on something, it's like something stupid. I just like binge on it and try to forget that.
Even like what's that show with Ray Romano?
Oh,
like this bumbling idiot. Like
he's a bumbling idiot, and she's always right, and
she's always right, and it's too annoying. I just can't deal with it.
What is that? God,
everyone loves Raymond.
Yeah, everybody loves Raymond, and it should be like Raymond's an idiot.
Yeah.
Proven over and over and over in 164 episodes.
So.
Yeah, but that's the dehumanize. They make men seem like less. They make women seem like more, and and then they justify it throughout it.
Yeah, dehumanizing men. That's a really good point.
They dehumanize men for our fine qualities. No one ever talks about our qualities. You know, it's not. Why is it so? Why is it so hush hush? Men have good qualities.
Yeah.
Unless you're a fireman or a cop or an EMT doctor or something like that. It's like. And even then, it's even now I go through the shows and I can see 100 different, you know, where men are getting phased out of even those good qualities that they do have, and even soldiering. It's like now strong women go to war and win wars for us, but that's still not true.
Still not true. It's not reality. Exactly. Like
that's not reality.
Like the rainbow. The guys that got like a rainbow. Remember that, the rainbow flag, and he's doing like a military speech. It's like they didn't die for our country. Maybe like one of them out of like millions.
Yeah, there may be the exception to the rule, and I'm sure that's with females and LBGT crowd. There's always the exception to the rule that that they do something phenomenal, and that's a good thing, but it's not the rule.
Yeah. What's up, Black Wolf? How you doing?
Hey, Black Wolf, how's your sound?
Hey man, I'm doing great. I'm just embracing my toxic male, toxicity because
Yes.
that's just the way things are going. To everyone that doesn't know, it's a JoJo reference from an anime. Golden Experience Requiem. Only today I'm just Golden Toxic Male Experience Requiem because
Golden toxic male. Ooh. I think I'll
it's
just
just
go down to the store and just like buy my stuff, and then just sit in the middle and just admit that I'm just an idiot. Thank you for listening to me. I'm so disgraceful, and I'm toxic, and I'm a rapist. So I'm out of here, and you should all feel good about that. Christ.
Better just admit it now before they before the mob comes after everybody. So
Yeah, you almost feel you got to do that to like. And I did a video years and years ago. It was about I can't remember what I called it. It's acquiescing. Joey remembers about you feel you have to walk into a room and acquiesce, and then you are accepted.
got to proudly declare yourself because that's what they want, man. That's what all these woke people want. They want to label everybody. So hell, I figure I might as well label myself before they do.
Yeah, just jump right on that.
I gotta use my pronouns.
Yeah,
because they've really lost it, man. To go back to the title of Predatory system. Yeah, we live in a society that just preys on the naivete and just good nature of men
right.
to the point where no one bats an eyelash when something terrible happens to us. It's just expected that we do and give things to everyone. But oh, heaven forbid a woman has a hard time. You're like, you see it in the media, you see it in movies.
Mm-hmm.
Woman slightly uncomfortable, and then it's like this huge thing that led into her becoming Camilla from Castlevania, like going full vampire, wanting to kill all the male, like not just all the humans, kill all the male humans. That kind of thing, and you just have to laugh at it. And that's why I discovered like mgtow is like Dracula or Isaac or Alucard or something, because we're just sitting in the back, just doing our own thing, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you toxic male, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And then I just embrace it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just it's daily in the news too. I opened up the news today, and the 15-year-old girl that killed somebody in it was a horrendous murder in Florida. They posed it, says, well, she'll get the maximum penalty, and I'm thinking, what's the maximum penalty? And I read down, she's going to stay in jail until she's 21.
Wow.
And now you read several incidents over the last few years. A 15-year-old boy kills, and he's going to stay in jail the rest of his life. And they're tried as adults. So that means, and then on top of the 12-year-old boy this week, sitting in front of that judge with no representation, it was horrible. And why he ran away from the home, no questions were ever asked about that. And it's like, it's just a horrible situation where boys are treated just so much worse, and nobody sees these things. The press pretends like they can't see them.
Yeah, because it's not profitable to their to their little narrative. And that's
right.
Why
I think that the news organization that finally starts being a truthful, linguistically truthful about these syllogisms that they put out, and being rhetorically correct on all these things. They're going to do really good, because men are just going to be attracted to that kind of truth and rationality, but they can't see it. They'll never get it. It's like the first news organization to jump on that and bring back truth and logic to media. They'll be really popular, but I don't see that so far. It's usually pretty politically angled bullshit where both sides are wrong. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
Yeah,
like the way things are, the way boys are treated. This is why I keep telling men, To the men watching this, it's not too late. You have maybe about a year or two left. Just prep, move to the woods, move to the mountains. I mean, a lot of migtows have already kind of done it already. Just stay the
Yeah.
hell out of the city. If you can ghost and make decent money or a lot of money and not have anybody know who you are, then that's great. Barely have anyone know who you are. That's great. Don't go out there trying to, you know, be super known. The people that became famous or the PUAs and just like anybody that kind of put themselves out like that, they're kind of fucked because they became known for an image and selling something mostly. So they already screwed their chances. But if you're making good money and no one really knows who you are, go to the mountains, go to the woods. I'm considering that. I'm looking at like Scotland, Switzerland. I'm hell even in the States. I'm looking at Colorado and all these other places. Get out of Dodge. Just don't stay in a place like New York or God forbid Cali or some fucking place.
Yeah,
Just
slightly
run.
north in the United States or northwest. Northwest is there's not a lot of people, and you can still kind of do your thing. And the weather's towards the bottom, at least Bismarck, Montana, and in North Dakota, and them places. They're not. The weather's no worse than in Ohio.
Yeah.
I suppose there's access problems, and you're not going to have mini malls everywhere.
Which is fine. I mean, I order a lot of stuff from Amazon, UPS. I invested
Yeah,
a
I
good
can
amount of
invest
money
in
in
a
them.
coffee pot from my Amazon. That makes great coffee.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon's been kicking ass, man. I mean, I invested some money in the company, and it's been going up and been pretty good. So that's a little thing out there for people. Invest in
Biggest
those
regret of my
places.
life, man. I was in. I was one of the employees that got fucked over on Enron,
Damn.
and I had Amazon. I had bought into Borders, and then Borders bought Amazon bought Borders, and I was right in entry on that, and I got fucked. It was like
Damn.
I would have been retired right now, probably with a. I remember at that point it was 30,000 I had put into the because at that point I decided to, instead of going into the kind of bland stuff, I was going to take a chance on a certain number of things that I really believed in. And someone said, "Hey, this Borders is being bought by this new company called Amazon, and you should get into that." And I was like, "Okay, I will." And yeah, but Enron eventually screwed me out of everything.
Damn. I was a missed opportunity because I made a good amount of money investing in Amazon.
Yeah.
And can't really complain about. I mean, I got a check for a little over $3,000. Can't really complain about that. I mean, I even thought about working for them part time at one point. Amazon's been kicking ass because of this pandemic, and now they're selling food, wine, and all this stuff. Before, I just thought they were just selling little items and stuff, but they have like different branches and.
Yeah, they got everything. They got everything from drivers to drive food to your house to day delivery on your groceries. From we have a whatchamacallit, what's the market that they own now?
Damn, forgot the name of it.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. I don't really use it a lot because I like to pedal to the store actually. But I can get my food delivered same day from. It's only a couple miles away, the market.
Yeah, because they got a site for that, like Amazon Mart or food, some kind of food delivery. I
Whole
never ordered
Foods.
food. Yeah, because I never ordered food from them because I grow all my own food. But I've ordered wine and alcohol from them. It was kind of as a test.
How did that work out? Did it?
Well, you
No
had to put my
problems?
ID and everything on there.
Yeah.
It worked out pretty well. I mean, I bought little like hookah bongs and stuff like a long time ago. But like as far as the wine and everything went, wine alcohol, it went pretty well. It just might take a while to get to you. I don't know if they're doing some kind of check or something, but usually
Yeah, it
takes like
probably
a week.
goes to a different system for probably it needs to be careful too. That's one of the things that when I
Yeah.
get a bottle of wine and I put it on my bike, I'm always taking risk. I busted 2 bottles of nice wine uh, and on my bike, and it's like nah, I can't do that. I can't be just putting wine inside of the bags and rolling around on my handlebars. It's like. So it'd be nice to, have a bottle of wine delivered once in a while. So when I cook spaghetti,
Yeah, it's really good to have. I mean,
right?
it's one of those things that where I order it, I just kind of expect it to come a week later or something.
Yeah, I like braised beef and wine too. It's like you get a nice thick red wine, and you braise your beef in it, and then some onions and mushrooms. Oh,
Yeah, I like using it to saute mushrooms, and I
yeah.
even like to make it mix the wine with my barbecue sauce.
Oh yeah.
That blueberry wine idea that you told me about like a long
Yeah.
time ago, I was able to use that in my sweet and spicy barbecue sauce, and yet
How is that?
somehow
Nice.
it tasted like a fine. It had a kick to it, like it numbed down the spiciness, but then it kind of hits you at the end. And
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, wow, this tastes pretty good. It's missing something. I tried all night to see what it was missing, and I got this like half a shot of whiskey. I was like, oh yeah, that's what it was missing. Just that kick. If you want it
Right.
hotter, add the whiskey. If you want the kick to hit you later or sweeter, just add the wine. So it was like a weird battle of spicy versus
Oh,
sweet.
sweet and sour sort of thing going on. That's always good.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I like those sauces that taste mild or cold or something, and then the heat just kind of hits you at the very end.
Very
Like,
end.
like,
Yeah.
oh shit, this is hot.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Cooking with, having those options, but Amazon will get it to you. There's no problem. And that's one of the luxuries of living in this age. You know, I hear people
Yeah,
say how bad it is, and then I think like, no, it's not really too bad. I mean, I live probably 50 miles from Cleveland, and anytime I want, as soon as I start driving that way, I have 3,000 restaurants, and the whole world's open to me. Or if I could drive this way, it's just countryside and lake. So it's like living the best of two worlds. It's like, and then Amazon delivers anything I want. I tried that other
yeah.
food delivery service. What was it? They wanted 120. They hit me with a $126 bill for nothing, and it's like for years. And I was like, I couldn't do that.
Yeah, them crazy fees. I hear they're thinking about using the drones somehow.
I'm waiting. I ordered a pizza a
Yeah.
while back, and it was from Pizza Hut, and they put me on the list to be delivered by an electric car, a self-driving electric car, but I still haven't seen that happen. I was like, oh, you guys baited me in. I'm waiting there. I called my son, and I'm like, my pizza is going to be delivered by an electric car, thinking that this is actually going to happen. And then when I reread it, it said it used an if this is in your neighborhood or something, and it was not. Wasn't.
Damn.
Yeah, it was one of those if situations, and I was just
Gotcha.
dying to run out there and grab my pizza from the back seat of an electric self-driven car. I was like, it's really going to happen. I'm going to get to see this in my lifetime.
That'd be really awesome, man. I thought about I've been ordering these little things. I had to stop myself because my dad's like, no, stop ordering these damn train sets. I don't know why I had like a weird train set craze for like a hot minute until someone got me out of it. But yeah, I had this train. I think I probably told everyone about this. But yeah, I built this train set, and I could like carry alcohol from the garage, the little mini ones,
Yeah.
and I turned it on and it goes through, and my dad was walking by. My dad's old as shit, so he's walking by. He's like, "Really?" I'm like, "What is that? You told me to move it out of the way, and so I did." He's like, "Yeah, I meant out of the kitchen." I'm like, "Well, it goes around. There's a sink, goes over the sink, goes under, and
It
oh
goes
my god."
around. It brings beer. And
He looked at me and said, "So you can't walk 15 feet in the garage or whatever to get your beer?" I was like, "Well, I could, but I built
that
this
would
so I don't have to."
that would be an option, but this is much more interesting. Yeah.
He got mad because he's like, "You really want all waiting to get the little rails and everything?" And he saw the little Lego guy. He's like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, every train needs a
Yeah.
conductor. Got a little Lego guy there, a little few people, little Lego people there. Just figure, hell, this was Minecraft before the fucking Minecraft. I'm just making life a little easier. I thought that was what innovation was about. Make shit,
Yeah.
work smarter, not harder, kind of thing."
we figured, yeah, we used to live in this. When I was 20, 21 or something, it was the 80s, and we used to live in this house where there was this the doors, and then there was just enough room between the doors where you can stack beers up in them, and that was the refrigerator. So we figured, well, the windows, we could stack beers up in the windows too, and it was like 40s for some degrees outside, and it was like perfect for. And then so we stacked beers up, and you just walk up to the house, and all you seen was just beers in the windows. All you had to do is crack the window. I can't remember how the windows worked in the house. It was you just cracked it and grabbed the beer and then closed it. Everywhere you went was a beer.
Man, that's freaking hilarious. But yeah, those in the comment section. Building train sets actually, pretty fun. Now the track part is like the easiest thing.
Yeah.
The only reason my dad got mad at me is because he told me to bring him some orange juice. So what I did was I put a lid, like one of those little plastic lids from the
in front of the
chip
track.
thing. Yeah, in front of the on the orange juice glass, and then I ran the track upstairs on the railing to his door, and I called him. I said, your orange juice is by the door. He's like, really? I'm like, well, shit, I'm gonna use this train till the wheels fall off.
Your delivery has arrived. Just send them a text message. Your delivery has arrived at your door. Please fill out this. How did we do? Was your delivery on time? That's funny.
That's what we're gonna do, guys. Message by train. That thing had a loop, came back down the stairs, everything.
In the winter, you can like crack a window and then build a train port that with sides on it. The train pulls in and it just kind of cools the beer and starts from there. So it'll go back to like a refrigerated area, and you can call that the refrigerated depot.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to do for a while. I normally have to wait around Christmas. I wanted to get one of those damn. I used to grow these winter melons.
Oh yeah.
Those are always good to have. If anyone's wondering, take the damn winter melon, fill it with like your favorite kind of alcohol, dig a hole in the snow, and just leave it there for about a week. Come back and get it.
Oh, nice.
That's always fun to do. Put a little cork in it, come back. You got like the juices and everything. Man, that's why I want to move the mountains. It's hard to grow stuff on the ice, sure, but like in snow and rain and whatnot. But I'd rather deal with the rain than this blistering fucking heat because my damn rose bush died and I was pissed. I was watering it too. It died.
Oh, did it dry? Mine's been doing great. You should see it. I'll put up a picture of it in the background someday. I just got huge roses. And,
mine got
but you got to put
petrified.
eggshells and coffee on them.
Yeah, mine got all petrified and everything. So like, shit.
Yeah, you got to cut it back and I put eggshells, coffee on it, and nitrogen, and cut all the dead off every year, which is like painful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somewhere in this backyard, I have I don't know if you ever heard of it. You take like moonshine, and you take raisins or plums and cinnamon sticks, and you fill a bottle up, and then you put it and you bury it, and then you wait for Christmas to come around, and it's sort of like a Christmas liqueur after that. It dissolves everything in there, and then you just shake it up, and you pour it, and it's delicious. And somewhere in his backyard, I did it somewhere around after Christmas. I said, okay, I was going to bury these 2 bottles. I put the moonshine in there, and then I buried it, and then I forgot where I put it.
All we can say, folks, is those are some very drunk squirrels and raccoons.
Yeah, somewhere out there is a gold mine of Christmas liqueur. I'll find it someday. I'll be digging around and be like, oh, what's this? I think I put it in a little box. I think I was drunk at that point because I was drinking the moonshine, and I was like, this is going to be great.
Oh man, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, I gotta try that sometime. But yeah, a lot of people don't know that you can make a high grade liquor
Yeah.
If you're really inventive enough, very easily. I mean, the expensive stuff you see in the store, like Blue Label and Johnny Walker, all that stuff, you can make that
You can make
very
that.
easily.
The first step is learning how to make beer, and then once you learn how to make beer, you can brew the whiskey from it. And I do rum. Rum is so easy.
Yeah, rum's pretty easy, and not to mention, rum can survive a lot of shit too.
Yeah, I had a distillery, the little stove distillery. I watched it on YouTube, and he says you can make it out of a tea kettle. So I did it, and then years ago, I can't remember. I still have it somewhere around here, but I was making my own rum, and it was like you get like 2 bags of brown sugar and a bottle of molasses, and it's you make about 2 bottles of yeah, you get about 2 bottles, a little more out of it, and it's very inexpensive, and you don't pay the state like 80% of what it costs to make. You just got to make sure you don't use no lead pipe or anything like that, and clean out your stuff and be sterile, and do it right. But I watched the Jameson's distillery people, how they do theirs too. It's like like, oh, that's interesting. Take some tips from them. But distilling's not too. It saves a shitload of money too. I found that rum that you make at home too tastes like 10 times better. For some reason, that shit that you get at the store gives you a headache.
Oh man, I still got a lot to learn about. I learned about vodka, but man, the rum, I still got a lot to learn about that. I did make a low grade vodka once, but it was just so time consuming that I just
Yeah,
said fuck it.
vodka is time because rum is just you take your sugars, but your natural sugars. If you get turbo low sugar or something like that, that's always better. Just dump it in a 5-gallon bucket and dump in an appropriate amount of sugar in there, and just throw in some yeast. And 2 weeks later, you boil the alcohol out of it, 172 degrees through a copper pipe system, and it drips into the bottle, and you got 165 to 190 proof rum. It's easy. I mean, you can go overboard and build yourself a huge, with the thug tanks and shit like that, but that's overkill. Yeah. That's when I started. You know what? After that, I started doing a lot of things on my own. Being a mgtow, I was like, I don't want to participate in this society, so I started buying like 5-pound things of flour and big bags of sugar, and make my own. I made my own. I make my own bread all the time, and I learned how to do that, and then I get better bread, not the shit you get from the store, and then. Sausage. I started making my own sausages and freezing them. And I bought a sausage maker, a grinder, a meat grinder. And with a meat grinder, you make your own hamburger. And all that stuff. And, it's more rewarding. And I started roasting my own coffee as a mgtow. And I get big bags of, it could cut your costs, and you get a better quality coffee. You get your coffee like you like it, not like someone made it for you at the store. It's like you get to choose when you take it out of the oven. It's just little things that increase the quality of your life.
Yeah, you don't have to hear the nagging either.
Yeah,
you don't have to hear nagging.
That's true.
Oh yeah, well, I remember the first time I tried roasting coffee when I was married, and that was probably in the 90s. It's like the first thing I heard is, it smells awful. I hate this. Let's just buy it. And then she'd buy Chase and Sandboard coffee, and that was supposed to be good.
Yeah.
It's like couldn't take like a half hour of some smoke in the house.
Yeah. That's the pieces of work. I mean, that last girl I dated, seriously, I was talking about my work situation. Because I was so stupid at the time. I thought, oh, this is a relationship. I can share my what's going on, in my
Yeah.
life. And I was talking about the bonuses, how they were screwing us on the bonus. And
Hmm.
finally, she like tipped her hand, like what kind of person she was. Like, and all women are like this, so it doesn't matter. But she's like, can you stop talking about work all the time? I'm getting stressed out. It's like. That was like kind of that was how naive I was, right? It's like 15 years, a long time ago, but it was like that's how naive I was to think that she actually cared about me in my life, but
Right.
no,
Well,
I don't give a shit. I don't care.
yeah. You just talk about her work and how she can, yeah, that's the topic.
Right. I thought, okay, well, this is something that's important to me, and something I feel like I should be able to talk about to somebody about it. Well, what not better person than your long term girlfriend or whatever? And then she totally dismissed it, and yeah. So anyway, those are the kind of red pill
Right.
moments.
That always happens to be one of those conversation turners. I remember when I was younger, into the 20s, in my mid-20s, and she'd come home, and all of a sudden the argument was, "Why don't we ever talk about what I like?" And then, like, every day when I get home, I had to say them lines like, "How was your day?" Like I really care.
Yeah.
And like, "Did you do something interesting?" It's like, you have those fake kind of conversations, and that grows into that grows into the whole relationship. You have these fake conversations that's always about her. It's about her needs. It's about what you can do to fulfill those needs, and then it becomes sort of a reading directly out of the red book for how to be a male simp. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy how far people are willing to take things in that regard. And this is why after over 5 years of being in mgtow and being on the internet and stuff like that, when it comes to these simps, I'm just tired of even talking to them. If they want to, all the information out there is to help them. If they want to keep attacking
Right.
us for it, I'm to the point where I just tell them to go get married now. Oh, you were wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get married. Yeah,
Yeah,
just go get
every time I
married.
hear one of those guys come on and they start tearing up MGTOW, and I watch the MGTOW videos. I go through the MGTOW every day and see what's happening. You see these guys, why MGTOW is wrong, and the only thing to say to them is, you should get married.
Yeah,
You should
yeah.
so do that, and just so do it now. Just go do it now because it's so great. Go do it.
Well, that's the thing I was talking to you about in the Hangouts, Joe, is people don't consider that you're going to change as a person over time. Like, right, your attitudes about things are going to change. Right?
Yeah.
So, like for myself, I value nature, being in nature, more now than I ever did when I was in my teens, 20s, 30s, right?
Mhm.
And in my 20s, 30s, I valued more like, playing poker and trying to make money and all this kind of shit, right? And so you get married to somebody and you're going to change, right? You're going to change as a person. Your attitudes are going to change. And
Right, you get to change your entire life.
yeah, so it's like you need to consider. So we don't get married for obvious reasons, but that are too long to list here. We talk for freaking years on it, but the that's something that people need to think about. Is that and that can apply to anything, right? That can apply to your career. That can apply to how you interact with your society, whatever, right? Like, so you have to consider you're going to change. You're going to change, and you have to take that seriously because the woman that you were in love with. We'll talk about these guys that think about marriage, right? The woman that you were in love with for whatever reason, like in 10 years, you're going to be different. She's going to be different, and
Right.
shit, and then that's going to cause you a lot of problems.
Yeah, the life coaches should just say it the enthusiastic life coaches say it the way it is, Hey, do you want to lose all your agency? Do you want to have no identity at all? Get married. Follow me.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, go do that. You'll lose all your agency. You won't have no identity except for what you said you can have.
You're gonna wear yourself out, and like I said, I talk a lot about men having heart attacks in their even sometimes 30s, right? But 40s is usually the
40s
age
and 50s,
where it starts happening. Yeah, and then because I remember my cousin telling me like his friend had a heart attack. He was like in his late 30s. He died of a heart attack, and I just thought it was really strange. I was like in my early 30s at the time when he told me the story, And I said, "Oh, that's impossible." But then I wasn't as strong in mgtow back then. But now I can say, "Oh, okay, here's a guy living in I think Long Island at the time, and he had like 3 kids, and it's expensive down there, and he's probably just stressed out of his mind."
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's, I've seen a lot of my buddies started falling out about 50. I noticed so many of them started having heart attacks around 50.
Mm-hmm.
And it was usually the guys that were still married and trying to fulfill every wish that she had and being upwardly mobile.
Yeah, and it's never enough. That's the thing that with these women, it's never enough. You never can get enough.
They're such willing, they're just willing slaves, and it's actually really sad. I mean, I've encountered these people that go, oh, like I've encountered these so-called married guys, and this is why I can't deal with some of my friends, because they'll go, oh, you don't know about dedication and responsibility. And I said, what makes you say that? Because you don't have a family and you don't know my responsibilities. And I said, okay. Who chose that, me or you?
Yeah, who chose that?
I mean, that's like someone saying like, oh, you don't know what it's like to fall down the stairs. You're right, and I don't want to know what it's like to fall down the damn stairs. That's all you do it. I'd rather not.
Right. I think, and I really do think they're jealous. They're so jealous of us, man. That's why it's not good to be around simps, right? Because eventually they're gonna fall on their ass, and then they're gonna, they have resentment and jealousy towards us. I have no doubt in my mind. Those are not the kind of people you want to be around, right? People that are going to resent you and be jealous of you. Because I'm left mass. I mean, I came out West Coast. Like I drove last month. I drove cross country. It's like my whole plans changed, and I wasn't even really that pissed off at the guy. It's like, because I know he's a simp. So I'm like, okay, simp's gonna do what simp's gonna do. That's my fault. That's my fault for
you kind of just
now. I turned it around. It's like, you know what? This was a good trip for me. I was able to do some more introspection. I was able to think about what I wanted in life, and I really gained even a greater appreciation of the woods and parks that we have in upstate New York. So anyway.
Yeah, I know it's absolutely beautiful from here down to up to Indiana and down to New York and up the upper New York State, and that stuff is just. Right. I mean, we got so much, and here it's a water wonderland. It's like we got the lake. You're on the lake. There's just several rivers you can go to, and there's a park down every river, and what they call a park is just wooded areas, and you even know that Cleveland's right there, and it's mainly a lot populated. But you get out this area, it gets less populated. But they still do a really good job on the parks, and it just shows. And it's just you can it's nice, and it's nice to take advantage of those things and go see it. And you can still go to areas that are rather humanless, like that in the background there. They're just
Adirondacks.
There's no humans in that area.
Yeah, when I say New York, that's why there's like a distinction. Yeah, like Blackwell's right. Like New York City's a freaking disaster. I mean, I used to go down there. I had family down there. I go see them maybe once a year, and I never liked going. It's like I can't wait to get back to, because I was like I lived 3 hours north. And I was like, man,
you don't get to see real. I mean, real nature, because real nature is really hard to get to sometimes, and if it was easy to get there, everyone would go there. I mean, walking down these hills here into the areas down there, which are just vast areas that probably hasn't seen a human footstep and could be 20 years, even more, since Indians live down there. But you have to do a little work to go do it, but it's worth it. It's worth it, and you just find something new. I never have a shortage of days where I just can't go out and find something new. The big joke with me and the guy at the convenience store, I go and I get my my beverage, I put it on my beverage holder and everything, and then I'll look at him and go, point, and he'll go, what? I'll go, point in a direction. And then he'll point in a direction and go, that's where I'm going today.
Yeah. And those sunny days too, like, because I've been in Vegas this past few weeks, and like, it's sunny every day and it's great, but you don't appreciate it as much. But the 10th sunny day, you don't. So now in upstate, right? It's like you get a sunny day every maybe 3 days, right? And so you appreciate more of those sunny days, right? It's like, so there's something to be said about that, you know. Because I ran into a kid out here. He's like 18-year-old Mexican kid. He's working on my car, and he's like, oh man, I don't like the sun, man. he's like, it's too sunny, and I was just kind of laughing. Yeah, so he didn't, you know. I told him, I said, well, I said, you know, it's
yeah, there is something, I guess, is too sunny and too hot, but here, I mean, it's going to be 80. Yeah. You wake up, it's going to be close to 60 degrees in the morning, and that ain't too bad at all.
Yeah. Well, and the cold weather is sometimes a good thing for us, I think, because it weeds out the pussies, you know, like at least in central New York.
Maybe it just weeds out they can't make it.
Yeah, they can't make it. They're just too soft, you know. They have to wear you know, they don't want to ruin their $300, $400 shoes, you know, and so we're wearing our boots and whatever. We don't give a shit, you know, and so it's kind of, I think the real men are kind of still up there compared to the city. These city people are just, you know, I'm even driving through all the traffic in LA and Vegas and Phoenix. And it's just the people are so like disrespectful.
Oh yeah, traffic. Oh god, that's not one thing I miss from, you know, living downtown Cleveland. Fucking traffic, getting in and out of the city, and it's just.
You know what? And quite frankly, Joe, it's dangerous. That's what it is. Like the older I get, it's like shit, I don't even want to mess around with it. Like it's, you know, I'm gonna get hit.
It's best to just avoid those freaking places. Every time someone tells me they're like from the heart of New York or SoCal or someplace, I avidly avoid them because they love drama. They're in love with negative stimuli. I really believe they have mental issues because they talk about how dangerous everybody is, like else is, but they go out of their way to encounter you. And it doesn't, like I tell people all the time, don't ever apologize to city people. Just don't. They don't know how to give an apology, and they sure as hell don't know how to receive one. They want you to prostrate yourself for them, and even when they need a favor from you, they act as if they're doing you the favor, and you should be honored to be in their presence. And they feel very comfortable doing this in the city. And by the way, I don't care if anybody wants to kick my ass. I'm just put it out there right now to the Cali and New York people. If you travel down anywhere else and do that, people will beat your ass. I will kick your ass. The only reason you feel safe doing it is because you know the cops will be there to protect you. When there's like three of us, we don't ever hear you say that shit. They're quiet as a church mouse when they go to South or any place. Like, oh hey everyone, you know I'm just I don't ever see you guys acting badass when that comes around. So, you know, I don't know what the problem is, but I let them do that because it's important for them. You know, when you grow up in an air conditioned place, working a job like a castrated cuck. I mean, I understand. Sometimes they look out the window and pretend what it's like to be a real man. Like, oh man, those guys out there working. But too bad I'm a pussy, so I'm not gonna go out there and work on anything. But I'm gonna enlighten you on what I think I know about cars. Oh man, it's great. It's great to have a micro penis. That's them.
Yeah. They read every edition of Auto Mechanic book monthly.
Yeah. I gotta admit though, city people are extremely intelligent. Like, they're extremely intelligent when it comes to useless fucking information. They can tell you everything about every TV show and the Time magazine, The View. But when it comes to actual fucking skills like changing the oil in a car or doing anything that's, I don't know, actually important, they kind of fall flat. So, I just don't even bother with it. Like, they're trying to teach you while you're trying to train them. How weirdly fucked up is that?
You got to get back on stage, man. Go after these freaking idiots, man, because I think that'd be a great skit. You know what you just said.
Yeah, I might do stand-up comedy again. I mean, they just about kill comedy. You can't even joke. The worst part about it is you can't even joke with the average city person anymore. They get so butthurt. You cannot even be talking to them. They get butthurt. Well, that's offensive. I'll kick your ass. And I'm like, whoa, it's a joke about me. Still, I'm offended. They go out of their way to be fucking offended about shit, even when you're not addressing them. They puff up like a puffer fish, get up in your face. And the weird part about it is, to the city people to do this, the reason we step back is not because we're afraid of you, is because we're confused about why you're mad. Believe me, if we wanted to offend you, you wouldn't. Because when city people offend other people, they'd have to do it covertly, kind of like a bitch. But when we offend people, we just, like, believe me, if I'm offending you, you're not going to wonder, am I insulting you? You're going to know. You're going to know. Mm-hmm. And that's what kind of the difference between city people and rural people is. When we get mad at someone, we cut loose on them and just start, or we'll try to civilly diss them. Like, not even bad diss, but we're not going to be like a little covert coward about it for the most part. But that's what they do. And so yeah, I've
Right.
had my little weird moments where city people run up to me and it's like, "What did you say?" I was like, "I made a joke at your expense." "Well, I didn't like it." "Oh, okay. Well, what was offensive about it?" "Well, I'm mad." "Okay, well, you're mad. How do we solve this?" I just kind of look at them confused. It's not a look of fear that we get; it's a look of confusion that they're offended by
Yeah.
something that would normally offend no one, and then they act like they're going to do something. And the moment we do anything to them, all of a sudden, "I'm calling the fucking cops." Oh boy,
Yeah.
good luck. It's going to take a while for them to get here, but good luck. This is what kind of gets me. They want to remove all the firearms, of course.
Yeah. Of
And
course.
you ever notice people that start shit with everybody want the firearms gone, and meanwhile people that don't
Right.
start shit with
Yeah.
hardly
Yeah.
anybody, we love guns.
Yeah. You know who wants to, people that rob houses and thieve for a living, they want the firearms gone. And that
Yeah,
includes our predatory system. They want your fire so they can steal money and taxes and just do what they want. And we could have a communist system that you just give the authorities what they want, and they don't bring the guns to your house because they're allowed to have guns, and that's the biggest hypocrisy. Yeah, these people are allowed it because they're so-called protecting you, and that's where the racketeering thing comes in, protecting you from something that doesn't exist, and the only thing that does exist is them.
yeah, that's the crazy part of me. It makes me laugh though, because I've never like been walking around like, "Oh my God, he's got a gun." I've never, because I don't typically walk around getting up in people's face. So I think that's probably why I actually feel safer in an armed society, because I don't walk around doing shit like that. But city people, they get terrified of guns. Like, "Oh my God," no one can even be willing. It'd be on the ground. "Oh my God, someone's gonna die. It's fucking dangerous. Better run." And it's just really crazy how they act about it. I mean, it's the biggest cowards want all the firearms taken away. That way they can feel safer about getting up in people's face. Because I can tell you, they
Yeah,
don't do this shit when people are walking around with like rifles and shit. They would never get up in that person's face, but they feel so comfortable doing this shit when they feel like they have
well, yeah,
anything on their side.
these people believe in authoritarian force. They believe you just think that and there's no action that you could take against them in authoritarian force. So it becomes a predatory system. It becomes a system, an in-group system. If you're not in the group, you can't exhibit those predatory tendencies, or you'll get there'll be circumstances to the group, which is punishment for it. So yeah, the whole thing is ridiculous, and yeah, of course they want to take away your only means of defending yourself. I've often thought about this. We really need in this country is we really need more security systems. If every house had a security system and you had a camera pointed out front, there would be no crime.
Yeah, I mean,
no
it'd
need
be
for police. You would know exactly. Someone would be able to tap in and say, "This is the person that did these things. We'll just go pick them up, put them in jail."
yeah, it'd be way easier. I mean, and there'd be an actual incentive to cooperate with law.
Yeah,
'Cause it
you
just
would
makes
have
you
an
think.
actual incentive to cooperate to put safety cameras, and you can arm it when you leave. You disarm it, and at night you turn it on and take pictures of people creeping around your backyard. Because the truth of the matter is, the police only show up after the crime has happened, and they don't know
Exactly.
who did it.
Exactly. I mean, people just expect no justice to fall out of the sky and everything. And I just kind of laugh, man. I mean, every now and then, I don't know who told the New York or the Cali boys that they're the most masculine, but God, they're not. I mean, they
No,
really aren't. You put them in the mountains or the woods, they're screaming like a little girl in the fucking corner. "Oh my God, where's the fucking Starbucks, man?"
there's no
It's just,
bottled water on these trees.
it's just, masculinity in the city is based primarily on who can scream the loudest, who can puff up like a puffer fish and scream the loudest. And I've had so many bad experiences with
Oh
city
God,
people as
yeah,
a
the
whole.
IUD males, they just intermittent. They have this disorder where they just pop off, and that's usually the simps. The simps have that explosive disorder where they just pop off once in a while, and they expect.
Emos? You talking about emo?
Yeah, the IUD males, what is it? Intermittent explosive disorder, IED. Uh,
Yeah.
They just go off, and then, well, yeah, them guys do not want anybody with any kind of force accelerator or way to protect themselves, because they can keep doing that really bad behavior.
And it's truly asinine and annoying. I'm not saying every city person is like this. It just pisses me off. I've had so many bad experiences with them growing up that I always try to keep a 5 to 10 foot distance, make sure that I have a weapon on me at all times because they're
Yeah,
prone to
me
just
too.
pop off. Yeah,
Well,
I just stay away from them.
at my age, I can't punch like I used to. It's like brass knuckles and a bottle of pepper spray, and I use mace. I used a trichloride mace, so it kind of subdues.
How are you going to say a bottle of whoop ass, Joe?
Okay. I can't open up a bottle of whip ass like I used to be able to.
Don't worry, I'll be there to help you out, man, because when I go to rural areas, usually I don't even feel need to need anything on me. When I go in the city, it's the overstimulation and all that shit. And after having people mess with me for the longest time, because I used to be a lot nicer to my family, moved closer, and then we got all the people that they take kindness as a weakness in the city. Like, oh, this person's nice,
Yeah.
this person's weak. We can jump them, take from them, beat them up, or get up in their face and everything. And no, that's not the case. Just most of us were raised to be civil. I'm even civil with people cussing me out. It's only when they threaten my life or my family or my property that I become very, very hostile towards them. And it got so bad to the point where I refuse to even shake their hand unless there's money involved. You will never see me hang out with them unless I'm making money. I just want my money and I want to fucking go. And then a lot of people think that's discriminatory, but I don't fuck with them, especially the New Yorkers and the Cali fucks. I don't fuck with them primarily because of that, because they made it that way. And I just living in cities, there's no sense of community, and people are just so nasty to one another. And it's sad because they outnumber everybody. You got millions of people living in a city, but everybody fucking hates each other. Nobody tries to do anything remotely good because it goes against the little status quo, which is why a lot of people are moving. I like the fact that you can put purple rings on your trees and have people stay off your property, because that's another thing city people don't understand. You would think they would because they're how skittish they are, but I've actually had people get on my own property and tell me where I can't go on my own property. Like, it's weird, like, oh, well, you don't own these parts. I was like, actually I do. I own about 80 acres of it, and it's just crazy. That's why a lot of people get sick of them. They're sick of their entitlement. They're sick of their fucking mouth, and it's just really stupid. They think that we won't talk like this IRL. I just value my privacy. The people that have wondered, the reason I don't show my face because I value my privacy. But if you want to get your ass whooped, just tell me where to meet you. I mean, I just don't, I just don't freaking play that kind of shit when it comes to my family. But I'm getting older myself, so I'm just trying to get away from all of that. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to deal with that anymore. It's just
the microaggressions they have, and that micro craziness, and that micro triggery shit that they have. No, I just don't do with that anymore. I can't complain. I live in a fairly with people, like I always say, the police department out here is a little different than in the city, and the people have this morning I rode around on a bike for a while, and just cruising the neighborhood, and I must have waved and said hello to probably 20 people, and everyone ran up to me. I got so much information this morning. It was like all the homeowners were out doing stuff, and they were just like running up and telling me little things like, there's a fish fry here, and I know where to buy the fireworks for the 4th of July now. And it's like,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, events, believe it or not, I like going to little events or bar. Well, I used to like the bar a lot before they messed that up. I just like listening to stories, drinking, having a good time, good food, fish, just quiet, therapeutic stuff. And by the way, Jigsaw, JK, I may not be old, but I sure as hell feel old, man. I got fucking fucked up knees, messed up knees, drinking. I drank to use as a damn painkiller. It's just, I just got tired of taking care of my family, taking care of everybody. It's always been that way growing up, and now I'm just kind of, it's taking its fucking toll on me. So I'm trying to get back to doing stuff for me before I get too old to do anything. So I got about at least 20, 30 years. I'm lucky, but yeah, I just want to I want to work my ass off next 10 years and then just kind of fade off out of existence and ghost.
The
And
life they have planned for you will make you old before your time. Look, I'm 32. I just woke up one day and I was just like, "What is this?"
that's exactly how it feels, man, because you get tired of the games and the bullshit and to the point where I can't take it anymore. Women and their drama, and the worst part about it is I come to the conclusion that cities are hyper feminine places. Just
Yeah,
like a damn powder keg, man. Like every man you meet just about this overly sensitive and butthurt. You can't make a joke with the fellas anymore because they
yeah,
get all mad. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? And wanting to fight you, and then they fight on behalf of hyper emotional women. You got hyper emotional men, hyper emotional women, and nobody wants to deal with that shit anymore. I mean, PUAs are hyper emotional dudes. They're
right,
very effeminate dudes. So
right. They're taking estrogens in the body, and that makes them more hormonal, and it's
because they're screaming into a mic all day at other men like, oh, don't go mgtow, don't be a, oh, I love this one. If you don't date, you're a weirdo, but if you travel overseas to date, you're a passport pervs. You have to specifically date their way. And it
yeah.
just sounds like an advanced form of dick policing that I just don't approve of nor condone. And that's why me and them don't like each other for the most part,
Right.
because I
Every
call
one of
out
the
the hypocrisy.
PUA things will lead you down that it's the there used to be a queuing order to mating, and then they've just replaced the religious queuing order to mating
Oh, hi,
with
Vicky.
a different queuing
How's
order
it
to
going? This is
mating, and it
Anthony.
all ends up the same spot where you become the victim.
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to,
Well, I'm going to be substitute teaching at the school district,
well,
but I'm also
Let me turn his mic off. He's got
University of Iowa.
company in the room.
okay. But yeah, there needs to be like if dating is ever going to be a thing again. I told one friend of mine it needs to evolve. It can't go back to anything of the old world. And he said, "Why not?" I said, "Because most men and women wouldn't be able to hack that kind of lifestyle. I mean, there's still a few people out there now, but all these so-called alpha guys, if they really went back to a 1950s, 60s work environment, they couldn't
Right.
handle it.
They
They
couldn't
would
handle it.
they would fail.
Right. Yeah.
The ex-
Most people have no idea. When you're talking about the 50s and 60s, 70s, and maybe the early 80s, and we're talking about a very industrialized work, and it's usually steel mills, trains, wood. Your lumber. You're a lumberjack, or you're on a fishing boat, or something like that. That was very masculine, and even the job shops were hot shops, or you're pounding out metal, you're forging. Most of the forging shops, and we don't do a lot of that anymore in America. Where we do that forging, you have no clue what forging is. Most of these kids, if you ask them, you ever forge? That's like, that's horribly taxing work.
yeah, it really is. I mean, thankfully, we had technology to make things a lot easier. But even with that, you have
Okay,
people that don't even want to learn the skills, even after it's been like reduced to
okay.
basic push of a button. So they overcomplicate that shit too. It's
Yeah, yeah, and I can see their point of view. Everybody wants to work in a lighter than air job now, and that's this expectation of some kind of privilege. And most women want to work in lighter than air jobs. They don't want to work in any kind of situation like Amazon or something like that, which is some of the bigger employers now. Uh, but yeah, that works tacky. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants to be the mayor.
yeah, and that's the crazy part. Like I expect that behavior from women, but it's odd seeing this a generation of men doing this. They talk about
Right.
swag and game and all this other stuff, and peacocking in itself is an act of femininity. And they got mad when I told them that. I understand dressing
Right. It
nice
is.
and all that other stuff, but they go so far overboard that they might as well be women themselves. They're trying to get
Right.
noticed
Yeah.
by a chick when it's supposed to be the other way around. So it's very odd because when I was traveling when I was younger, I've been to places in Eastern Europe and like in islands and all those other places. The men there didn't typically do that. I mean, yeah, they dressed up and everything, looked nice and what, but it wasn't this, oh man, better get her to notice me real quick, better learn A, B, and C. And it wasn't like so much like that. But the further west you go, I hate it because it's like some weird kind of gender role reversal.
Yeah,
And
I can't remember the first PUA. We used to laugh at him all the time because he came on with some Michael Jackson jacket on, and it was just so funny. It was like, you think that, like, we used to have a friend like that. He'd come around and he had the Michael Jackson jacket on and the leather pants and everything, and we were just looking at him like, let me tell you, buddy, that really doesn't work with women.
trying to be a beacon, they
Yeah.
they just flashing, coming around looking like everything every wearing every color of the rainbow, trying to peacock. It's just,
Yeah. Matter of fact, that looks kind of gay.
yeah, they get mad when you tell them that, but it's the truth, man.
Yeah.
And that's why it just kind of surprises me. You got these dudes who, even when you're not dating, they're in competition with you. That's what I've learned. Like, you cannot be dating; they're still in some kind of avid competition to you.
Yeah.
I have had more, and I kid you not, like I have had more of my haters and these so-called PUAs, Ask Nathaniel types. At least Roosh V knew when to back the hell out. But these particular guys, I've had more of my haters talk
No,
about my
I
penis than
don't
any
do much
woman.
with social media. Yeah.
I've had more of these haters talk about my penis more than any woman I've ever met, man. Every time, like, you go in there, they're always talking about, because mgtows have this kind of size dick, they're not doing this. I'm like, wow, we're getting penile recognition because
Penile recognition
of these guys. But we're the rainbows, they're the ones that keep talking about our dicks, and I just think it's funny as hell sometimes. It just goes to show you projection like an MF, man. Just I laugh at it, but this is what I mean. All of this is designed culturally and systematically. The roles of men haven't changed, but the roles of women have been elevated, or whatever word we'd like to use for that. And so I told one of my god kids, and even my cousin, you cannot expect a dude to be a traditional man when you're not a traditional woman, and that doesn't make any sense. I want a guy to do A, B, and C, all this stuff, but cooking is just so beyond you, it's so beneath you, but you want this guy to do all this other stuff. So the expectation of men has only increased to where you have to be Superman and Clark Kent at the same time, or Batman, Bruce Wayne, and nobody wants to do that. It's stupid. It's silly. Why would anyone do that?
Yeah, why would a male want to put himself out there anymore? It's just not worth it, and it's too much work for too much loss, and it's just really hard being a male. If they're wondering where males went, it's like, yeah, you guys killed it.
Yeah, we got tired. That's why I like the Invincible series. When Omni-Man was trying to teach his son Mark, he was going, "Think, Mark, think." That's how I feel when mgtow tries to talk to simps.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what next season on that was. The ending kind of sucked a little.
Yeah, it gets better. I read the comic book a long time ago, but
Yeah.
it gets better. He's gonna, be fighting other, Viltrumites and stuff, and the Viltrumites.
Yeah, there's other Viltrumites out there, and they introduced a few characters, but they never kept with the characters. The one guy that was kind of roaming around the galaxy there, and then he was going to fight him, and he was like, "Well, you're a Viltrumite," and but
yeah, they a lot of underutilized characters in that show. I wish they utilized them a little bit more.
Yeah, they have to get more writers in, and it was a successful first season, so they'll probably have a bigger budget and more writers, and be able to, because now they're going to have to start putting the storyline together, and they're going to have to be correct, because people like me and you watch it, and if the storyline's not right, you go, "Hey, you made a mistake."
Yeah, because the comic book was really, really good. I can only hope that when they make the animated series, they at least try to live up somewhat to they could change a few things, but at least live up to to the hype of the comic.
Yeah, live up to the kind, but it was pretty good. It was one of the better. I didn't like the shortness of it too. It was like short. They should have had a comic should have, man, at least 16 to 24 episodes.
Yeah, that's a fair amount. So
Yeah, they
you
had
finished
eight.
it, huh? The
Yeah,
animated series.
yeah, they had eight, and it was like, well, that's not a series. That's kind of just teasing me. And then,
You know, that last part was so iconic. I mean, that Omni Man is just a straight up mgtow. I mean, he was so iconic. What he was trying to teach his son a lesson,
yeah, and his
and
son don't want to listen. He's like new age.
yeah, I mean, it would have if they had just joined the Empire, it would have made their lives better. They had medicine far behind any human, like what any human accomplished, and he was giving them an actual option. What kind of got me is how I go down the comments section. People are like, "Oh man, Omni Man's a bad dude." Well, I wouldn't even consider him evil. Maybe lawfully good, if anything.
Yeah, he
What he
wasn't
was,
lawfully good, but he was like his best interest was for the best interest of the world.
or you're chaotic good or something like that. Probably yeah, probably a chaotic good in a because
Yeah,
he jumped around between like being like lawfully evil, chaotic evil, and I guess I consider it like a chaotic good, but in the long run, I guess you could say he was kind of utilitarianistic about it. He's okay, yeah, this sucks, but in the long run, it's going to help everybody. And what I didn't like about Mark was Mark had a naivete about him that I mean we've all been there, but he was just so hell bent on like I gotta fight him and that was just like it hit me so hard when his dad told him, "What will you have after 500 years?" It's just it just hit me, man. That it really hit me because that's a mgtow thing. Because even
right.
if
It's a, if you want to, the whole idea kind of translates over to make that. If you want to replace men in this capacity, you better have someone that's strong as men, or
exactly,
your world is going to get destroyed by predators. And this universe has lots of predators.
exactly. I mean, the thing that gets me the most is the way I relate this to mgtow is in a sense that okay, let's say you find a guy that found his Nawalt, he finds his perfect woman or whatever. They have a family, they have kids. That doesn't solve the problem. Their children are still going to have to deal with the
Right.
crap that they dealt with, and they're going off into a society that is going to hate them for being men or railroad them in there for the values that you taught them if you were lucky enough to teach them anything at all.
Right.
And your values aren't going to be honored to any degree. You got a school system and a society teaching them backwards ass values. And so you end up dealing with the same problem indirectly. Even if you're not directly dealing with it, you're still dealing with it indirectly via the kids. So having more children isn't solving anything. Like finding
Right.
that
Having any
Walt
more
isn't solving
children is not solving anything in this world nowadays. So, I mean, we have to fix the system to raise good children, better children, and that doesn't seem to be happening. Prosciutto, yum.
it.
What's Jigsaw? You got a prosciutto sandwich? You ain't sharing?
A man of culture, I see.
Yeah.
We can't get good prosciutto up here. It's like any kind of specialty thing you just can't get up here. It's like sometimes I miss it when living in the inner city. I just go, whatever I wanted was readily available.
We used to make it. My parents used to make it.
Did you make the prosciutto?
Oh yeah, it was unbelievable. It was so good. You get the casing, yeah, you get the sauce, the pork and then sausage, and you just case it and then let it hang.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's so good, man.
If I get the big
spoiled. I didn't realize until I got older how spoiled I was growing up.
Yeah. I used to know a lot of the guys when I was younger. They always had sausage hanging in their attics and shit. And
yeah, and then you would share it. I can say Guinea because I'm Italian, but we used to just share it with each. You share. That's just the way the community is out there. When you grew up, everyone swaps stuff.
Man, I had some horrible. Like I went got I grew up most of my life, I grew up in a Polish village down in Cleveland, and everywhere you looked, there was sausage shops. There was like you can get what are little stogies? They're little beef sticks that was just freaking terrific. I got some out here just the other day, and they were inside of a package. They're wet, and I was like, "Oh, this is horrible."
Yeah.
My buddy was telling me, he was like, you don't like those?" And I picked them up, and I said, "I want some." And he says, "You don't like them because he remembered the last time I bought them." And then he says, "Okay, just buy them." And then I got it home, and I grabbed one. And I was like, "Oh, I remember why I don't like these now." I always have to take them out to the smoker and re-smoke them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just something I should do. I should just make. I bought some. I bought some thin stuff to make those, but I just never did it. And I'm gonna do that one of these days.
Mm. But that JK is living good, man. He's got it dialed up, man.
He's got it dialed up on woo.
Yeah, he's got it dialed up. He knows he's a smart guy.
Yeah, Jason got it going on.
I'm just letting you know, JK, when that train comes around, it's just gonna have like a sign on it that says, "Okay, put the sandwich in the caboose, and anything, any kind of liquor or anything that's gonna make me happy, just put it in the caboose, and it'll be sent to me directly." I don't know. He's gonna probably send me like a piece of paper with a middle finger on it, but thank you for riding on the Wolf train. You know, we treat all our customers greatly, but yeah, I wish I had one of those sandwiches.
Yeah.
But hell, life is good though, man. I'm happy. I'm finally moving. Just gonna get my health in order. Got maybe like one lame little procedure to have, and then just get myself in decent shape to leave because this place is gonna turn into it's a shit show. It's gonna turn to the city, and I'm thinking about just leaving the woods and going straight to the mountains or something, or any place where it rains a lot. That way, I don't have to. I can just get stuff that's acclimated to the weather and
Yeah, you
just live that way.
get water, and you got water, and you can make your own electric, and there's ways to do it nowadays. And I wish I would have thought about this portion of my life earlier, so I could just bug out and just go somewhere.
Manoa. Go to Manoa, New York. It's like a town nobody knows about. It's like a secret. It's like a secret. Like up in central New York.
Okay.
It's called Manoa. Manoa. M-I-N-O-A.
Okay. Manoa.
Like the housing's real affordable. You're near all the parks. You got, if you want to bet a game, you got a little sports book that could nice. They got 2 casinos close by if you want to bet, a couple games, but the main thing is the nature, and then the community is really like everyone's like looking after each other. It's like one of those really unique communities, and you're only like 10 minute drive to a Walmart if you need to get stuff. So it's got a lot. It's got a lot going for it. It's like
really ain't too bad, man. I got to drive on my bike. It's like 17 miles to go to the Walmart.
Yeah. It's the whole area, Central New York. Central New York is like the people that don't know that area. It's like just incredible. Like just DeWitt, Fayetteville, Manulus. It's just because the cold weather. The cold weather keeps the idiots out, and then you got a major university there, Syracuse University. You got the parks. You got affordable housing. You got no traffic, pretty much. You got. And if people are not transient in that area, so you have people that respect their community. So I think those are the places to really shoot for, right? I mean,
yeah, a little town that's well put together that has a lot going for it, and the people are respectful. Yeah.
I noticed a difference right away, and I was lucky. I spent those 3 because I went to school up there. I was there for 2 years. This is like 20 years ago. Then I left. And then I was back for 3, and then I realized, wow, I saw the difference between, living in a bigger city and living there. And now I appreciate it even more, the smaller town. Because Syracuse is like pretty small, the whole central.
Yeah, Syracuse is not bad. I like Syracuse.
Yeah.
It's bigger than this town.
Yeah. And I fit in, being Italian, I fit in. Everyone, it seemed like half of the community. There's Italians out there, so I just fit in there, better. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. I mean, time flies, doesn't it? It's like before you know it, it's like you said, the absurdity of life, right? Like Camus, like it's like I think I heard one of your videos. You're talking about like you spend your whole life trying to figure out the best way to live, and then before you know, you're 80 years old, and you got things down pretty well, and I'm freaking 85 years old though.
Yeah, I finally figured this thing out. Now I'm going to die. It's like, shit, that ain't fair. But that's a Camus said. Life's absurd. A whole lifetime of learning, and then when you die, that's gone.
Oh man, it really is funny, man. It really is.
The universe is absurd.
Totally absurd.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for, so I can get old and look like a raisin and have some kid come up to me and go, hey, you were born around such and such. Yeah. Well, what happened with women? Oh, yeah, women's rights. Greatest joke ever told. Let me tell you about that.
Yeah, son. I'll tell you a story of horror and intrigue. Yeah. We were the frontliners. They called us mgtows.
Twas the worst of times. Twas the hashtag me too of times.
Yeah. The greatest thing about getting old is you can just say shit.
It's true.
Yeah.
My 76-year-old buddy, I used to walk with it. He used to talk shit like we were walking in the bike.
My buddy does that all the time. He's like 74. It will just be, I feel embarrassed sometimes by it, but he'll go. He's like walking. He'll be like, "Look at that hot piece of ass!" Or is that? He'll shove me and go, "Is that one of those panners they were talking about? Those in between boys?" He just don't care. He just says it, and he's got a hearing problem, so he says it loud.
Yeah. I said that to him. I go, "You can get away with it." I didn't tell him why, because of his age, but he knew what I meant. But he'd be like, there'll be like someone older than him walking. He goes, "Look at this old broad walking."
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's something else. This guy.
Yeah, old people, they can get away with it. They can steal shit in stores too. Oh, I forgot about that in my pocket. I'm sorry, I'll pay for it. I'm old. They can't put me in jail. You just steal shit all day.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh.
Nah. Go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say, I got my cement joke from one of my uncles. He didn't directly make the cement joke. I came up with it, but when he one time I was hanging out with my cousin, me and my uncle were fishing. He was one of my oldest uncles. I asked him about women. I must have been older, like maybe 11 or something. And this came like before I even knew what mgtow was. I mean, this came from a married dude. He's like, whatever you do, don't get married. It may seem like a good idea, but eventually you'll just grow so much resentment to the point where you just tolerate its existence. And then, his wife comes by and she got all mad about it. It's like, what? I made a bad choice and I'm sticking to it. What else do you want from me? I mean, at the very least, when you croak, I'm going to do the right thing. And this is where I got my cement joke from. Because he said, when you croak, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to have everything. Because he said she's going to come back and like take him with her. He's like, don't worry, I'm ready for that. I got the garlic, the wooden stake, the silver bullets. I'm ready. I'll be ready when that day comes. Covering all bases.
Oh man,
that's his thing, But that's so they knew. Even in the past, knew it was a bum fucking deal. But it's the truth. The truth about it is the only reason men in the past got married or dated that is just for securing pussy. That was it.
Yeah. For security, and I was like,
yeah.
Now it makes very little sense to do it now, and there's other ways. And everybody always argues with me about the other ways to do it. I mean, you got my personal favorite is 200 miles and a fake ID, and
yeah,
And you got, you can adopt a child, you can surrogate a child, and you can buy a surrogate for a reasonable amount of money. Most men can afford it nowadays. And I mean, I was looking at that little boy in the news, the 12-year-old that got in a gunfight. His face was there, and I said, "Give me that little boy. I'll make him into a man. I'll make him into a fine, respectable member of society." But
Yeah.
they'll still put him with a baby mama or some family, and then she'll fuck his life up, and then they'll never let him forget what he did.
You don't like the idea of a rental car in the red light district?
A what?
a rental car and a good red light district.
A rental car and a good red light district? Yeah, you could do that. It was 20 minutes later, you're out with what you want.
Tinted windows too. Yeah.
A tinted window. You gotta have tinted windows, or
SUV, preferable SUV.
Yeah.
But even that's dangerous.
Yeah, even that's dangerous.
Yeah, it's to the point
risk involved with everything, and
forget it. They're everywhere, man. Police are everywhere. Women are crazy.
I do
my younger days. There was
package.
one. Yeah, I used to pull that shit when I was in my 20s. Like, one chick had like a switchblade in her back of her, back pocket, and I'm like, what am I gonna do with this crazy broad? I gotta get her out of here.
Yeah,
get out of my car. It's like. But that was younger, wild days, and bad mentorship, I guess.
Yeah. No one ever, these strippers will steal your wallet.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Stripper stories, yeah. Stripper. I think is it true that every man has a stripper story? They have to.
Yeah. Just about every dude I know has a messed up stripper story. That's one of the reasons. I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
Go ahead.
I was going to say this is why I learned earlier on in my mid-20s, don't go to gentleman clubs, don't go to strip clubs, because these bitches will fleece you bad, man. They'll get you like drunk, and you wind up, just losing all your shit. It happened once to my friend, and man, and I'm happy I lucked out, because I was with some chick and almost escalated into something else, but I saw my friend kind of jumped up, scared me because he was missing his wallet, and I checked for my wallet, and he's like, "Dude, what the hell is that for?" I was like, "I was just making sure mine was there." He's like, "Yeah, but it doesn't solve my problem." I'm like, "Yeah, but it kind of solves mine." And he's like, "Fuck you, man." I was like, "I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you lost your wallet. I'm happy I didn't lose mine," and I was happy that happened, because if he didn't lose his wallet and that escalated with me and the other chick, I probably had to clap, man. That bitch had to clap. So
there's so many things that can go wrong in those situations.
I heard that through the grapevine, that she gave some dude the clap or something. So I just nearly dodged that, and so never again.
Yeah, just stay away. Hopefully, younger people listen to us. We learn through our own, mistake. I mean, I got this bump on my forehead after I got whacked in the head by some pimp. This is in my 20s, and I got to live with this little bump on my forehead. It's like, and believe me, it could have been a lot worse. He's lucky I walked away, right? It could have been a lot worse, where I could have got arrested or whatever, right? But I let it go. I kind of de-escalated it and let it go. But I got to live with this little bump on my head, and that was 20 years ago. But that was when I was, I wasn't as mature as I am now. Hopefully, I learned from that, and I have learned from that. But yeah, these are things that are going to happen to you. So hopefully, you avoid them entirely.
Yeah. Just live the Midwest lifestyle and do risk aversion. And
I know. Well, you know what it is too. These young college kids, because I was 18 when I started in college, and there's just so much. Back then it was different. Like in the early 90s, there were tons of opportunities, right, to just mess up your life, getting women pregnant, because it was just different. It was just AIDS. The AIDS thing started coming around, I think, in the late 80s, early 90s, a little bit. So you were kind of a little bit afraid of that, but that's a dangerous place to be when you're a young college student and you got all these women, coming at you, and all it takes is one bad decision, getting pregnant or whatever, and or even worse, you get accused of rape, or
Yeah,
You know, but
I don't
you
even
can't put
think
yourself in those positions where you're in the same room with them and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I said I don't even think by the time I die, I probably haven't seen the worst of it yet. I know there's going to come out with some incurable gonorrhea, syphilis, corvid strain.
You mean where the green pus comes out of your urine
Yeah,
or
just
something?
your whole body just turns into green pus and you die. It's like it's,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
I think they think that's going to be the last thing I see in my life is some just horrible disease that okay, now this is what a real pandemic's about.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what I was afraid of when I was in early 90s in college was AIDS, right? And but then you realize, like, if you do a little more research, that's kind of just a smoke screen type. I mean, it's controversial for me to say that, but I think it's evidence kind of points to it. I mean, look at unless you have a Magic Johnson bet or something. I mean, but
yeah, you know what the cure for AIDS is. $360,000 on a bet. You sleep in money, and then you just
yeah. So I don't know what the intention of that was, the government to roll that out, but anyway, that I just remember really being scared of unprotected sex. In a lot of ways, that was a good thing, is I didn't get anybody pregnant. So
yeah,
True.
but if you're poor like us, you're gonna die.
Yeah, that's Magic Johnson. He's a king. He got healthier.
Yeah.
You really see how big you see Magic? Like he looks like a professional wrestler or something. Yeah, he's huge.
Yes.
He's built. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. You got money, you can freaking cure anything. That's why I've noticed all these rich people, they're moving out of these Western places, going straight up into Switzerland and buying up all these damn properties and stuff like that. Like, wow, they really capitalize on that. I mean, simpism ought to be a freaking STD or something, man, or a VD. I'll just walk around telling him I caught mass simpism, and then I just run by, Joey over here and just take out $1 and to, like, look at this girl and try to aim it at her. I just can't even stop myself. The simpism. Can't stop myself.
It's funny that simpism, it's a real thing, and it's a bacterial infection in you. Actually, I talked about a paracesis and of that, and it's easily cured with penicillin, just the same as most diseases.
Yeah,
penicillin, and don't contact yourself, and the simpism will go away, and you'll start acting like a regular person again.
Man. Well, 64, and when you have a 64, you've seen older simps than 64, but that is really depressing. He is a depressing guy, and here's a guy that stands to inherit like a lot of money, and he's already got like his own little stash, but he's going to get bigger stash, and it's like I just hope it doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't happen where worse. I hope it doesn't get taken advantage of financially, but worse, that if something happens to him physically. And that's kind of the angle I've been playing with him. Is like, hey, I'm concerned about your physical safety, which I am. I'm not bullshitting him. But let's just hope she doesn't go there with that, right? Because they'll get away with it. See it all the time, right? They get away with it. They'll hire somebody to whatever.
Yeah, that's like one of those things I should market. Like it's like Black Wolf was saying, we just got to market things towards them and anti-simp pills.
Yeah, get your balls back.
Yeah, get your balls back, buddy.
God, it's
make some irritating YouTube commercials. The soap salesman guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I might just do that someday. If you guys ever see me like on a version of an Old Spice commercial, I'm gonna call it Wolf Spice, and I'm just gonna get on the stage and just be like, I remember being a simp. My balls would just shrink back up into me every time a woman talked. With Wolf Spice, it changes all of that.
Wolf Spice. It's true too. That's the hard part about this is when I talked about paracesis and they took my video down and everything and made sure no one heard about it. It's like, no, it's very true. It's biologically correct, and you can't cure it. You just have to stop exposing yourself to the bacteria and take some penicillin, or you could take wormwood and walnut oil for a month and a half, 2 months, probably 6 weeks, I would suggest.
Yeah.
And just go to the woods and just hang around in the woods away from people for a while, and you'll notice your whole life change in front of you in those 6 weeks to 3 months, and you'll just your intelligence goes up. You start noticing things that are happening around you more, and you feel clearer.
Mm-hmm.
And what could be better than that? That's my first. I did it by accident the first time. I was like, okay, I'm going to go abstinent, and then I started taking wormwood and walnut oil, and just on some health kick thing, and then it's like I was like, I don't want this ever. I don't want this feeling ever to go away now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I feel so much better. I'm not. I'm just. I de-estrogenated myself, and it's just a whole new feeling that I wasn't familiar with, and I was like, I walk out of the house and I'd look at the tree in the front yard and it just looked differently. It was like, that's really beautiful. It's like, I never noticed that before. Everything was clear and there was no over emotion or just there's no hormonal imbalance in me, and everything was crystal clear. And that was all by accident. And then I started talking to a few other guys about it. And this was early in the MGTOW years, like around 2000. And they just, yeah, there's something to this, that the bacteria gets in you, and they carry 3 times more bacteria, and it dulls you down, and it makes you to a simp.
Yeah. That makes sense that you see guys that we've known as simps, like when we were younger, like say in our 20s or teen, whatever, 20s, 30s, and they haven't matured, right? They haven't matured, right? As they get into the 40s, 50s, 60s. That's right, because they're still simping. They're still around that estrogen.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what else happened? I grew a beard within like 4 months.
Yeah. I can't get it as thick as yours, but it only takes me a good.
After I got all the estrogen out of my system and started testosteroning up and reduced all the female bacterias in my body and started clearing up, the beard fucking just went.
Yeah. It might take me about 2 or 3. Well, maybe about 2 months, 2 or 3 months to get to where you're at with your. But I can grow a nice beard in about 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
All I got is the mustache and goatee. I had to shave some off because I had like ingrown hairs and whatnot. But man,
the porn stash.
Yeah, I got the mustache stash.
Schneidley, what's his name? With the
Brawly fingers.
He twisted his mustache up. My brother can grow one of those, and I've never been able to grow one that I could twist the mustache up with mustache wax.
Yeah, I used to do the handlebar thing at one point a long time ago. My mustache can do that because for whatever reason, the hair on my face is way finer than the hair on my head. So it's pretty.
I envy him so much. He come around one day, and my brothers were going through this, like what kind of new thing they were going to put on their face. One had a pork chop, one had the thing in the middle, and then he comes around and he just made us all like, he just put us all to shame. He had the Snidely whiplash going out this far. I was like, oh, that's just, you can't compete with that.
Yeah, don't compete with that. But man,
the dick guy in How the West Was Won, and then he sings the mustache song. He's right. You can't compete with that mustache.
It's too difficult. But yeah, I had the Dudley from Street Fighter thing going on at that kind of look. I was doing that for like a hot minute. But man, I hate I shaved that mustache, but I grew it back that and the goatee and everything. So I got that going on. Because I didn't want to get rid of the mustache. I just like it too much because it pisses women off.
Funny sometimes. They got names for him now, and my favorite is remember back in Donna Summers and Giorgio Maduro. He had the Giorgio Maduro's porn stash. It's like great. Look it up, Donna Summers and Giorgio Maduro. Look what he looked like. It was like he's sitting there like what was that porn star that had the big stash? It's like
Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, Ron Jeremy. He looked just like Ron Jeremy. And he had that 80s clothing on. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's.
My buddy used to live in the same building as Ron Jeremy. And
Really? Yeah.
I didn't believe him. And then all of a sudden, I hear this voice, and it's Ron Jeremy. He was like in the next apartment or something. And I could hear his voice, and he's like, hey. He's like, the guy was a freaking weirdo, man. He's kind of a weird dude. And,
yeah.
He's a nice guy. My buddy liked him. He actually got along with him. And he lived right in Hollywood, right in Franklin Avenue, or Franklin Street or something like that.
Okay.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to get a mgtow porn stash contest going. I'll find a prize to give away, and then we're gonna present your porn stash. Who can grow the best porn stash in mgtow? That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Well, Hoka would be the. He'd be
Hoka. Did you see Hoka's beard? He grew that in like 4 months. It was just like.
Yeah. He won all the awards. Hoka would win all the awards. They'd have like an award named after him, the Steve Hoka Award.
This is the Steve Boy. Yeah, he did grow a beard. It was a great beard too. He had, and then he shaved it off. He come back. He was just vegetating on a lounge chair like I got here, and he had a little belly, and he had disappeared for like a year, and he had a big beard.
Yeah, he used to do videos from his couch or something.
Yeah, I thought, oh, geez, how's Hoka? Hoka let himself go, and it's like, it was like so funny, that beard. And then he cut the beard off. I was like, never cut the beard off once you have it.
He still wants to meet with you at the Steak and Shake.
Yeah, he's gonna jump me outside the Steak and Shake. I was there the other day. I sent you that video. I was like, okay, I'm here now. I don't see Hoka anywhere. I went up there. I drove all the way to the next city, and I got to go over a couple of highways, which scares the hell out of me. It was like I was going to GFC Foods because I was looking for something that I couldn't buy around here, and then I got there and I forgot what I went for, and then there was a Steak and Shake there, and I was like, yeah, I might as well go get something to eat in the Steak and Shake. And then I thought, oh man, Hoka's going to be here and he's just going to jump off the roof on top of me.
Yeah.
That big deer hunting hat.
Black Wolf know Steve Hoka? Does he know Hoka?
What's that?
The Black Wolf, do you know who Steve Hoka is?
I don't know if Black Wolf was around when the big Hoka.
The Hulk as in
I know of Steve Hoka. He's a leader of
TFLer T Hoka.
Yeah.
And then there's
Steven, the Honolulu, the guy from Honolulu.
No.
Okay,
him and Bill Greathouse are.
Yeah, there was Bill Greathouse, and he was in that the original Incel Club there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, man. That was a while back.
Well, Hoka used to do streams. He used to do streams with Joe, right?
Yeah, Hoka used to come on once in a while. And there was Roller Steve back in the day. He had 30,000 fans. That's Roller Steve, and then he was a marathon runner. And he did away with that channel and started doing TFL. I never understood that decision.
I think he was just frustrated because he didn't have this. As I was talking to Johnny about it one time, I go, "What's the deal with Hoka?" He says, "Well, he's looking for a Playboy supermodel or something."
Yeah, his expectation of what he's going to get is way over the top, and he's not a bad-looking guy, and he's healthy. He runs marathons. Obviously, he's healthy. That's like most women would find him a suitable mating option.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, that's for sure. He's not a bad guy. He's a nice guy, actually. He's a nice guy. He's just delusional when it comes to women.
He says everybody in MGTOW and is just incels.
Right.
It's like
exactly.
Yeah, I guess I haven't met him, but yeah.
Yeah, no, everybody in MGTOW is by cause.
Yeah.
There's some little MGTOW maker out there that influenced his life where he just stepped back and went, oh, no more.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You know the kicker about all this is I've had people get mad and say, "Oh, mgtow is just scared to talk to women." And all this stuff. Like, no, it's not a fear. We just realize it doesn't work, and I've given these idiots possible solutions. Well, if I want to date and da 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 da. I said, okay, well, buy a passport and find a place you can do that. As far as doing that in the West, that's a pretty done fucking deal, and they don't like it when I tell them, no, we could change them, and I mean, they don't even hear themselves. Last person that told me that, I was like, you can change women. Hey guys, this guy figured out how to change women. Better,
He's
or
gonna
patent
change
that real
women.
quick.
Yeah.
Or
How do you do
change the women.
that? Is that like a psychic DNA rearrangement? The Jedi mind DNA rearrangement. I mean, they don't even realize what they're saying when they say stuff like that. It's like you're gonna change that. That's a million years of evolution. You're in
Right.
PUA is just gonna be like the Jedi mind trick's gonna change that. No.
Every time they go on their little bit, I just start talking like Jar Jar. Like, Misa, no, he crazy. He no change women.
Yeah, Jar Jar. Yeah, that's an interesting character there. When is the next? That's coming out. That was supposed to come out this year, but they pumped it back to like it's December or something. The new Star Trek, or not Star Trek, Star Wars.
You mean the new one coming out? They did say something about that. They're making some other new Star Wars. Yeah, they kind of ruined a lot of it with the whole Kylo Ren and the Rey being
Yeah,
Mary Sue and all that junk.
yeah. They gave the characters too much dialogue and drama. And then James Bond is coming out, but that's MGM and Amazon just bought. So I'm hoping that James Bond goes straight to Amazon.
That'd be even better. Especially
Yeah,
those listening to this. If you got Amazon Prime and you're donating to the thing in place, like, man, I would get it.
yeah, I would get it too because they just bought all those MGM stuff. So there's going to be a million things that are come straight to Prime now.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be pretty awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Jesus, when you look at the MGM collection from the 1930s or 20s to what they have, there's just a million good ideas for movies in there.
Yeah, because I
I like to see them
want.
start remaking some of those 40s and 30 classics.
Yeah,
Not to
because I
butcher.
want. Yeah, they could recolor. They could stand to recolor some of those old movies. Not to mention, I personally just want Netflix to go out of business.
Yeah, yeah. I think they could like make them in a like that Neor theme, but with new. You can like what is it, Sin City kind of style up in Neor where they just stick red in there.
That would be really cool.
Yeah,
Cause
every time somebody gets shot, it's like red. It's like it's like black and white, but
yeah, because they need some. Netflix needs some level of competition. Even if they take a hit, then I'm okay. Like even if it's a slight one, I can live with that.
yeah, yeah. You never know what Amazon's going to do. They got it all. But I was glad to see that they kind of did that because Metro Gold Myers was just failing so much. And Sony's failing too. Sony just sold too, didn't they?
Oh yeah, Rick.
I
Yeah,
can't
Yeah, I
remember
don't
who.
know. That company was in trouble about 10 years ago, and they.
Yeah. Well, they betrayed men. That's when they went and got themselves in trouble. And then men stopped watching Sony movies.
Oh, okay. What happened there? I didn't know about that. I know their stock was way down. I was looking at their stock when it was
Yeah.
around.
Their
I want to
stock's
say
way down.
$12.
What movie did they make where it was like the MGTOWs were all over it and the MRAs? Ghostbusters. They ruined Ghostbusters.
Oh, okay.
And then they ruined,
Yeah.
before that, they had ruined something else, Star Wars or something like that. I think it was Star Wars. Sony makes Star Wars, don't they? And it's just their stock just started. It's like, oh, yeah, way to go! Like,
Yeah.
just kill your audience, you know.
It was a $12 stock.
that?
Yeah. 2012. I'm looking at it now. I was looking at it when it was like $12. I'm like, man, should I buy this? Because I really like the brand. And then it went all the way up to like 100 something. Now it's $100.
And not to mention Disney was doing some crazy stuff too. Disney owns a lot of shit as well. Just can't even use their damn
Who's
content.
JMO 1000? JMO 1000 wants to join the stream, but I have no idea who it is.
Could be Claire's brother. I don't know. I don't know him either. Yeah, roll the dice, take a shot. We're again.
I have no idea how to get him the link without having him on my my Hangouts. If you got a Hangout link,
you can't post it in the chat, the YouTube chat.
Probably could post in the chat. We're at 225. We might want to see what this is about.
Yeah, it's up to you. I say you let him in. I don't know. See what he's got to say.
Okay. I can post a link in the chat.
See, maybe he's hurt and he needs someone to talk to. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's a mgtow and just wants to chat. Let me copy clip to clip.
Yeah.
Let me put the link in the chat. This is always dangerous to do, you know that.
We could get Luigi part 2.
Yeah. Because that's always going to go off.
Luigi's maybe just an immature guy. I don't know. I mean.
Okay, there it is.
Let's see if he comes in. Could be Claire's long lost twin.
Okay. Yeah, we got to be real vigilant with that. I have no idea how to kick somebody out. Hello, JMO.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. We're just chatting, mgtow chat, and bullshit.
Yeah, thanks for having me in the stream. No, this is not Luigi. I've heard of that guy. Like I hear his name so often, and it's never anything good that comes.
There's never anything good about Luigi.
Yeah, I don't know the guy, but I hear his name often, and
what was the last guy we let in? He went off on me about. So we got to be careful. He's just like.
Right. Well, I have a question. And this for all of you guys on the panel.
Yeah.
What do you think about the current state of mgtow? Like this current state of mgtow? Like what's your opinion?
Yeah, you want me to go first, or you want to go first? I'll go first. I've noticed that the demographic of mgtow, we were at an all-time high, like as far as 2-3 years ago, and it's been going down since. And there's been entryism by political parties, and we get a lot of entryism by political parties and PUAs and MRAs that want to make mgtow into MRA. So that's been slowly dissolving mgtow down to a point. I think that mgtow is pretty mainstream now and everything, but being mainstream maybe has diluted it a little bit, and the original message of mgtow has got diluted down a little bit, and that's my opinion.
It's usually a lot of it's the fake mgtow and the damn fucking PUAs and all, and sometimes even some of the teen ones. And by the way, JMO, good to have you on. And I've dealt with that. That's why I had to stop dropping the link in my damn streams, because people came up there and started messing with me and threatening me. They don't send me the threatening message in my on my videos anymore. Instead, they email me now, thinking that I can't still pull that up like the idiots they are. But they send me these whole little paragraphs and everything. So I think mgtow going mainstream was good, and at the same time kind of bad, because now everyone's talking about it, and they're going to people who've been here for a while like us and telling us what it's about like we don't know, or
right,
some
like
shit.
We don't know what it's about. Yeah,
it's pretty insane that they do that.
A lot of our language went mainstream too. Our IDs and our language, you can see, the incel thing and the simp, and they hijacked a lot of our language, but they don't use it correctly. There's an incommensurability problem in their uses. Who is it just went off and called somebody like incels or something? I can't remember. It was some maybe
mgtow guy that was doing it.
No, it was a major personality somewhere. Just went off, and but he used the language wrongly, and we have a lot of entryism from incel. Incel is not mgtow. It's not synonymous with it, but they try to make it synonymous with mgtow, and it's just it's they screwed up the ideology on it. So, what's your thoughts, Joey?
I mean, it's definitely more MGTOW light. I mean, I think that's it's not like, remember. I mean, you remember how much of a prick I used to be? I mean, when I first got in here, I mean, I was a real, I kind of been, matured a lot over the last 10 years, but I think I don't know. I think this MGTOW light thing is not the way to do it. I mean, you have to kind of be very confident in your beliefs and stick with them, because to me, this is like the best quality of life.
Yeah. When was the last time you heard like actual videos about not getting married? And that was that was number one in MGTOW. Is like, you don't get married, you don't cohabitate. Dating's really, there's risk aversion that you have to pay attention in dating and stuff like that. And those messages don't seem to be clear anymore.
Yeah, it's the MGTOW light message, like, and that's not what MGTOW is. MGTOW is, we're really not going to compromise with simps or PUAs or women. We're not. I mean, we're flexible. We're not going to be assholes. We're going to try to be positive influences in the community. I think that's the goal, is to be someone who's a positive influence in the community ultimately. And then, but at the same to get to that point, you have to really be strong in your beliefs and not let people sway you into a destructive lifestyle. Yeah, which is, to me, it's a destructive lifestyle when you're around PUAs and simps and these types of people. So
right, like I said, being that full MGTOW, you realize that the default sexuality of most males is asexuality. We don't think about them things when we're fixing a car. We don't think about those things when we're at work. We don't think about things when we're not supposed to be thinking about those things. And the rest of MGTOW is being apologetic for thinking about them things. And it's like, no, MGTOW doesn't do that. It's like, we're in this default position where we're not thinking about those things. We're thinking about, how can I make my life better? How can I be more of a man? How can I influence my community in a more positive way? How can I become more successful? Those things, everything for you. And then slowly this PUA creepiness kind of like crept in. So what do you think, JMO? What do you think, MGTOW? I don't know how long you've been about it, how long you've been monitoring MGTOW or been around MGTOW.
Me, in my opinion, I like most of you, I also think that the message has been lost and watered down. It's not, more so it's been infiltrated. It's been hijacked by dating coaches, by facts. Like, and that's my opinion. Like, it's the MGTOW movement has definitely been hijacked.
Yeah, MGTOW is for people that want to practice being MGTOW. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing immoral about MGTOW. There's nothing. It's just that you want to, if you come in and you want to take a break from dating and clean your body up, get rid of all that estrogen and bacteria that's flowing around in there, MGTOW is the place for you, and it's a good positive thing.
Right. And sorry to interrupt. I wanted to say that there's a lot of division going on in the MGTOW community as well. A lot of men in the MGTOW community is looking for that hierarchy.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about the brotherhood anymore. They're trying to be on this. They're trying to be the leader of MGTOW and things like that. You got. And everybody is pretty much divided amongst men. We're supposed to be one brotherhood, but you got this MGTOW brother talking about this MGTOW brother, and people trying to dox and expose each other. And it's like, what are you guys doing? I had to back away from MGTOW for a moment because there was just so much going on with the community. It's like,
it's hard around here, doesn't it? I've been attacked. I've been around so long. I've been attacked by really, really big YouTubers and about my idea of MGTOW. And my idea should be, it's my personal idea about, and I don't think I'm wrong about a lot of things, but they do a lot more research than most people do. And it's just my personal opinion and everything, and I'm allowed to have that. And that's the way MGTOW used to be. But when your personal opinion so veers from the MGTOW ideas, you're no longer a MGTOW.
Yeah. Not to mention anybody can use our tags. I mean, because we don't have an HQ or leaders, I mean, which we shouldn't have
Right.
anyway. There are people that use our tags. I mean, JM, I had I know everyone's tired of me mentioning this shit, but I really hate Ass Nathaniel. That dude's a sneaky SOB. Brings me up on there, pulls up a Wikipedia of what MGTOW is, because he sent his little female co-host to do research, and he's going to ask me what it is and then tell me what it is at the same time. And his buddy, Mr. Research, asked me, do I even know what the word simp means? And so I asked him, no, tell me what it means. He goes, oh, that word means simpleton. It came from pimp. So I was like, no, actually, that's our lingo, and you're jacking it to use it for another thing. I mean, they were telling, oh, you're a new group.
There's
You
an
hate women.
incrementability problem with what they think simp was. Simp was made up by, I can't remember his name. He was he just got make one of the original MGTOWs. He's walked through a parking garage, and he said simping ain't easy, and to pimping ain't easy, it's simping. And this was a pathetic male that was down on his knees, and that's what a simp is. It's not it has nothing to do with your intelligence. It's simple. It's not simpleton, it's simp.
Mr. Research was trying to say that it came from pimps, and it was a pimp term to refer to simpleton. And so they'll take our lingo, make up some arbitrary crap, act like we're a new group or whatever. And so it's a setup. Don't ever go to the PUA or anyone that uses like MGTOW tags. Make sure they're a confirmed MGTOW, because there's a lot of fakers and weirdos. Because I met two other MGTOW on that dude's stream, some Albert guy, another guy, and we were talking, and dude doesn't pay attention, says he didn't learn, like Nate doesn't pay attention, say he didn't learn anything. And so he gets mad, blames me for what other MGTOW, did. Deliberately admits to wasting 7 hours of my time, which is what pissed me off, and he tried to discredit me. And so I've been fighting his little stupid channel, because he made a group called Boss Up Man Up BUMU, primarily because of MGTOW, and I guess me and a handful of other people. So every time I see one of those BUMU guys, I make fun of them. But this is the kind of shit that they do. That's a long story that I made very short, but this is the kind of thing that they do. And his little subscribers have been hating me for a couple months now. They come to my channel, try to drop little porn links and get me flagged and all this other stuff, because I went to confront him about that. Guy calls me a coward, doesn't drop the link, and then blocked me after giving me all the threats. I'm somehow a coward and dangerous at the same time when I went over there to approach him. So this is the kind of cowardly shit people do, and he's not the only one, man. We've had a lot of people on the outside do this, and even guys within MGTOW trying to go, well, I'm more MGTOW, I'm more of a monk or whatever. And the last guy that pulled that with me, I said, damn. Why don't we all just whip it out, see who's the smallest and who you can piss the farthest? Because that's pretty much what this competition is at this point when guys do that. MGTOW is a philosophy, and to the people in the comment section, it's a philosophy. We are not a movement. I get so pissed off when people keep trying to make that claim. We have no HQ. We have no leaders. And when people compare us to feminists, I laugh. Feminists get government backing, and they receive donations. They do have leaders. We're just a bunch of guys with recording devices, and yet somehow we're the most dangerous men on the planet. It's like, I love being a MGTOW, because it's like being a rock star. And I said this to my own channel. It's like being a freaking rock star. Everybody wants to be you, but nobody wants to be you when the lights come on.
Yeah.
And can I ask this question to the panel, if you guys don't mind? I'm sorry. I want to ask each of you guys, like, when and how and why did you become MGTOW to begin with?
Okay.
I mean, for me, it was when I think it was almost like a 5 to 10 year period almost, and but I just noticed I had a lot of friends that got women pregnant, like when they were in their late teens, early 20s, and then I looked at their lives, and they were just almost just decimated. They had no enthusiasm for life. They were just under stress all the time, and then my own experiences too, just always having to be like a just losing my manhood around women, always having to give in. But I didn't really give in a lot personally. So I was kind of like, I had that mgtow attitude, even though I didn't understand what mgtow was. And then ultimately what it came down to for me was what stuff Joe talked about, like harm reduction. And then another thing is having the best quality of life for myself. And then being an independent thinker that's not going to just do what everyone else wants me to do. I'm going to live my life independently, and what's going to give me the best quality of life and enjoyment. Yeah, and freedom, ultimately freedom, right? So
Right.
all those things combined.
For me, it was ironically enough, it's not even a bad relationship that kind of started. A good relationship where everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and yeah, after that, and she kicked the bucket, went out and tried dating again, and then realized, oh shit, really changed. So, yeah, the modern women weren't like, I guess I got lucky with the first air quote in the wall, but all the rest of them I dated just got progressively worse. And after having weird and messed up and damn near violent experiences with a lot of other women out there, I was just done. And mind you, not all of them were rural bitches. Some of them were city women, and I don't care what happens. If I get knocked out in a coma and I lose all my memories, I'm never messing with another city woman ever again. That's a volatile experience right there, like throwing shit at people, getting up in people's faces, and yeah, that ain't never happening again. That left a raving number on me. So I didn't take the red pill. I took the black pill.
Yeah.
First time around, then I had to come around to the red pill. So I skipped a couple of steps because in my rage.
Yeah.
And I came around to it.
Yeah. My story is, most of my life I was a married guy, and 16 years of my life I was a married guy. Right around 2000, 1998 it was. I noticed Angry Harry on BBC Radio, and I became a mgtow. Then I became a men's right activist, and during that process came the attempted murder and the divorce and all the things they were talking about. And then somewhere around 2004, Paco started the first mgtow group, and we started talking about why this thing was happening. And I guess I was hooked. mgtow was it after that. And that was it. It was a long by cause. I always say the best answer to why you're a mgtow is because. And when they say because, and yeah, because means by cause. It's like a lot of horrible experiences. And I tried dating during a lot of my early MRA years, and it just never worked out. And I noticed women were changing. The baby mama thing was growing, and that's all you could look forward to is some woman that's had a child with 5 other guys, and wasn't worth it. There was nothing left of what was the idea. The idea was so broken, and the idea that the divorce court was broken, the family court systems was broken, and it grew from there. And I mean, by 2008, I was a bona fide mgtow, and that was probably the last time I ever went on a date with a woman. After that, then I was broke, busted. I had to go through that whole thing, and man, there was nothing left. And after that, after I became that full-fledged mgtow, that was not dating, was not doing those things, was looking forward, my life got so much better in 5 years. There was a change, a noticeable change in how I perceived business, how I perceived, how I perceived my happiness, and that was a happiness that transcended time too. It still goes on to this day.
This is what I always say. MGTOW saves lives, man. Because hell, I almost kicked a freaking bucket like at least 2 times, and so it's just without MGTOW. I mean, I like the group dynamic, and what makes me angry when in reference to the PUAs is that they always say that they're helping men. Like, where were all these so-called helpful pricks when we were going through the crap? I mean, they sold relationships, but they sure as hell weren't trying to help anybody when they went south or something
Right.
went wrong. So that's why I'm angry at them. I had one dude call mgtow a weakness, and some Mike TR dude was like, "Oh, mgtow's a weakness." So what? He got offended because I jokingly said, "I'm trying to win him over." It was a joke. Everybody knew it, but he called it a weakness, and that kind of pissed me off because a weakness is doing the same thing over and over, expecting, different results. In fact, that's
Yeah.
the very definition of insanity.
Yeah, any book I read, anything back and before the actual any book I read, any advice I was getting from my males was get back on the horse and just get yourself a good woman. And that was such a lie.
Right.
Or you're
But
gay. If you don't do that, you're gay.
Oh yeah, that's their other favorite thing too. Man, I've been called a rainbow so many freaking times. I started telling people I identify as a super straight anime character or a Pomeranian. Just start identifying as crazy stuff. Last woman that got mad because I rejected her in the store. She's like, "What, are you gay?" And I
Yeah.
said, "Did you just assume my orientation?" And she got all mad because I told her to respect my vagina.
Yeah.
Res-
Yeah.
Hating me
No,
is
that's
like
not
hating
just
all
about
women.
being indifferent to that whole thing, and that's what I am. I'm indifferent to it now, and it's about me. How about you, JMO?
the reason why I became a MGTOW wasn't because of anything a woman did. Actually, it's because everything that I was doing around that time.
Right.
Um, Basically, every relationship that I was in, I became that paranoid boyfriend.
Mm.
I wasn't in any way abusive in my relationships, but I was that paranoid boyfriend. Like I had to know what my girl was doing at all times.
Right.
And it wasn't a second that went by where I was wondering inside of my brain if she had another guy she was talking to, is she dealing with other men, or is it going to be a matter of time when she's going to find another guy and things like that? Because I was still blue pill. I didn't know all the information about women until I became red pill, you know? But during my blue pill days, I had to know all the numbers that was in my girl's phone. I had to read all her text messages. I had to look at her call log. It got to a point to where I even started following her to work to make sure she got to her job without seeing some guy, because I was just that paranoid.
Yeah.
And then once I started looking at when I finally understand this, even though I was paranoid and even though I had to check her phone and all that stuff, follow her to work, she still found ways to cheat. That still didn't stop her from finding ways to talk to other men. So I had to do my research. I had to figure out like things about women, and that's when I became across MGTOW. And I was trying to find ways to better my relationship with women, but instead, when I found MGTOW, it reinforced why I shouldn't date to begin with.
Yeah, it's like exposure therapy. You're paranoid and everything, and I went through that same thing too with my ex-wife. Is like I was always paranoid that she was cheating. And when I found out what MGTOW told me is, yeah, she probably was, and that's such a burden off you. It's like, okay, I was right. I'm not being paranoid. I'm not being crazy. The sexual cryptid says that's the way they act. Hypergamy says that's the way they act, and there's something so refreshing about that. It's like, okay, I know that now. I don't have to be that male no more. I just know it's like that's what they are, and that's easy to get. That's easier than sitting there all those nights wondering, trying to justify in your head that, like, no, she wouldn't do that to me. Yes, she would do that to you. And it's like it's a harsh sort of exposure therapy, but it brings you to the truth about
Right.
how evolution and bacteria and a lot of things play parts in those things, and why you were acting like you did is because of the bacteria, the it's parasitic. No, it's not parasitic. I can't say it's paracesis. You're acting that because that's the way humans. That's the way they get you into that mental state, and that mental state always benefits them. But it's refreshing when you just accept the truth. The truth is enlightening, and you become a mgtow. Okay, now I don't do those things because I know better.
Right. And like when I discovered mgtow, I felt so empowered. I felt liberated, and I also felt the ultimate amount of freedom. I felt free.
Free.
I no longer had that anxiety. I no longer had that stress or that depression. I felt free. For the first time in my life, I truly felt free.
Yeah, after I went through my what would you call it, a deprogramming, debacterializing process that I did, the first day I walked out that door and realized that this world looks totally different when I'm free of women, when I'm free of that stress. There's no mental anxiety. This world has a beauty to it, and and I was the one, and that's what hard for MGTOWs to admit, that I was the one doing that to myself. And I had to stop doing that. That's that introspection. I was sweeping my side of the street.
Right. And I also and one of the reasons why I felt free, because I no longer needed the approval and validation from women.
Right.
And
I could be a man without getting approval from a woman.
Right. And like you said, the world felt brand new. That's because you didn't need a woman to feel as if you belong. Now you can see the world from a totally different perspective, because you don't need because I used to think everywhere I go I needed a woman. If I used to always turn down events because I didn't have a woman to go with me to these events, like whether it was a concert, movie. I missed out on a bunch of movies because I didn't have a girl to take with me. I missed out on concerts. I missed out on because I didn't have a woman to bring with me. So I missed out on all these things, all these experiences, because I didn't have a woman to bring with me. And now that I discovered the red pill, I go to these places by myself and I have the best time of my life. I go hiking, I go swimming, I go parachuting, paragliding, by myself, and I have the most fun.
We all feel that. It's like, I mean, once I used to explain it like I walked out of that town, I walked off that farm, and I got to an edge of the mountain and looked out and realized there's a whole world out there of things that I've never done. And I can climb that mountain. I can climb that mountain. I can go do that and not have to worry about getting permission. And we do.
Right.
It's a beautiful feeling of freedom and masculinity. And it's like, man, once you get that, it's hard to go back, isn't it? It would be impossible for me to go back now.
And one other thing I also noticed was the amount of money that I managed to save once I went MGTOW. The amount of money that I was able to save up.
Can you say? I'd say 5 years. If you become MGTOW and you can't fix your life, it took me 5 years to totally fix my life from nothing, from just total despair to back to I have a decent life. It took me 5 years after it. And that's like phenomenal. And I think that's the MGTOW program. If you put the MGTOW program in process, I can say that any man can fix his life back to a really happy lifestyle in 5 years.
You see, what GM doesn't want to tell you is that he saw my MGTOW Geico commercial. I just walked up and said, are you dealing with crazy bitches? Are you tired of it? Well, switch to MGTOW. Save a ton of money on everything.
Money on everything, yeah.
Replace that damn gecko. We leave commercials of this, but yeah, man. I can see how that happened. For me, I was like the opposite. I had this I was never like obsessed with the numbers and everything. I was too damn trusting in general, and so when I got screwed over, I mean, it hurt more because I wasn't, and then later I got like I just stopped trusting them as a whole. As far as respecting women, I was one of those guys. Like, believed in all the feminist crap, and
Yeah.
like I was sold on that. And then after a while, I finally came to the conclusion because people were asking me, "Do you even respect women anymore?" Because you're always like, I'm calling them kids and everything, and you're calling them dumb. I was like, no, there's some very, very intelligent kids out there. And then my friend got mad at me. He's like, man, screw you. I was like, I'm just saying, they still have that childlike mentality, but there are some relatively intelligent, you know, kids. If you're gonna, but he thought I was gonna retract the statement. I wasn't. The thing about it is, once I learned about female nature, the more angry I got, because as hetero men, no one ever tells us this. When we were hanging out with the guys and everything, and we could talk about life philosophy throughout most of human history. I think this is why men always used to get mad at women subconsciously, because we wish we could have such conversations with women, and then when you
Right.
slowly realize that you can't, part of you kind of gets like angry or resent them for it. But that's kind of wrong too, because women, it's just not in a woman's nature to ever really be that keen on things, because they think predominantly about themselves and maybe to a lesser extent children. But I've tried having philosophical conversations with women, and they either don't understand it at all, or they'll nod and just parrot what some other dude said. Like, you might as well be talking to the guy she's parroting, or they'll just parrot you.
Yeah.
So it's like talking to a brick wall, and that used to just piss me off. And as men, we think to ourselves, why am I getting, like, why can I have a conversation like with a dude, not even be close to that guy, and meanwhile the dude, the chick and stuff that you're talking to, or supposed to be intimate with her or whatever, you can't get that from her. And so that's kind of a weird mind fuck that a lot of us go through, and that's why the whole equality thing just doesn't work. Like, dudes and chicks can't be on that equal plane, and it's fine. But what I learned about female nature pissed me off, because I've been lied to. Like, we've all been lied to, believing they were these angels, or that, they're these nurturing, loving creatures, when in actuality, we're the ones that have all the empathy. We're the ones that show that empathy by giving up our time and our hard work. And so it's ironic that we're hated for positive virtues, because the default masculinity for men is stoicism. So they warped everything, man. It's really freaking irritating. So that's why I walked around just telling chicks I'm not interested or asexual or whatever, like anything to get them away. I told the last woman to hit on me I was sexually attracted to fire. I just don't even care anymore. It's just one of them things, Sorry for that little mini rant.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm just totally indifferent to women to begin with. And I'm trying to kind of separate myself from blue pill men as well, because we have to separate ourselves from not just women, but the blue pill community as a whole. We have to separate ourselves. Like us mgtow, man, we're like a population of our own. Like we're our own population, so we have to separate from the blue pill world completely. We have to detach ourselves, because blue pill men they think exactly like women.
Right.
Exactly like women.
It's still dangerous to bring those kind of guys into your life. Joey just went through it. I went through it. And there's what I call is that you're going to end up paying for somebody else's girl. And I use the bitch word, but paying for somebody else's girl. There's always those little, you start noticing that if you have blue pill friends and they're doing those things, them things are going to cost you too. And you can't have that. You got to separate all that stuff. And that's a hard part. You have friends that you know in your whole life that want to drag you down to the stripper bars, or drag you, and them things cost, and want you to go on dates and everything. And you can't be doing that as a MGTOW. You're focused. You're focused on one thing, and that's getting to the goal that you put out as your MGTOW goal. And that's so important in life. Yeah, but they will drag you down, and they will try to bring you back to that what we call the farm, and then you're just a slave to the female validation and recognition and everything they bring with that. And we don't want that. That can never happen. You can't on mgtow somebody.
Yeah. Once you see the light, so to speak, you can't go back. It just becomes impossible, and that's what's really odd about the whole thing. Sucks.
Right. We've had one failure, right, Joe, out of a million men.
Yeah, one failure there was. I say that was.
And another thing, I'm sorry, if I'm sorry to interrupt. I hope I'm not interrupting.
No, you're not.
I apologize.
No, you're not. It's good.
And also going back to the whole question of me asking about the current state of MGTOW, I also been seeing a lot of women preaching the MGTOW message, and they're getting paid. They're getting a lot of views, and they're getting paid a lot of money for preaching the MGTOW philosophy. You know, you have men that's been doing this for years and haven't got paid a dime, but a woman come on talking about MGTOW philosophy. She gets millions of views and get donations and things like that. I'm like, really?
Yeah, what was that book?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that book that came out years ago. I can't remember the author's name, but
I
there's
can.
been Smith. Was it Smith that wrote the book? And why men are walking away or something. Yeah, and automatically that shows how really toxic it is for us women. Because if a man wrote that book, it wouldn't sell half as much. She wrote and agreed with a lot of the MGTOW stuff, yeah, she makes. But that's the thing. It was always what was the story that I used to tell about that? The VFW hall when I got out of the army. You go into the VFW hall and there was no women in there. And then one guy said, "Well, why don't we let my wife cook?" And then from there, it's you guys can't swear anymore because there's a woman here. And then from there, it's 3 months later, the place had no customers left. It had drove all the men out, and but they had taken over it. And it's so easy for women to men. I did a video about the female voice. Simpson blue pill men respond to the female voice more than they do to a male voice. It's mother male need, and it's like your mother telling you something.
Yeah.
And we get that in MGTOW every time. There's a lot of women that come around with agree with our things, but they'll be well taken to. But with the men, and you said it before, JMO, that there's a lot of tournamenting between us.
Yeah.
That tournament peacock thing where men we gotta lower our horns and charge forward and that's a form of still being on the farm because you feel you need to compete with other men.
And that's why I'm happy. I've never too much had that problem. If I go in the stream and some chick is talking, I don't change like at all. I just like keep saying what I'm gonna say anyway. And I even made a video about the same thing. I called it subconscious simping and the female voice. Yeah, you know, the dopamine and everything. So we're biologically programmed to simp, and the act of being MGTOW is going against that programming, which is a good thing. So it's a strength. You have to have great strength to do that because you're going against one's biological programming, and it's a lot of people would use that against. They go, "Well, you're going against what's natural." I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing, though. When something becomes a danger to your survival, then you have to adapt. So the male silk spider used to get eaten by the female spider every time after they made it, and then they developed silk in order to tie the other spider up, and then screw them and then run away. You know,
That's so true, and that's very biological. It's true, and it's even on my audio book when I pick books. I know there's a lot of the female voices out there, but I have to wonder if I get one of those books whether my brain's going to perceive something that's untrue as true just because it's coming from a female voice. So I always order I always order my books with the male voice, the audio books on them, because I know that my brain's not doing something funny then, and I'll be able to perceive truth really.
Right. I look at these female mgtow content creators and I can't even get past 3 seconds of their video. I can't, like, soon as I click the video, I hear them talk for a couple of seconds and I'm like, I just can't. Because I don't take it serious when a female talks about mgtow, I don't take it serious. It becomes a joke. It becomes a cartoon. But when a guy talk about it like us, because nobody knows a guy's struggle than another guy.
Right.
What
Yeah.
female know nothing about the male struggle. I don't give a fuck how much they agree or how much information they watch about MGTOW and things like that, how much they learn and how much they think they know. They will still never truly understand the struggle, ever.
Right. It always seemed to me, even when early in the MGTOW days, when the honey badgers came around and what was the woolly bumblebee came around and everything, they tried to do that thing, and we rejected. We said we can't have female voices in MGTOW, and we were more adamant about it than they are now, at least. And it always seemed like the females always twisted every subject and every topic from the male point of view to a female point of view, so it benefited the female. And if it was a topic of male rape and something, they always turned it to female rape. It's just they're two different things, and or systemic rape in prisons for Christian punishment. That's a punishment for men. That's how they dehumanize men and stuff like that. But it always turned around to that female rape on colleges and stuff like that. It's like, no, that's what they do. They hijack, they find the resources, and it's called, oh God, there's a scientific name for it. It's called interspecific mimicry is what it is. And they will join a group, find the resources, and extract the resources. And that's conscience by concern.
Like I always say this. Whatever men create and wherever men congregate, a woman would infiltrate and try to separate and dominate.
Right. And dominate it. And that's just natural for them to do that. And I'm not going to argue about the biology of that. As a MGTOW, I just know it happens now. And that's one of those I'm not going to put myself in those situations where I know exactly what she's going to do. We've seen it with the woolly bumblebee. We've seen it with the honey badgers. We've seen it with the MRA getting all their money stolen. We've seen it even to the deeper thing. We've seen it in MGTOW where we've tried to make a community for ourselves, and someone has walked away with the money. And it seems to be always that way. That's the way the world works, and it's a feminine world that we live in, and people think that's okay to do that to us, and it's not okay to keep us. I would say that's really close to what do they call it? And it's a feminist term, the intersystemic bias, and they don't see themselves as doing the same things to us.
That's because that nature, man. That's the thing, anytime. This is why I tell, like, anytime you have like a group of men like talking, I don't care if the woman's like good, bad, or whatever. Just the act of her being there,
Right.
She's either going to cause men to rally to her aid, or they're going to do that automatically. And this is why men in the past used to have separate little corridors. Women go over there, do their thing, and men do their thing, and they'd have moments where they do things together. But for the most part, we needed that, because you can't focus on imagine you're in a war room or a planning room, and all of a sudden, okay, we have everything figured out. We're going to attack here. And then all of a sudden, some woman raises her hand. What about me? I brought the sandwiches. I should have a say in this. Like, who the hell brought her here?
Yeah.
This is one of those crazy freaking things, man. And it's irritating. And a lot of women think that they're being helpful. It doesn't even matter, good or bad reasons. They're not being helpful when they do that. They really, really need to just stay the hell out of it sometimes, because it just, unless they got something to contribute, there's no reason. They should just be seen and not heard. And a lot of people think that's messed up when I say that, but it's the truth. Nobody likes those chicks, and they're the reason that children grow up to be so weak and coddled, because they have no discipline, they have no direction, so they're just copying mommy. That's
Right.
not men's fault. That's their fault.
Right.
So
That's the oxytocin from it's biological, and some men never get over that need for oxytocin from their breastfeeding. It's like you got to get over that. You got to grow up, and you got to get over that. But the simps, man, they never get over that oxytocin need. They want to have that feeling that the cuddle drug, and that's part of the thing you need to remove from your system. As a MGTOW, most MGTOWs will tell you that. Stop going around them. When you come into MGTOW, spend 60 days abstinence. If you have some penicillin around the house, take that. Kill all the bacteria in your body, and then come out of that and look at the world and see if you don't perceive the world differently. Otherwise, this PUA thing where they're still taking the oxytocins in, their body's producing the oxytocin, and it's producing all those bad hormones and giving you a twisted sense of reality. And that's what I call the fantasy fiction world that they live in. It's a twisted sense of reality because you're all jacked up on hormones. It's like you can't think like a MGTOW. You think more like a woman when you do that because evolution played a really horrible trick on us as men. And freedom from that is just delightful.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. It's pretty messed up that it was like that. I mean, realizing female nature is also helping us recognize our own nature as men too.
Right.
And this is something society had never wanted us to do. So in a funny way, the one thing I'm thankful for feminism for is I'm thankful that they think that they liberated women. No. They
No.
liberated us. And I'm really happy that they brought that to attention. It was one of those things that if feminism never came along, most of us would have just probably never even known about MGTOW and never come to this conclusion. But when they came up, and it's like having a crowd of women belittle you for being a man and say all this bad stuff to you and just along with their simps, and before they leave and they go, by the way, you were working for free this entire time, and then your ears go up and like, oh, I was working for free this entire time.
Right.
So that's good. So they just gave you all the information you need. Okay, I'll never work for free ever again, no matter what happens.
Yeah. I'm always thankful that I always say women got so horrible it forced MGTOW. You know what it took? You know what it took to force men into a MGTOW position? That's a game changer. That's what most scientists would call a paradigm shift.
And all my every misfortune that I had, it was always some woman involved. Like it was a woman that convinced a guy to fight me. It was a woman that convinced a guy to shoot at me. It was a woman that convinced a guy to try to rob me. Mm-hmm. It was a woman that tried to convince a man that was an officer to try to arrest me. All my misfortune has came from women. They a lot of them are the reason for me being behind the 8 ball in certain cases. So and I've been I've been in situations where I was set up and robbed when I went out on a date before. I got out of there, and thank God nothing happened. But it's been 2 situations because I didn't learn from the first incident because I was so blue-pilled out of my mind that when I went on the dating app and I met up with a woman, she had some guys come and try to rob me. Less than a month later, I was back on that site. I was so blue-pilled. I was back on that site like less than a month later, and eventually it ended up happening again. And I was so blue-pilled. That's dangerous being blue-pilled, man. Right. That is dangerous.
You set yourself up for that. It's dangerous having those hormones and those oxytocins and peptides and things all out of balance because you're not seeing world as it is. Most of the time, a man is really the way I act now is I'm trustful, but I'm vigilant on seeing the truth of everything. And I know if someone's trying to screw me over now. And as a blue pill guy with all that garbage running around in my head, I couldn't identify those things.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, It makes you feel any better, dude. I've had women try to get me jumped and beat up as well. That's why I don't deal with a specific type of woman anymore. And people get mad at me for saying that I will never date that particular type of woman ever again, no matter what
Yeah.
the circumstance is. They can make it a law. I'm still not going back to that, man. Just I know not all chicks, not all of that those particular women like that, but man, just one. I mean, I dated maybe one fat chick, and oh, she was GMO. You might know what I'm talking about. Let's just say she was a sapphire, if you get what I mean. If you catch my drift,
Definitely.
one of the sapphire Jezebels or something, and I'm a pretty chill, laid back dude, but yeah, it's just something about getting, a daiquiri thrown in the back of the head that's enough to just kind of sing you into a rage. I was walking away, and because
Yeah.
this was like one of many arguments, and let's just say I'm never allowed to go to that particular El Torito's ever again because I had this stud belt, and I'm walking away, and people always try to attack when my back is turned or get in my face or whatever, and I'm trying to do the right thing. Yeah, it took a lot of people to pull me off that chick. She got belted. And I'm not even a violent dude, but think about that. Women will push you to do
Yeah.
these kind of things. And to any woman that happens to coast by and watch this and wanna call me like a violent dude, bear in mind that men have had to continually slap the hell out of them since the dawn of time. It's like some weird thing from the caveman days to where hit me more. That they get off, some of them get off on it, and men kind of had to do that. And once again, I'm not advocating it, but I'm just saying in general, women will find that one thing, that thing that if a dude ever did it, he'd be dead if he did or said something like that to another guy, and they get off scot free every time. They would be happy to get off with a slap or something, because
Yeah.
if a dude says something like that to you, knock him out or kill him, depending on the circumstances. But they've been doing this since the dawn of time, and so women can never tell me they've been oppressed. They've been using the pussy pass since the dawn of time. They get away with things that even children in ancient times would get exiled or beat down for. But oh, don't stop the holy vagina. It's just like all of that. And this is why a lot of men are done. You can't expect some dude to adhere to some traditional value when you got women monkey branching, screwing whole football teams, got a body count higher than a freaking SS assassin or something. It's just some Assassin's Creed kind of crap. You just can't freaking deal with them, man. That's why I
Facts.
leave them to the streets, man. They belong to the streets, not in your sheets, and like let them go off and say with their Tyrones and Chads, like don't help them out, don't help the damn kids out. I mean, just leave them, leave them to that shit. That's why I learned, man. Because after a while, shit gets old. No, nobody wants to get violently attacked for no reason, and they teach you to be when you're a kid. Most parents or most places will teach boys, be honorable, be a good person, but they don't ever tell you what to do when people aren't being that way with you.
Right.
So
Yeah. Well, men justify those things. I told the story last week, and it happened last week. I went up to the convenience store, and there was a guy out front, and he was bumming quarters, and he didn't look like the regular typical guy. He had a car, and I says like, oh man, I got no cash on me right now. I'll give you a couple bucks on the way out. So on the way out, I gave him a couple bucks, and I said, well, what happened here? And he says, I went to a party up in, he said, I think it was Sandusky, Ohio. And he was from down south. And he says, he was a masculine male, and a couple prison tats and some tats on him. And he didn't look like he was a stupid male. But he says, I was with this girl and she stole my wallet. And I put it together. You were with a stripper and she stole her wallet. And it's like, what it takes for a guy to disregard those things. And that's going to happen again if you put yourself in that situation. You're going to be stuck in some foreign town, broke, without your wallet. And I was just wondering if he learned anything from that incident. And most men, when they go through that, and we all go through those similar situations where they steal, or they leave you vacant in a foreign town, and then that thing happens where he'll forget it, or he'll justify it and go and do it again. And that's maddening.
Right. And I can verify that because it took me twice getting set up and robbed
Yeah.
by two different women for me to learn. And I still didn't completely learn. I discovered mgtow by complete accident. I was actually looking for dating advice when I happened to accidentally stumble across mgtow. And that's what truly saved my life, because I was willing to still sacrifice and go through all those loopholes to achieve at least a date with the woman around that time.
Yeah, I think we could. We used to call it until the POA stalled. We used to call it we're juggling plates. You know, we there's all these ideas, and we're just juggling those ideas until we get it right, and we're never going to get it right. We're just justifying to ourselves why we go back and do it again and do it again and do it, because the urge is so hard for us. The urge is, that's what we've been told all our lives. This is how we act. We just go back, get back on that horse and do it again, or else we're gay, or else we're not a man, or we're not. There's some masculinity attached to being stupid, and sooner or later, man, it's just. I think evolution of the male evolution made mgtow, and do you know what it took for that to happen? The men to walk away from women.
Oh yeah, it took a lot of.
It takes a lot. That's a major evolutional thing that happened when mgtow started, and mgtow's no small group.
Yeah, our enemies like to pretend we're really small and everything, and
That's one of the things they say. Oh, you're just a bunch of minute males on the internet complaining about. No, mgtow's. We can't truly measure its size, but we can see its impact in media. We can see they use our lingo, they use our language now. They try to the media itself knows of us. No, it's a huge group, and I bet I tend to ask that if you asked maybe 30, 40, 50 guys in your neighborhood, I'll bet you at least 12 or 13 of them would say, you know, I'm sort of mgtow and know of it.
Exactly. I mean,
or take one of our simple, like simp. Do you know what a simp is? And he'll tell you, a person at the convenience store, a guy that you wouldn't think, he'll know what a simp is, so he knows our language.
Right.
But
and they're also like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and women are using our lingo and throwing it back in our face as an insult. Like, women are quick to call another man an incel. Like, they're quick to say, you know what I'm saying? Like, because, you know, you're totally right about that. They're taking our whole lingo and they're using it against us, actually. You know, we created that, and they're turning it and trying to use it against us. Like, you mgtow are just a bunch of angry incels. Y'all just some simps and incels, and you know, you can't get laid, you can't get women, or you're not going your own way. You were sent your own way, and all these things that to try to shame us and gaslight us and all that stuff, bro.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
We came up with a terminology for a lot of the kind of guys we don't like. It's simps and incels and TFLers and pussy beggars and cackling hyenas and PUAs, and that's all of our language. That's how we identify the men that we find moral rejection about. And then they took that and they turned it into something bad. Like, we didn't self-identify the kind of man. We did self-identify the kind of man that we don't want to be. We're not those things. And they can't understand that. It's like, yeah, that would be the shaming process. If we learned anything about women in my life, if I've learned anything about women, they will take what you hate the most and then call you that. And that's how they do it. It's just shaming tactics and that. And mgtow has identified the type of men that we don't want to be. And I think I just named most of them. The white knight, that's a mgtow terminology. The simp, the white knight, the pea beggar, the PUA, the incel, the TFL. Them are things that we identified in ourselves that we don't want to be. So calling us them things is is more absurdity from their part.
Yeah, and that's why the whole rainbow thing comes from. They go after your masculinity or your
Mm-hmm.
heteroness, and I had to check a chick so bad with that because that was her freaking big thing. Like, hey, what do you mean you don't want to date me? You're gay or whatever. And you know what's so funny about this entire thing? They have more gay friends than anybody. I mean, shit, if I was part of the LGBT, I would hate the hell out of these bitches. I mean, they bring them up as a reference source every time. I mean, they come off, and a lot of these women are insecure about their own sexuality along with the simps. That's why they have to say that. And so I checked her really bad and she got mad. She's like, oh, you're doing that because you can't get a woman. I was like, well, just like there's incels, it must obviously be femcells because when you think about it, there's men out there that, as you say, you're right, they can't get a woman, you can't keep a man. So
Yeah.
I guess it kind of balances out now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think
It's,
femcells are real
Facts.
thing too. Go
yeah,
ahead, Dan.
femcells are real. Femcells are very, very real, man. Like and there are women out there, and it's just really creepy. And I don't know if this ever happened to you, GMO, but it's now whenever women hit on me, I now know why men have to do the majority of the courting and shit because when women hit on dudes, it's really creepy now.
Yes,
It's like van creepy, you know?
I know exactly what you're talking about because ever since I've learned and gained the mgtow philosophy, I became totally indifferent to women. And when you're indifferent to women, you give off a different type of energy.
Mm-hmm.
A totally different type of energy when you're indifferent to women. It's like you just don't care. You don't acknowledge them. It's like the women become invisible. Literally, they become invisible when you're mgtow, and women notice that. So women, they want to pursue you. They want to initiate a conversation with you. You know, and like you said, it's the cringiest, creepiest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, that shit happened to me in the store, and dude, it's so creepy. It's like something straight out of a movie where some, like, they call men creepy, like when we hit on them and they try to, like, that there have been women that expressed interest, and as soon as you, like, hit on them or whatever, they act all weird about it. Being on the opposite end of that,
Yeah.
God, women have creeped me out more than any guy I ever came around because they'll crash their basket into yours. Some chick did this, crashed her basket into mine, and like had this come here often kind of, like I'm a roof for you, put you in a van and take you home kind of mentality the entire time. And I'm just kind of, I really wanted to get away from this chick because I told her, this is the like creepiest shit that I've ever had to go through. And women don't like hearing this, but when women flirt, doesn't even matter the category of woman. They come off as not just desperate but creepy, just really, really cringe, like call the cops almost kind of thing. Because it's like, whoa. I mean, they talk about us not valuing their personal space. I had women like freaking get up in mine continually, just unwarranted, always. So I just find it funny how these same women are talking about men being creepy to them because it's just creepy when women do it. And no one has to be a rainbow to feel that creepiness. I said, damn, I'm a straight dude and I feel creeped out by this bitch. And I fucking told her that shit. Just whoa, I'm not into you like that. I don't date, freaking land whales and stuff. And it's just crazy.
Right.
That's
But yeah, it took you to be. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I
it's
just
okay.
wanted to piggyback off of what you said. I replied to what you said so far. Um, if you were blue pill, like you would totally look past everything she said. You wouldn't even look at it as creepy. You wouldn't even like it wouldn't even register as creepy, because most blue pill men like like women don't approach blue pill men at all. They don't. But yeah, it's just a thing. Like, yeah, like I said, I totally agree with you when you said that because I noticed that as well. I definitely noticed that as well, and it's never. It's not a good sight to see. It's like no wonder why they're so shy to approach men. And like I said, and I'm sorry, let me go ahead and say this. I'm gonna go ahead and say this as well. Even when women approach me, I don't fall for it. Like I don't, because I have women approach me now, and I don't look at it as okay, maybe I should ask her out on a date, or maybe we should go out on a date. No, No, because the reason most women approach men, if they do approach you, they're still trying to get the validation from you. Even when they approach you, they're still trying to get your approval and your validation on them. You know,
Yeah,
if
because
she
women
approached you,
value. Oh, my bad. I mean, interrupt you. You continue. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying because you're completely right. Because women, if they can't get your money, they'll get your time because time is essentially money. They any kind of validation that they can get from you, it is, and it goes far beyond even a dating thing. Women just like male attention, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Women are the most socially awkward creatures I have ever met on the planet. There's socially awkward men, don't get me wrong, but women take the platinum cup home with them every time. They will win every time. Like just when you think you see a socially awkward man, go meet a socially awkward woman, and I guarantee you'll change your whole opinion about a lot of things. And just it just isn't. Some women think it's cute. It's not even cute. It's
Nah.
disgusting. It's creepy, and they don't know how to talk to people. They really
Right.
don't. They're used to
But
people talking to them.
you
Oh,
know the difference between a socially awkward man versus a socially awkward woman is that at least a socially awkward man has a filter. Socially awkward women have no filter. They have no filter at all. They just say whatever, you know. they just say anything. Socially awkward men, they kind of know when to shut up. They kind of know like, oh, this isn't going anywhere. Let me just shut up. Let me just close my mouth. But socially awkward, they will talk. Socially awkward women will talk and talk and talk and talk, and with no filter. It's like, what the fuck is she talking about, and why she keep talking?
yeah, it's absolutely crazy, man. I had to almost jump on one chick because a long time ago I was taking. I'm a godfather of three. Thank God I never had my own kids, but long time ago I took my god kid to the store. I think we might have been Trader Joe's or something. This chick was around my age, maybe even older, and I don't know, like I guess he didn't greet her, open a door for her or whatever, because I was like paying attention to something else. And she immediately turned around. She said, "Well, I know someone that isn't getting laid in the future," and she said something about his dick or whatever. And then I walked over to her. I'm like, you know, he's 9, right? I don't think that's pretty appropriate to be talking about 9-year-olds junks that way. And this is the kind of weird shit that women do. And now had a man made a weird comment like that, woo, freaking cops automatically.
Oh
But
yeah.
women get away with doing this kind of weird
Well, they
shit.
never mature past. TFM's greatest contribution was to do the research on women never mature past 14. And if you look out and start observing them as a mgtow in a sort of scientific way, you'll start seeing that immaturity. I see it in TV news with. I see it in sports when you have women's sports. The first thing I think is look at that immaturity. It's like watching a child talk.
Man, women don't grow up, man. They grow old. That's why they
Yeah,
love
they never grow
Disneyland
up to
so
grow
much.
old.
Yeah, they just grow up, man. I think Disneyland was made for women. That and Toys R Us. I really believe they missed their calling. They shouldn't even cater to kids. Just cater to women. They'll be in business forever. Don't worry. You don't have to grow up here. Just be ride the teacups or something. It just makes me freaking mad, dude. I get mad at the whole freaking thing, and it's
Well,
just
that's men's fault because for years we've been treating them like children. We cater that. Now there is this movement that says women have to, the strong independent girl is going to be responsible and accountable for her body, and she's going to be totally it's her body, her choice. She's going to have total responsibility for that and everything. And the MGTOW movement, in response to that the whole thing that made MGTOWs is we're forcing them to grow up. We're forcing them to be responsible. But now it's like we demand that out of a woman. But evolutionary, that may take thousands of years to happen. And when you see how irresponsible it's, the whole the whole hypocrisy of I'm a strong woman, it's my body, my choice, right up to the point where I get pregnant, and then men are responsible for that.
and that's the thing that kind of gets me. They can't have it both ways. They can't have their cake and eat it too. Either they're going to be adults or they're going to be children. And if they've
Right.
chosen to be children, then they need to be treated like kids. I mean, like because right now they have all the responsibility of a child and all the perks of an adult,
Right.
and it's not working for anyone. It's hurting children. It's hurting society as a whole. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm freaking guilty of this crap too. My goddaughter, I didn't know this at the time because I was still in my little blue pill phase. I didn't know this till the other two told me about it. Like, oh yeah, like when you're not around, she's a total ass. She's just a freaking straight up ass. But then when she's around you, I had to
Oh
get her for
God,
that
yeah.
little ooh behavior because a lot of women think it's cute to talk like they're 5 or whatever. I had to nip that in the bud real quick because yeah, it's just one of them freaking things, man. So it's we have to check ourselves, but at the same time check women as well. Women used to more or less kind of like keep other women from doing stupid stuff, and now nobody can tell them jack shit.
Mhm.
And this is why I'm happy I didn't go off and have kids or anything. I went through a lot of hell just helping my god kids out and a few of my
Yeah.
family in
It's
general.
the whole Karen phenomenon. The
Yeah.
Karen. When you think about what is that, that's an immature girl acting all crazy in public. And
Yep.
it's what it's saying is no, they never grow up. And but they
Right.
have,
And
like you said, you have the responsibilities, the responsibilities of a child, and how you expect them to grow up. And but that's sort of our fault. Evolutionary. We always took care of everything for them. Now we're demanding feminism in a way. Demands that they is saying, well, we're going to be strong girls, we're going to be mature girls, we're going to grow up, we're going to take responsibility for our bodies. But on the other side, all the laws point to they're not.
That's the thing. I mean, even when women, like, I hate this whole no fault divorce crap. To going back to Douglas's question, I hate all this no fault divorce crap and this fucking he's emotionally abusing me. Well, okay. If emotional abuse actually matters, women have been emotionally abusing us since the dawn of time, but there's no support for us. And every time like women call like cops or call like crap on us for false claims or whatever.
Mhm.
Dude, I swear it just reminds me of a kid calling like, it's not, why even call the police? It's called child services or some shit because they act
Right.
like kids. Like, he's emotionally abusing me. He called me a duty head and all this
Yeah,
other stuff. And it just,
every woman has that sexual cryptic thing where it's their sexual choice. Okay, yeah, it's your sexual choice. Your body, your choice, 100%, baby. Right up to that time where they actually have to take responsibility, then it's he made me pregnant. No, he did not make you pregnant. You opened your legs. You decided to do that. Your body, your choice. He had nothing to do with that, and he has very little to do with it, with mitosis or inception or that baby is 100% your choice. Right up to that time, and it's like that's why I always get. There's no such thing as fatherhood. Fatherhood's a social concept made up to protect women from their own immaturity.
yeah, not to mention women destroyed that. They threw the baby out with the bathwater a long freaking time ago
Yeah.
because they don't even care about like women act like they care about the family structure. They don't even care about that anymore.
No, they
And
don't care about that anymore. They have a lot of different options now, and abortion's one. What's it? Moses laws are another. Uh, all these laws and polygamy too, baby daddy number 1, 2, 3, 4. The moral chains in America have extended so far that that women can practice polygamy.
see,
and when women have kids, they use their kids as props. They
Props, yeah.
use them as tools that they can dress up and look cute and post on Instagram or Facebooks to get a bunch of likes. And you notice as soon as that kid starts to grow up and develop, the more and more the mother starts to neglect that kid because it's no longer her cute little prop anymore. So she slowly starts to like neglect the kid.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
there's no longer benefit anymore. I mean, I don't know if you ever watched the anime JoJo's Bizarre Universe, but women treat children like stands, pretty much. Like
If they
Stan
hit
uses like
18 and there's no
powers.
more benefits and child support, or they destroy that child, and usually right around 17 and 8 months, they'll kick that child out of the home like it's not even like it wasn't even theirs, and they had no responsibility for that. But that's just another cover up for their immaturity. Is they have no, the correct thing in law would be to force mothers into responsibility instead of taking fathers and saying you're a forced fatherhood and you're a slave now to it.
You know, we tried to do that in ancient. You remember when we tried to do that shit in ancient times, where you go to any beach here where women were kind of screwed without a man, and society tried to make them take responsibility for children. They were sending these women off. They were sending these children off to orphanages like
Yeah.
as young as fucking 2, or just outright killing them before they were
Right.
born with coat hangers or whatever the hell they were using back then with scalpels. And then when they weren't doing that, I kid you not, you can find this in history books where women would get so mad at the man they had a child with that they would send their 7-year-old son out there to go to work
To go to
to
work on the
make
farm.
money for them while they
Yeah.
sat at home like freaking Smurfs or some shit.
Yeah. Just to say these things correctly, that's the mgtow way. You're telling the truth on things, and you should never be afraid. But we have to have so much courage to do this. And even today, after our conversation, they could take my channel down and say I said something socially inappropriate and everything. But all I did is mention the truth.
Yeah, they don't want you to mention the truth. They want us all to say, oh, all women are angels until they're
All
not.
women are
And
angels. You live in that fantasy fiction land, and you got to be the strong male and be the responsible party, and that's just the way it is. But she gets all the credits and perks out of that. But there's no benefit to being a father anymore. There's no benefit to being baby daddy number 2 when baby daddy number 3 is right around the corner, and all she's doing is for resources.
That's why I think a little fear is a good thing. Because you remember, like, you look back in time in the caveman era, the village era, women weren't going around popping babies
Right.
like crazy just for the simple fact that when they were in the process of having a baby, not only did that make them vulnerable, but everyone who knew or related to them or any kind of way was also vulnerable too. It was just a vulnerable state. And so
Right.
now women are praised for their vulnerability as if it's some kind of magic strength. And they did this in a movie, A Quiet Place. A woman gave birth while being quiet. You should have seen everyone clapping. Oh God, freaking hero! She gave birth while being completely quiet. And I'm like, what the hell? Her body is. I mean, yeah, it's impressive, but that's not even an accomplishment because her body prepares for that. It's
Not such a
stupid.
big, huge thing like they say it is. Like was TFL gave that the lady in a coma for 10 years gave birth. No great accomplishment there.
Right. And have you guys ever noticed, like, when a celebrity becomes successful, regardless of how they was treated by their mother, they will always thank their mother. Like LeBron James, for instance.
Yeah.
Every time he wins the championship, he always thanks his mom, even though his mom
Dolores,
kicked him out when he was 16. I mean, his mom kicked him out when he was 15 years old and abandoned him when he was 16 years old. She never took him to practice, not once.
Right.
Never came to one of his games, not once. But
Yeah,
LeBron James grows up, and every time he wins the championship, he always have to thank his mom. Why do men do that?
Gloria.
Why do successful people do that?
Yeah, that was Gloria. Gloria was the biggest joke around Cleveland for a long time because she was such a horrible mother, and she got accolades for being the mother that raised LeBron James. And when reality, she was collecting child support from a DC lawyer that got her pregnant.
Yeah, not to mention there was this college kid. I forget what it was about, but he had 3 universities or colleges or something to go through, and his mom took all this money from one, and the moment he picked up a hat for Chicago or something, she got up and left, like right in the middle of the whole ceremony, and he just kind of went back to talking like it was just something he was used to the entire time. Dude was a football player or something, but he just went right back to just going like, yeah, he kind of knew that was happening. Women like to take accomplishments for men's work or their children's work and everything else, and they're always in some competition. The same kind of shit happened in like in my family. If I'm in some kind of mental pain or physical pain, it becomes a competition of who can hurt more.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I'm not trying to compare my pain to anything. I'm saying that I'm either scared or in pain, and it just turns into a freaking competition. This is why at an early age I learned to just keep quite a bit of shit to myself because of it. I was able to talk to him about certain things, but other stuff was just off limits. So you couldn't just be be scared of anything. But this is what women do. But as far as going back to your question of why men thank their mothers and stuff like that, because it's part of the general culture being matriarchal to where the women can do no wrong. You don't ever see them thanking their dads, but oh man, thank the mother, hallelujah. And the mother is the primary. Single mothers have indirectly and sometimes directly caused the deaths of many of their own children, and they won't take responsibility for that, but they'll blame deadbeat dads. We need to start blaming deadbeat moms as well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was from the early Western years. I always quote it was the Hillary Clinton thing, but it was the Libby Custer thing. After the massacre on whatever ridge that was of Custer's defeat, Libby Custer wrote that book, and her book was like, look at all these women that were not taken care of now. It was, the poor women, never even giving any credence to all the men that died or was permanently disabled on that hill.
Yeah, it's like that.
Later on, Hillary Clinton came around with the victims of war are really the women.
Oh yeah, women are the primary victims of war and all that other.
Yeah.
Like, I was so mad when she said that, because it's like the Titanic effect. There was a ship once where a bunch of men died. They don't ever say a bunch of men died. They say a bunch of ship crewmates died. But put a bunch of men on Titanic or any type of similar ship, and let's say 9% of them died. The fact that there were like 5% women there, people go, oh man, look at all the women that suffer. You see frozen men out there, it's like frozen like popsicles. Look at all the women. Think of the women. Like, we're just a footnote. If we're ever mentioned, we're always a footnote, and it's really stupid.
Yeah. That was the Titanic movie with the Titanic, and the truth of the matter is they put women and children in the lifeboats, and the men froze to death in the cold water.
And that gets overlooked. All men sacrifice gets overlooked. It's like, and what do you think about that? Rest in peace. I haven't heard his voice in a minute. I was like, that's if he's still there.
Sorry, I was listening.
No, I just want to get your opinion about the fact that when celebrities become successful, they give their moms all the accolades, regardless of how the mother raised them. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, they Hi Mom. That was in the 70s. They started that Hi Mom thing, and then they're simps. That's what I think. It's just they're simps. It just shows that you can be this physically imposing person with all his athletic abilities, but in your mind, you're still like this little immature. You haven't evolved, right? I mean, it's nice to give thanks to your parents, but really, it's your father. Father's going to give you most of your. What is it, Joe? 80% of your DNA comes from your father, anyway. I mean, it's like, you should be thanking your father.
That's because they duplicate the DNA on the second stage of mitosis when the cell splits. It's not. It doesn't work how most people. It's not some entanglement. They just. It's. What's her name? I can't remember the scientist's name. It's a jumping gene. The genes jump around and remanufacture. Then they duplicate themselves and split and resplit and resplit and resplit. And they're just taking a photograph of your DNA. That's all they needed. It was a photograph of your DNA. And most scientists will just say they duplicate it. Men think they have this whole process. No, she just needed a small strand of your DNA, which is a signet, and she took a picture of that, and then her cell split and duplicated the DNA. You have so little to do with that process; it's almost hilarious.
And it just shows too the disrespect for men too. Just more disrespect for men.
Yeah,
right. Men's out there slaving, trying to maintain a household or whatever. They're giving credit to the one that's sitting home. All these housewives that are, they're not making their contribution.
Yeah, that's the first step in getting men to volunteer for their own slavery is believing that you're the father, that you had something to do with that. When in reality, 40% chance that you had nothing to do with that because you're not the father. You're not the father, or the process itself is so insignificant that that fatherhood is just a social thing that gets you to believe that you were responsible for that because they're not going to be responsible.
Yeah, it's just shifting responsibility onto someone else because
it's shifting responsibility onto the men, when in reality during caveman years the men would just migrate away, and if there was a community built, then there was a community built to take care of them. That's what sexual cryptis is about. Not cis sexual cryptis. She wants support from the whole community. She wants every man in that community to think he's the father. That's why they hide their fertility.
Yeah, because it's like women function a lot like a Venus flytrap. If they can't like trap a bunch of people or even trap one, they'll wilt and die. I mean, that's just kind of how they survive essentially. And
they eat the resources. That's what they do. That's why I always say it's conscience by concern, not honor. They have no honor. They have conscience by concern, and they're looking for resources. That's what sexual crypsis is about. The most important thing you'll ever learn in mgtow is that.
Yeah, because that's their DNA. That's the thing too. It's like all women are like that. It's not, you know what I mean? It's part of who they are. Is it's millions of years. Would you say millions of years of evolution? Whatever you want to call
millions of years of evolution and process.
Yeah,
you're not going to change that by being.
It's not going to change in the next 100 years. It's not going to change in your lifetime.
Right. The idea of their responsibility. They're never going to take responsibility because, man, that would take really millions of years.
Really, I think they're kind of just incapable of it. I mean, it's so bad that I'm just happy I was woken up to it because, man, I would make the worst. I couldn't have been on a Titanic. I would have been the worst, person ever, worst ship captain ever. You'd see me like about to put a blonde wig on, find the nearest woman. You're the captain now. You're the captain now. I'm done. Because I'm not going to die on this damn thing. And what really got me is those dudes playing while the ship is going down. One of them should have grabbed a trombone and just started knocking people out. I'd have gotten a boat. One way or another, I'd have gotten one.
Dude.
Right. So why would you sacrifice? I'm just saying, why would you sacrifice for a woman who, ultimately think that most men are creeps and weirdos and perverts and sexual predators and shit? Like, why would you sacrifice yourself for a woman that think most guys are these sexual predators and perverts and creeps and weirdos and all that stuff? Like, why?
I'll tell you why, man. There are men that are willing to play Jumanji. I mean, I don't know if you ever watched that movie with Robin Williams a long time ago, but that's what it was like when I discovered feminism. I'm just like, because you're trying to, you're already getting screwed when you play Jumanji. Every role you make, something bad's happening. Before I even took my first or second role, run, it's a stampede. I had to grab the board and run, man. I didn't know what was coming. Whole horde of land whales, rhinoceros, everything, man. It's just freaking terrible.
Right. And it's so bad. I'm sorry. It's so bad that it got to the point where a man can't even glance at a woman without a woman thinking something. Yeah, like you make a woman feel threatened. I mean, you can make a woman feel threatened by just simply glancing at her. You glance up at a woman, she's, oh, how dare you? Get away from me. Like, come on, man. All you did was glance at her. Come down.
Because I told you they're socially fucking awkward, man. Like, I one time opened a door for a woman because I didn't even know a woman was behind me. It's just common courtesy. Yeah. I had the door open, like, just she's going in behind me. She goes, oh, so you think I'm not strong enough to open a door, misogynistic male and all this? And after she got done, I said, opening a door where I'm from is just a common courtesy. It doesn't mean I want to, fuck you and take your immortal soul. But if you want to take it that way, then, oh, well. I mean, Jesus, you can't even have manners anymore. Like, they have no manners. And then they like to go around, and women like to go, we civilized men. No, they didn't civilize us. We civilized their ass. If it wasn't for us building like electricity, water, and building roads, man, they'd have been out there wiping their ass with a poison ivy leaf. I'm sorry, it's the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, a man even invented tampons. Women didn't even invent the very things that they use for their body. That was invented by a man.
Facts.
Same thing with clothes. That was all the clothes they wear, most likely designed by a dude. I can't think of a single thing that women have made that is made or invented that is primarily used by women. We as men, when we invent these freaking, they already, even when we domesticate them, we kept them in the house, kept them in the village. they had an easy job: cook, clean, be nice, shut the hell up. And then later, some stupid fuck had to get the idea. Let's make the microwave and all this stuff, make their job, vacuum, make their job easier. And now they don't even want to do that. So what was the point of even making those freaking things? Should have just made it hard as hell. I mean, just women act like they have the hard job. What's it gonna be like when we live in the Jetsons time period? Oh, he's oppressing me. He made me press the breakfast button. Yeah, I did, bitch. I made you press all the breakfast buttons that night, and the lunch button, and the dinner button. I don't know what the hell's wrong with them.
Yeah,
My finger hurts.
Yeah, this imaginary delusion that me as a single man, I can't figure out how to do my laundry. I don't vacuum my floor. I don't clean my house or something. No, I do all those things anyways for myself.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, women make it seem like everything we ask them to do is like fucking oppressive. And now, okay, you can be a strong, independent woman. Do what you want to do. Have you seen what happens when women live by themselves? It looks terrible. House goes to shit. The outside looks like a freaking safari, like a Pokemon safari. A Pikachu might come out of there.
Yeah,
The house smell like cat shit.
The cats all over the place. And
when I was
damn
taking care of
tuna.
my kids, I'm working and take care of my kids. My wife's in prison, and I soon realized that I was going to cook for myself anyways, and there's no difference between cooking for myself and cooking for four, and I was going to do my laundry anyways, and that's just filling up the laundry to full. There was no difference. I was going to clean the floor on myself, and what it's like I seen, when women complain about those things. I asked the question, weren't you going to do that for yourself anyways?
Right. And me not pursuing women, with me not pursuing women anymore, I found myself having a lot of more time on my hands. And I used that time to learn how to play 3 different instruments: the piano, the bass guitar. And I also learned how to cook, and I learned how to sew and things like that. And I'm perfecting everything that I do because I have the time to do it. And it's almost orgasmic, the things that you accomplish when you don't have pussy on the brain, when you don't have sex on your mind.
You're not supposed to have that. Yeah, when I'm playing my guitar, or I got some drums that I play, and I play my guitar and drums, I'm not thinking about girls. I'm thinking about the music that I'm making. When I'm out in my garage and I build electric bikes, and they're very complex, and they take a long time to build, and they do it all myself, the whole 9 yards. And I'm doing that. I'm not thinking about girls. I'm thinking about that skill that I have. And and I would have never done it. The first thing I lost and I tell this story a lot. This may be new to you, but these guys heard it. The first thing I used to do distance cycling. When I was 19, 18, 17, I loved riding a 10-speed distance, and it's just going as fast as I can. The first thing I lost when I took a woman into my life and married her was the very thing that I love.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
oh, my bad. You go.
I apologize for that. Women have a habit of separating you from things that you love. If you love your kids, the woman would take away the kids.
Yeah.
If you have a passion or anything that you enjoy in your personal life, a woman would try to invade that space.
Mm-hmm. That competes with her, with what would happen with her. If I was doing that, I wasn't doing nothing for her. And they always do that. Even the kids can become competitions to what her needs are.
Even the little things too, like you talk about, Joe, all the time, that rug.
The rug, the color on the walls, the curtains, everything becomes them instead of you. You lose your whole personality. You lose all agency.
Right. Translation: you lose your whole life. You don't even, and then you're that guy. And worse, you're that guy on your deathbed doesn't even know who the hell you are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the worst thing I had to witness when I spent a lot of time in the hospice centers. And the worst thing is these men were dying, screaming out for their mothers or screaming out for a loved one, never knowing who they were in life. And the great things they could have accomplished if they would have just, been autonomous to themselves. And I'm not going to know that when I die. I'm going to die very peacefully, very mgtow like think about all the great accomplishments I've had in this world, and
Right.
in the purpose. And you know what I did? I found my purpose. I found what I loved, and I do it still to this day. Even though I'm old, I can't cycle 2,000 miles anymore. But I replaced that with something that I still love.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure most people will come and ask, like, when you want to have a legacy? Well, understand this. I don't have any kids, and I don't want to have any kids. My legacy is my content that I'm leaving behind, because that can be passed from generation to generation to generation. My videos aren't going anywhere. And people are constantly discovering my channel and learning due to me posting these videos. And that's my legacy that I'm leaving behind. You don't need to have kids to leave behind a legacy.
Right. If you leave the legacy behind, and one guy saves you save that guy's life, and he becomes he does something great in this world, that's almost like you did it. And if you do two, that's sensational. If you get 1,000 guys to start acting like men, like mgtows, man, you did human, because that's going to be forever in motion.
I'm gonna think of it. What is your mgtow channel? I mean, I'll check it out if you post in the box or something. Either way, on wherever you send it, you know.
Yeah.
Mine is Black Wolf mgtow, so I'm pretty easy to find. I think you can type in mgtow anime, and I'm like one of the first few things to pop up. But yeah.
3 dots. Click on this. If you haven't yet, go to the 3 dots. Click on the 3 dots. It'll take you to his channel, or click on his avatar and give him a sub.
Definitely. Like, I don't make content as much as I used to anymore, because I'm more to like doing what I do now, which is joining panels and discovering other mgtow channels and things like that. And yeah, I'm definitely going to subscribe to your channel, Black Wolf.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private.
Black Wolf mgtow. Okay, definitely.
Put it in the private chat box.
Yeah, and like I said, like, you don't even need sex, because when I'm playing my drums and I'm killing it on my guitar and playing the piano and things like that, and when I'm putting together my videos and editing my videos and posting my videos, that's orgasmic within itself. I also get a dopamine rush when I do that type of thing. When I do those type of things, when I'm discovering like a hidden talent, or when I accomplish something that I'm doing and I get it done to completion, that's a dopamine rush as well. Like, that's where I get my orgasms from now. I don't need a woman to have an orgasm. I just need to focus on something, get complete, and yeah, that's almost orgasmic to me as well. Like, I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
You turn on this world, something that's lasting into this world. I think most mgtow, that's what they want. That's what they're. Wininger talked about men and how men were, and we move from one thing to the next, and we either fail or we complete it. Then we have to have the knowledge to move to that next thing, and we do it, and we do this, and we leave these things on this world that some things will last. If you're like Schopenhauer or Kant or something, what you did is going to last, and they were both mgtows. That will last till the end of time. And that's how you make your mark on this world. It's not how many kids you can pump out with several different baby mamas.
Well, we talked about that last time too, Joe, about who values sex. Women and usually religion. They put an overvalue on it.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
The bottom of your bed cheering you on, yelling, "Go deep, go deep."
Yeah,
no.
Right. They're married, right? Like that whole thing that they just, they make it into this big deal, and it's like, and overvalue it, and then the women overvalue it because they have nothing else to offer, pretty much, and even that sucks.
Right. Yeah. Right. So it's like, who needs it at the end of the day?
Of sex, they validate sex so much that they
right. That's why they push the porn. That's why they push the porn. I mean, that's why. That's exactly why they push it. They want you to overvalue.
Right. I agree with that. Rest in peace. I definitely agree with that.
No. Well, next time I see Ron Jeremy, Joe, I'm gonna punch him in the face.
I don't know why, but we all have a story of someone we want to punch in the face. He wants to punch Ron Jeremy. I want to punch ass and thing in the face. Everybody has someone they want to beat up.
Right. And also, you know what? I'm sorry. I want to say this. You know, another thing that's empowering too, like not letting sex take over your life, not letting the common thing take over your life. Like what common people look at as a priority, you don't. So you being separate from that group, it also gives you a sense of empowerment, a sense of liberation, a sense of freedom, because you detach yourself from that. And when you detach yourself from it, all your suffering ends, all your depression ends, all your anxiety ends. you're completely free, detached from this blue pill world.
Yeah, they call us monks for a reason, and it's obvious that when we detach from that thing, there's a certain aura glow that happens to us and it pisses most of the world off. But for us, we found true enlightenment. You know, we found a cure for our existential angst. Yeah, I was going to go back and say. Regress back to if we all think about that one guy that gave you the horrendous advice when you were a kid, like just find a girl and do that because sex is the most important thing in the world, you'd like to find that guy and punch him in the face for that lie
now. Unfortunately I still know guys like that, and to be able to just look at them and just be like, yeah, okay, you know, I just kind of take it as a, you know, I'm indifferent to it. So I'm like, yeah, you're right. You know, I don't even argue with them. I don't even try to like give them, because the red pill, I feel like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You have to discover it yourself. You can't convince anyone to, or you just can't talk to a random person and convince them they become red pill. No, they have to discover it themselves. And I have a lot of friends that's blue pill because I'm able to still socialize with people in my same group. So me being able to be red pill and communicate with the blue pill world and still be able to like maneuver through the blue pill world, you know, it's something within itself, because it's like I'm in two different universes, you know, but I'm still able to communicate, and I listen to the advice that they give me, blue pillars and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, you know, whatever.
You get bad advice at any bar.
Right. You know, so it's like I look at it and I don't really run with it, but I just, you know, I take it and I, you know, whatever, you know, like, you know, I'm still able to go back out to a bar and look around and look at the environment and look at how stupid the men look who approach the women and these women be completely shutting these men down. Like I be looking around, I be seeing guys trying to talk to women and women get all creeped out and run away from these men, and the men are left looking stupid. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I'm glad I'm red pill. It feels good to be red pill. You know, that song like, damn, it feels good to be a gangster. And I'm in my area of the bar like, damn, it feels good to be a blue pillar. I mean, I'm sorry, feel good to be a red pillar. My mistake. I would never make that mistake again. I'm not going to confuse those two ever again. But yeah, I'm in my corner like, you know, damn, it feels good to be a red pillar. You know, looking at all these men like put forth the effort and then like
that they're doing. There used to be a guy that come around, his name was Pocket Aces. And he used to say, being mgtow is like having two aces in your pocket when you walk into a game.
Good hand.
Hey, we need a mgtow version of Gangster Paradise. I'm gonna have to work on that someday.
Yeah, feature me on it. I'll pay you for a feature, or you don't have to pay me for a feature. I'll just hop on it for free. Like, you know, like let's get that in the works. Like, send me the beat. And, you know, leave a verse open and I'll jump on it and we can definitely put it out there, man. It's going to be streaming on every platform, you know, every music stream, you know.
Give me some time to come up with some lyrics and I will, man. I did something similar to that Gargoyles intro from that old cartoon, The Gargoyles. I redid the whole intro and one person said, dude, we thought that was the actual narrator for it. I was like, no, just me doing narrator voice, you know, thousands of years ago when fear and bitches ruled.
Yeah, hey,
Rule
you
the
get me
land.
excited.
Yeah.
I can add some some rhythm.
Right. And it feels good to be a red pillar because it's like I look at so many men online and talking about how that girl did this to him and how that girl don't respect them at all and how that girl is like doing this and doing that and I'm like, man, like
Yeah,
like they
it's a
just keep
simple thing. It's so simple when you talk to them. You go, you know, how you can stop that from happening. Stop it from happening.
right. But
You just
men enjoy the validation that they get when they post pictures of them and a girl on the internet. You know, like men act like women because men now you have men that want validation. You know, so they want to post pictures with women and things like that, and you know, and it's sickening. It's like men want just as much as men want just as much attention as women nowadays, and it's sad.
It really is. They want validation. I don't know whether they want validation from other women or other dudes, or maybe it's just everybody. Because you'll get these guys that will take pictures, or like I
Mhm.
had a friend that was like this. I used to go to Anime Con and cosplay. For a while I was pretty big because I would wear these you know kind of the suits and everything. But yeah, I would go for the general fun because I love to cosplay, and I still do it. Just haven't got a chance to because of the whole COVID thing. But I had a friend. Whenever he would go there with me, we would never dress up. He'd wear his little name tag, and he would just try to get a picture with every chick. And he wasn't doing it for his scrapbook like other people. He was doing that to say, "Look at all the women that want to take a picture with me." It was
Yeah,
really, really sad. That was the only way he could hug a girl,
there's a
essentially.
really weird phenomenon. I wrote a book. I read a book just lately on histrionic personality disorder, and that used to be the women doing the look at me, the photos, and look how glamorous I am. That's histrionic personality disorder. But it used to be 98% women and everything. But nowadays been this morph into probably a lot of guys doing this now too. And I think it's the baby mama syndrome, and they don't know their gender or something. And there's more histrionic personality disorder with men nowadays, and the selfies and look at me, I'm with this girl and I'm so glamorous thing. It's kind of weird how things have
Yeah.
changed in a short period of time.
Yep, you're correct. I agree with that, Coach. And to go back to what you said, Golden, about the I'm sorry, about the comic book convention. You notice how there's more and more women being at these conventions? There's more and more women going to these conventions.
Oh yeah. I could
Uh,
explain
it-
that one. You remember when anime was like at least about 20 years ago when it was lame and everyone said it was for nerds, losers, and all that? Be
right,
it cosplay, anime, or any of this stuff, it wasn't cool, I guess, until like we as men made it cool, and then women want to join in on it.
Right.
And what's really disgusting about it is I have known and seen women who would dress up like Sailor Moon or anything, skimpy, and they don't like the guys that they're around, like the fat, like nerdy guys that are around. What they'll do, they enjoy the attention and the validation, but they'll act like they're creeped out about it. Oh God, everyone's staring at my ass. Like, yeah, and you want them to because you're wearing that. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, they get off on it and they don't want to admit it. They're disgusted because that's not the kind of guy they want. Elon Musk to look at their ass. They want somebody like LeBron or Elon Musk or somebody high up to look at their ass.
right,
But they know
right.
that those guys will never do that, so they can only get that validation or self-esteem boost from the men that they look down on. So women don't know how to go to an event and just have fun. They do it for attention. They make it all about them. And this is why people typically have a terrible time sometimes going with them. And also why women, and I don't care if people find this offensive because I got in trouble for this shit a long time on the street, but I'm going to say it anyway. Women are single handedly probably the worst comedians I've ever known. They're not funny.
Oh yeah, they're not funny at all. With the coding and the graphics and everything, you find it interesting that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, men did all the hard work, and then they came up with Python, and then now women are able to do it.
Yeah, it's like, what the heck? The funniest thing women
Right.
ever did is emulate men and fail
Mhm.
at it. That was the
Yeah, we
funniest
did
thing
all
they've
the
ever
hard
done.
work. It's like the washing machine, or the same theory of we made the washing machine, and we made we we did coding. We did all the coding by hand. I remember back in the 80s when coding first started and everything, there was stacks of paperwork that I had to do that were this high to get simple programs to run. And we did that, and then all of a sudden it was made easy. Now that it's made easy like a washing machine, they can do it now.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, like women get into these things and then they try to run men away from the things that men we truly enjoy, like, like conventions, and you starting to see more and more women at sports games and things like that. Like, it's, I don't know. Yeah, it's but the women are at these sports games for the chance that they might hook up with an athlete. They might bag an athlete or a rich guy that's in the front row or shit like that. Like you said, Golden, you said these women don't go there for the fun. They go there for, the tension or to find a potential top mate. They go to these places with the hope of finding a top tier mate that they can get with, and that's it. It's all a mating strategy when women do these things. It's a fucking mating strategy, man. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
Mimicry, yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah. RG3 came from Washington to Cleveland and then met a Maple Heights girl, and then now he's paying child support for those children. But he failed to recognize that the mother of the girl that he had decided to mate with was a career NFL follower, and she had done the same thing. It was just so funny. And then it was just some of the guys seeing it. Most of the guys just ignored it. It's like, no, she comes from a career NFL family that all they do is show up at football games and try to garner the attention of the players.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking silly, the lengths women to go through. That's the thing. Women don't take up, philosophical or like a lot of these pursuits that they love to claim that they do. This is why a lot of them are great for simple government jobs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was on one stream where a woman bragged about being an architect, and I had to explain to her that most people, if they have any level of building, let's say, for example, they're plumbing or farming or whatever, it's impressive, but not the most impressive thing in the world. And then the next woman comes in, and she was bragging about being a hydrodynamical engineer, and I hydrodynamical, like, because she said it so fast, it took me a while to realize what she was saying. Essentially, she works at the at the waterway, like at the dam, and I said, so you're pretty much slightly above a plumber.
Yeah,
it's just a fancy title. That's all it is. Chief of hydrodynamical. Just wow. It's just really stupid. Like, women will give themselves a pat on the back for really anything, and they go to work. Women don't even work for the same reasons we work. That's why they go and talk and everything. I love my job, and you ask, man, do you love your job? No, I like my job, but it pays the bills. But not too many of us like say stuff like that. But women, they socialize. They turn every job into a socializing gossip event,
right?
And it's just so annoying. A lot of us we want to go work and go home, and not women. Oh, I have so many friends at work. It's like why even go to work?
Somebody else coming in, so we have to be safe and see what this is first. But mgtow in the wind wants to come in, so we'll let him in, but also be careful, cautious.
I totally agree with you, Golden.
Yes, sorry about that. I came out of another live stream. Sorry about that, gents.
Okay,
I just cut the last bit of the conversation about women bragging about their little degrees. That's about right.
Oh yeah, we were
their accomplishments.
Yeah, they pat themselves on the back for minuscule accomplishments.
Yeah, like.
Well, the sad thing about it is what they fail to realize is that whatever they design, if it fails, because they are the lead designer of it, they're held responsible for it. Well, responsible to a certain point up until their genitalia kicks in and they start crying and everything, but they are held responsible. I bet at a lesser extent than a man if he were to be an engineering designer or a hydrodynamic engineer, also known as plumber.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I talk about this a lot with bid splitting on jobs nowadays. With you, there's a certain lighter than air work that is prevalent in our society. That are useless bullshit jobs that we make up for, but mostly for female engineers. But they can get a female engineering degree in 90 days now. But what happens on these jobs is you got, and I used to work for I used to work for the government, putting a lot of equipment in, and I would do the total job. I would engineer it and everything, put the air conditioner on the roof, do everything. But now what happens is these engineering jobs that are made up and they're kind of fake jobs, they split the bid on me. So I'm automatically losing a third of my what I would make in a profit as the guy that's actually going to do the job.
Right.
And you get a lot of those kind of jobs now, and you have to watch out them. I did a video earlier, and not a lot of people would be when you talk about bid splitting. It doesn't seem to be a mgtow topic, but when you get down to it, this is what happens in society now: is they'll take the total job, which the person that's going to do it is probably like me. He's a contractor that's going to come and put that in. They'll take portions of that job and they'll split it off for these insignificant jobs and give them to these women that really one of the examples I used to give is we had one of these projects going on, and the pressure head on the motors needed to be a certain 3/4 horse thing, and the engineer split the bid on it, and then she gave us these quarter horses, and they never pumped the water up 60 feet. Now, as men, we kind of knew that we needed 3 horses. It was standard in the industry, but she had no idea, and we had to go back and replace all these motors.
The funny thing about it is as a truck driver, women are going to drive down the cost of freight.
Yeah, what you're going to make eventually, yeah, because
Right.
they'll do the logistics part of it, and then they'll take money on the logistics part of it, but they never want to be the ones moving the freight or doing the actual truck driving job.
Right, and for the most, and the logistics, like the dispatch, the management jobs,
the dispatchers,
and,
which used to be all men dispatchers.
right, and in many cases, I'm starting to see female truck drivers.
Yeah, that's because of automatic transmissions.
Right, and none of them are going to go owner operator to really get their hands dirty. Yeah, the automatic transmission. And how many of them actually stay in that field for more than 2 years?
Right. Yeah. We were just talking about that on I seen a gas truck, and I was wondering what company was the gas truck, and then I realized that it was one of these logistics companies that the guy, you just drive up to the port, he fills the tanker up, and then the logistic guy sends you your pattern where to go. And you just drive around and do that. And then that's another form of bid splitting on these jobs, where you used to have to go to Ohio, you used to have the credit. You would take the credit, then you'd make more money on it. Now the logistical person's chopping off a third of that.
Yep. That's exactly how it's going to happen. It's going to drive down across the freight and basically further make a divide. Basically furthering the divide. Oh, I'm a truck driver. I'm essential.
Yeah, I see a lot of truck drivers now going through after this thing. A lot of them are getting laid off. A lot of the jobs. I don't know how they're doing freight now. I'd have to really look into it and everything now. But there's been a lot of minimalization of the masculine portion of that job, and
because women are taking it over.
Right. I think it would be more smaller trucks and delivery trucks versus and they just get it off of freight from trains and stuff like that. So they're redoing the whole, and they're weeding men out of these masculine positions that they used to have, where they're driving, the 40 footers. And so it's just another form of the logistics driving men out. And now we're going to have to put more infrastructure into the rail freight. And
That's the sad part about it is there's only so much there's only so much the rail freight can handle.
yeah, and air freight and rail freight.
Right.
Air
I
freight's
mean,
nice, but you're still going to need these truck drivers. But it's driving down the cost of what they would make, and they can't even pay for their trucks anymore. When you think about when you work for
no.
one of those companies, a portion of your pay is already going so you can have your truck.
So you can have your truck, fuel your truck,
Yeah,
your
fuel your
maintenance, your
truck.
basic maintenance. One of these freaking tires costs like $500.
Yeah, it drives me nuts when I just started seeing more and more of it. It used to be like the biggest sin was if you're driving that truck down the road without a trailer on it. But I've noticed a lot of trucks driving around without trailers on it
Bobtails.
lately, and it's like
I,
that's a sin. It's
it
like,
is. It is. It's sad that they're using rail freights, and there's only and again, there's only so much rail freight can handle
yeah, you can put the
before it all
boxes on
crumbles
there, and
down.
it's easy to pick up a box and just take it to the next location or start
Guess what?
distributing it. But
Eventually, you're gonna hit that one turn that you can't even take it at 1 mile an hour.
yeah, yeah. So there's a lot of feminized work that's being incorporated over the top of the masculine work that the guys that's really going to put in the air conditioner, or he's really going to build the house, and
Right.
even house
And it's
building too. You can look at now, and they're splitting areas off where lighter than air work is getting paid a lot to do that, and it's driving up the house costs, and the actual workmen are getting minimalized to
right.
disposable male.
And the funny thing about it is, and that pretty soon it's gonna be like, why can't nobody's having kids? Nobody's having kids. It's because one, it's just not. First off, first off, it's just one. You basically feminine. You basically are driving men out of the
Right.
ability to have children. Two, you're basically having women. You basically see the double tax market of women to the point where they don't want men, and by extension, by men are being left disposable. Now they don't want to get married and have kids.
Right. Yeah. This whole thing started probably the 80s and 90s
Oh, it started a long time ago.
when our
It
products
just
men we used to make our products in America, and there were
mm,
men's jobs, forging jobs, and steel stamping plants and stuff like that. But now
coal mines.
we do that through this globalization process through China and India, and the people in China and India do the hard work now, and they pollute their own air, and them sort of things, and then they ship it over here, and we just distribute it. That's the lighter than
What's
air
going?
jobs.
Yeah.
You can
What's
become a
going to
distributor
happen?
now.
What's going to happen when these people when the amount of women who are childless and single
Yeah,
reach reach age where they can't have children? Who's going to pay for? Oh, I'm not so worried because I know there's going to be always going to be some sorry fornicate. I'm trying not to curse on your channel.
okay.
Some sorry fornicate that is going to basically bow down to some chick. It's not going to happen in my time. It's going to happen in I'd say right around the time that these kindergartners reach about their adulthood, because right around puberty is where young men begin to start observing the world around them.
Yeah,
I'll be fine. I've got a military pension up until I drop dead. You
yeah.
know.
Most men will be fine, and most mgtows will be fine too.
Oh yeah.
It's
It's everybody else that comes after my generation.
right. I mean, they'll start throwing men under the bus, and I think that only
That only make things worse.
yeah,
Yep.
that'll only make things worse. There'll be a segment in this world history that there always is where America will have to start making its own products again. There's going to be hostility out there,
Look
and we're
at
going to have to
Japan.
gear up again, like after the Pearl Harbor. We had to gear up, and we weren't
Right.
prepared for that, but we did it. What happens when that happens, and we realize that we don't have these forging plants, we don't have these steel plants, we don't have these things that men used to do.
Oh well.
We globalized.
Oh well. But guess what? Look at Japan. You know about like Japan's declining population.
Yeah.
What they're going to do is they're going to continue to feed the problem with immigration. The same thing the U.S. is doing. They're going to ship people from Taiwan, South Korea, Vietnam, yada yada yada, into Japan to procreate to start the next generation of the downfall.
Yep.
Yeah. Now this video is kind of interesting. The
Right,
pandemic.
cycle of interest. And South Korea is having problems. Yeah. South Korea, they realized that, wait a minute, if these local men don't want to screw their women, what is going on? America, you're going to ship people from overseas. And they're going to say, wait a minute, if these local men don't want to screw their women, what's going on? As we know, mgtow is worldwide.
Right.
Not to mention, I mean, importing these immigrants is only going, it's just putting a band-aid on the issue, because what people seem to be forgetting is there are those that will rise up in the ranks and, you know, become wealthy and whatnot, and then they'll end up in the exact same problem that we're in now.
Right. Yeah.
So,
it's just a band-aid for the problem, because those men, if you're just a replacement dude, you soon realize that you're going to be the next victim, and it'll only take 10 years to a half a generation to realize these guys to wake up and go, oh yeah, we're the victims now.
yeah, and then they'll be in the same position because honestly, they import all these people because you know, one thing they do is they'll work the government jobs and screw like jackrabbits, but then when that becomes unviable anymore, they won't do it, and then boom, they'll be where we are. And that's the government's reaction to that. Oh, local men won't marry the women or have kids anymore. We'll get these guys over here, and then pretty soon those guys won't want to do it anymore. And then after that, they're gonna have to use the artificial womb or find some kind of way. They've tried different ways of making us stay with women. And or in Africa and India, they were taxing men like heavily who were single and dragging. There have been boys and stuff that have run away from home because of the whole arranged wedding thing, and they're dragging people back to villages and all these other places to marry these women because they know no one in their right mind will.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There was just a story I read this week in Google. It was one of the top Google stories. There's the guy was getting married in India, and his wife the girl he was marrying fell over dead. You know what happened?
What happened?
They put the sister in her. He had to marry the sister.
Wow. That's messed up. Wow.
And they just continued. They took the body out, put it in the other room, and they continued the wedding to the sister.
That's
You can look it up.
cold.
It's true. It's like, it was one of the most screwed up stories I ever read in my life. It was like unbelievable. But that man had no choice. He was going to marry he was going to marry something that day. He was going to be a forced father. He's going to be married something, and that was it.
Man, that's the thing, and the reason that they do this, and a lot of Western women, hell, maybe even Western people don't understand this. They keep promoting all things commie, and the thing about it is they would never want to live in such a place because the whole reason for the dowries and all that stuff is because having a daughter in a lot of these other countries essentially means that you're going to be losing money.
Liability.
Right.
Yeah, they're a liability.
Yeah,
and
that's talking about bride price and that and everything, and
because they won't tell you this, but normally the reason they're trying to get the daughters married off quickly to really anyone is so that the guy can take care of her and / in turn take care of the family. So the man still ends up like burdened with the burden goes from the father to whatever guy is crazy enough to get with his daughter. And so, and it's just like playing hot potato with women. Like, oh God, I'm losing money. It's just liability. I want to take care of a hot potato.
And you know what the worst part about it is? A lot of those men get cheated.
Yeah, you start thinking about the demographics of the country and the need for the the country that have those kind of policies. And in India, it's like 1.8 billion people or something. And now there's a real demographic problem where you have to have men to take care of, or that burden falls on the government.
Yep.
So that's, we start looking at that in its sense, and we start looking at our laws and how our laws progressed. It's like, yeah, without the laws being the way it is, the burden of these immature females that would just want to pump out babies and have no responsibility falls directly on the government. And they don't want that. They would rather have a slavery program of forced fatherhood to take care of that. And that's all provided to them by this religion that we have in America. It's the religion of honor and of chivalry.
And that's the kicker, because I can tell you this right now: the government does not like taking care of really anyone, but they especially don't. They're not going to take care of women as soon as that's no longer.
They're systemically make themselves self-important. The government becomes the business instead of taking care of the people. Systemically that happens in any kind of institution, at least says Durkheim. They become self-important to the employees of the government. They want to pay themselves, and they know if this program ends, their jobs end. They're
Not to mention, what's really messed up about this is the only reason women were given those perks or given that protection by the government keeps caving into this, is because women make up the majority of consumers. They spend more money than virtually anyone. Those same bad neighborhoods that people talk about, be it a trailer park or wherever, those same women are the ones who spend more money virtually anybody. If they didn't run out and buy money, places like Walmart, Walgreens, all those places, they'd be out of business, and they know it because they buy in bulk and they make up the majority of consumers. So naturally, the government's going to do whatever they can to keep them happy. And the same's all over the world. Right. They don't care about what we as men do because we're low maintenance in that regard.
We're low maintenance, yeah. When you hear any politicians start talking about revenues, that's what he's talking about: how to generate revenues from the females and how to sell more products. Because every time they sell a product, they make 6% sales tax. So it becomes self-serving of the government to generate that kind of spending.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're not going to direct that towards men because we're always going to be low maintenance. I mean, it doesn't really take much to make a man happy. You give us like a square room with a TV, we're good. We'll figure out the rest.
The funny thing about it is, they don't
I'll be right back.
understand. Sorry, they don't understand. Is like, you can't. Eventually, it's going to get to the point. I mean, it has gotten to the point where a lot of men, not a majority of men, but a lot of men have decided to say, you know what, this isn't worth it.
Right.
How
horrible!
And as more men, not worth it. As more men begin to see, more and more men begin to see it as not work. It's already in the teenagers. It's already at the teenagers. There's already teenagers that are seeing this as not a viable, sane option. So right around these teenagers, when they turn adults, and I get to the age where I'm getting ready to die off, it's going to end up backfiring.
Right. And
backfire it will.
Yeah. The different generations. There was a quote in Thoreau's Walden where Thoreau says that every generation blames a generation before them for these things, and when it gets to that point, the generation will. You see it now with the boom. Everybody blames the boomers and everything, but
everybody's going to blame me. Everybody's going to blame my generation.
That's going to change too, where everybody's going to blame the Xers and everybody's going to blame the Zers, and as it goes on, the next generation will always blame the former generation. And that was 1854 when Walden wrote when Thoreau wrote Walden. So there's not a mistake here. He's seen it then. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of, as things get tighter and tighter and tighter, that's going to become a real problem.
Our job is to point the blame at the right direction. If you have a child, if you have a son, if you have custody of your daughter, your job as a parent is to point the blame in the right direction.
In the right direction, right. And that would be take responsibility for yourself. I mean, that's what we're trying to do in MGTOW is point people. We won't say females, or we'll just say point people in the right direction and take responsibility for your actions.
Problem is we came into the open too late. Either we came in the open too early or we came in too late.
Yeah, when we talk about the men's right movement, and it kind of led us on for so many years, and
the men's right came in too late.
Yeah, they were trying to approach the problem with fixing it with religion at first, and that was the Mesopoetic era, and then the men's right evolved into the Big John era, and then they evolved into the men's rights we kind of see now, that having pillow fights with feminists, and they were going down the wrong path, and they didn't know, because we had no experience in this, what was going to happen at post when they got rid of the two acts that protected us against plagiarism and let baby mamas run free, and then no fault divorce, it all happened at the same time, and they brought back one of the tenets of barbarism, and for females only. Now we really know how to react to that, so there was a learning process up to, and finally MGTOW blossomed, and MGTOW is the reaction to that, the proper reaction.
Walk away, leave these women alone.
Walk away, and that's the only thing you can do, and you're going to lose that. You're going to lose those mating benefits, but they weren't all what they said they were anyways.
Right. And it's like they're gonna. I mean, get them to the point where you're gonna force me to mate. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to catch me first.
Yeah, and you don't have to lose. Like I said, there's several different ways to rethink this formula in your head. Having a surrogate mother would be one, and doing it very legally. Adoption would be two.
Do you honestly think that they're gonna actually? Well, like I know, we all know that they're not gonna do that for men.
No, you can get a surrogate mother now, and I think that's the best way to do it, because all men can generally afford that price, the tag that's on surrogacy, and then that child is yours. There's no mother involved. There is no mother at that point, so men can do that, and it will be your DNA, your child. That will have to be proven in the process. But there are other ways to look at it too. I always give a 200 miles and a fake ID and just don't give a fuck. Surrogacy is one of them. What worked out very well for me is there was, I have 5 children, 3 from the traditional marriage and 2 from where I started hanging around with lesbians for some reason, and they just wanted me the DNA, and that worked out very well for me. What's that?
Yeah, that's understandable, but I'm a selfish prick.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know this. You know I'm a selfish prick. Everybody in the manosphere knows that I'm a selfish prick. I'm crazy. And all the things that I do off the cuff and off of a whim. They know I'm one of the more or less unhinged MGTOW. Am I right? But for me, it's like, if a lesbian couple walked up to me, I mean, you're a better man than me, I'd say nope.
Well, see,
Find somebody else.
I didn't know bigotry against those. Lesbians are fun.
I don't hold bigotry toward lesbians either.
But the deal is, they understand the deal. The deal is, they don't want me around, and I don't want to be around. And that was the deal. That works out great. If they don't want you around, you have to make sure about that too. There's risk involved with this thing. But for me at that time, it was like, no, you don't want all they want is my DNA and take a picture of my DNA. And they made it clear they did not want me around. So don't beg to be a father, or we will give you what you're begging for. And that's where a clear understanding of men begging for their own enslavement came in. Don't beg for your enslavement.
There's a reason. There's a reason. I'm trying to figure out a way to say it, the verbiage, without being profane. There's a reason I have a philosophy. My thing. I say this about lesbians. I love lesbians. Do you know why? Because it takes two trash pieces of tail off the market.
Yeah,
that's my thought.
But as I figure, you know what, they're more they have an understanding where they know that there's going to be no responsible male for that. They know that that's the choice they made, and they understand how to be responsible at that point.
Yeah, but you know, like lesbian relationships are the most toxic. Like the stats show that the most domestic cases come from lesbian couples.
Yeah, they have an interdynamic that play out in that thing, just like a male-female interdynamics, and both of them calling the police on each other kind of doubles the visibility of it.
And for me is I don't want to put a child, I don't want to put any child through that dynamic.
As my concerns, you know, when I picked to do that, they were I didn't go into that. No, they're very professional people, and they have very professional jobs, upward to some of the 100K plus jobs and everything, and they're very responsible for that. That's why I decided to do it. It's an option, but you still have to do your research, and you still have to know that person and what their intentions are. The problem with the traditional relationships, like my first one that I have under a Christian relationship, is there was no honesty in that.
Right.
And that's where I got caught. The dishonesty in it was great. So the more honesty you can find in a relationship, which was not really a relationship. There was no relationship there. There was no love. There was no none of those things. There was a very honest dialogue between us about what was going to happen. And I said, I had no intention of being a father. And they said, we don't want you to have any intention of ever coming around after this. And beware of that. Most men will simp after that, and they will simp after that family. I had no intention of simping after that family. I'll let them, as far as I'm concerned, it's just another part of life. But you have to be a very mature person to do that. Most men aren't that mature. They can never experience that kind of. It's the analogy I give is John, Jill, and Chad. John had a baby with Jill. She ran off with Chad, but John is still fucking simping after that child. He should just let that shit go.
Exactly. Let me break through. I come into this life today. I've already had. Excuse me. I'm dealing with allergies. Sorry about that. I've already had the wake, the funeral, and buried. Or the child has been born, the child has grown up and has graduated high school.
Yeah, me too.
Upon conception, the child has graduated high school and is off to college or off whatever.
Right.
Not done.
And for me, it's like, I mean, it's the mentality that a lot of us that I got, and for me, it's like, I guess it's because of I see how my childhood was, and I know, and I see that I had both parents till death do you part, and I see that I understand how hard my brother had it because he has a different mother than me. you know.
Mhm.
And it's like I can relate, but I can't really
Right. You can
relate
see the
because
broken family there and everything, and
right,
I can
and
assure you that that the children that I had later after they're grown up now too. And I kept an eye on it from a distance, and there was never a point where they weren't getting good information. They're all going to college, and they're all very well adjusted children. They do have two parents. It's just that they have two mothers.
right.
Uh,
Are they emotional?
No, no, I one's very much like me, very much the girl's very much like me. She's not emotional at all. She has there's no it's and the son is sort of like me too. He's just he has other interests, and he
So,
just pursues his interests.
sorry, Coach, if you don't mind if I interject.
Go
You
ahead.
know what question I'm going to ask you.
Hmm.
Uh, you mentioned that you had a daughter, right? And you know where I'm going with this. So,
Yeah.
by you being a mid-tail and having a daughter, I'm pretty sure you pretty much know the question that I'm asking at this point. So,
Would I suggest MGTOW for guys that know they're going to have daughters, or that was a no?
no, like you knowing so much about female nature
Yeah.
and things like that, and you having a daughter, you know, do you think your daughter's applies to that female nature rule, or what's your
Yeah, I
take
think
on that? Like,
both their mothers. Well, the one daughter, she's in traditional relationship. She's born into a traditional thing, so there's a learning curve here. The other daughter was never born into that traditional relationship. She knows exactly, like, if she knows exactly that she has to take responsibility for her own life, and she's taught that. Uh, and but the the one daughter has flown into the traditional relationship. That's what she's learned. So uh, from that view that I have, I can tell the difference now between your child's going to, it's going to turn out what you teach it. And if you tell it lies, traditional lies, all of its life, it's going to turn out like that. It's up to you to, uh,
yeah.
to at least put in a situation where they're not told those traditional lies or understand them. Uh,
Yeah, it was,
these kids growing up, that's the hard part right now is the kids growing up in these traditional relations, they rely on us MGTOWs to tell them the truth. Uh,
yeah, because I was a victim of that shit too.
yeah.
This is
Now,
why
I think with the lesbians in general, uh, they're not telling them that the traditional relationships are going to work. They're telling them exactly the opposite. They're pretty much telling them the exact same thing as MGTOW,
yeah,
but from a different gender perspective.
so they're at least letting them know because I was a victim of a lot of that traditional thinking
Yeah.
growing up as well. And this is why, my brother went off and, started a little family. But I pretty much got it harder than him. And because it was just like, I don't know, I just got blamed and accused of the stupidest, some of the dumbest things growing up to the point by the time I reached my, late 20s, early 30s, I really didn't really care or feel anything. I mean, I was starting to get praised for values I always possessed. And it was actually really funny. My mom and dad tried to shame me with the idea of being alone,
Yeah.
and I told them I just don't want to date anymore. And they're like, "Why?" Because when I look at the way my, I wouldn't say that I grew up terribly, but when it came to this whole like a lot of the stuff, because me and some of the let's just say me and some of the women in my family used to just not get along. And my dad kind of, simped out on a lot of things, and so I had to become the family misogynist essentially,
Hmm.
because I wasn't gonna take that kind of shit. I'm not gonna fucking take. I told my cousin because she was bigger than me. I was only like 10 at the time. She was like 14. She like she, I don't know what we were fighting over, but she like straight up like slapped me or something, and I pushed her down and told her if she hits me again, I'm gonna hit her in the face. It was just one of those freaking things. I wasn't just gonna be pushed around and everything, and that's kind of the issue. And so when I got older, I got into cosplay and home ec and all this stuff. 'Cause I think I told you about this. Trav, when I was in high school, everyone wanted to go wrestling. I joined the chess club. I was doing either nerdy or air quote, oh, home ec, that's a girly thing. Oh, ballroom
Yeah,
dancing, and I was laughing because people were making fun of me for that shit. And I was like, well, at least I get to dance with women. I'll be wrestling around with smelly dudes all day. Forgive me. And so it was that thing, and not to get made fun of for these hobbies. When I got older, I just didn't care anymore. People kept trying to change me into
right.
something
You
I didn't
matured.
want to be. My dad tried to throw me in football. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. It was
Yeah,
just one of those things like, why the fuck am I doing this? I'm so bored. I don't want to fucking be here. I'd rather be out there, playing, getting into archery or painting or something or doing music. It just wasn't really my niche.
right.
And when I got older, a lot of people really got pissed off because I do not enjoy having philosophical conversations with women. It's like talking to a fucking toddler.
Yeah,
I don't like it. It pisses me off. I find it disgusting, and people translate that to me hating women. I don't hate them. It's just I know better than to have such conversations with them. So as far as me having kids, highly unlikely unless the artificial womb.
right.
Or I find
Yeah,
no.
for a MGTOW, not having kids just makes good sense. There are MGTOWs that want to figure out how to approach having a family without a female.
You know the funny thing about that is that archery and freaking music were once a man's sport,
Yeah.
like where they had to hunt,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
bars where they had to sing. Men would have to be able to cook over a fire, either with a stick or a Dutch oven. It's funny that how basically they had with the of advancements of their technology
Yeah.
that things that were once male dominated have been taken up and over by females.
Oh yeah, you can see it in the Christmas story with Scrooge, and if you read that story, the accountant and he was the accountant, which would be typically known as kind of a female job now to
Yep.
Scrooge. So you can look back in history just a short time ago when that was written, uh, that there's been some gender dynamics flip in a lot of the perceptions of jobs, especially in banking and them used to be typical man jobs, money and banking
Yeah.
and accounting was a typical male job. Marley was the character in that where he was the accountant. He was the guy that took care of Scrooge's. Let me add another person in here, but like always, be careful and dynamics, gender dynamics flip. Turn your browser off, please, new and MGTOW. There used to be typical man jobs, money and banking.
Whose browser's on?
New and MGTOW, he just came in. He just could turn his browser off.
Okay.
Okay, I think he did it. Okay, how you doing, New and MGTOW?
Good. Good.
Yeah, so I have another question for the panel. This is a question for every single person on the panel. How do you feel about the black pill? I don't know if all you guys have heard about the black pill, but what's your personal opinion about the black pill to every person on the panel?
Well, as someone who has personal experience with it, the black pill, because I took the whole damn thing at one point and I was just
Yeah,
angry all the time. Everything I ate, everything I drank didn't feel anything. The black pill is essentially like you accept the truth, but you're fighting it, and it's not a place that you want to stay. I mean, a little dose, micro dose of the black pill aren't bad, but you don't want to stay on the black pill path because it leads to the ultimate form of nihilism, which you do see all truth, but it comes with a price. You stare into the abyss essentially. Only difference is you don't want to fall into the abyss, and so you have to balance that out like little microdoses along with the red pill. The red pill is something you take
right.
daily, least we forget. But there are those that say that they are black pill, but to be fully black pill is to just see truth in its entirety, and whether you accept it or not, it's totally up to you. But not everyone can live like that or handle that. And I had my moment where I spent a good couple of years just in isolation. I
Yeah.
did not want to be around anybody, and so that was like my nihilistic phase, and it was really really bad. I had to learn how to kind of talk to people and do stuff again, because my whole life was at one point just ruined. Everything just went from flames, and so lost lost my dog, like lost it. It was just everything that could go wrong went wrong. So yeah. So that's those are my thoughts on the black pill.
Yeah, we have to remember that mgtow is a philosophy, and we look to the philosophers before us to explain what we're going through. Every philosophy, and that's why mgtow is a movement, by the way. We look to existentialism, and when you have that existential angst that they used to describe in other ways, and you can use other words for the existential angst. You can use skepticism, you can use nihilism, you can use all these things are explaining the same thing. MGTOW is explaining the same thing to you in the same way. We just have a different vocabulary, and that vocabulary is black pill, red pill, and we have things, we say things that would the idea is the same as the philosophers before us. We just gave it, and there's an incommensurability problem sometimes in MGTOW when we don't identify what we're really saying. We're saying the same thing as existential angst. You're going to go through that existential angst. You're going to deconstruct, and then you're going to reconstruct a life that's based on truth. So like Kant would say, you're taking everything off the table, and then you're going to put things back on the table that you know to be true, that you've critiqued. And you have to critique these things in your life and make sure that they're true now. And you can only do that by giving an honest effort to disprove it. So you put these things back on the table, and that's what we're talking about. MGTOW, in the general sense of a philosophy, is the same as all other philosophies, and it makes sense in that way. But we talk to black pill, we're just talking about existential angst where you're deconstructing. And then now you're going to have to do reconstruction. You're going to have to do an honest evaluation of philosophers before you, so you can learn the whole thing. That's what
exactly.
For
This
me,
is why I'm sorry.
For me, it's okay. For me, I cannot. I am not. I am literally at this particular moment incapable of taking the full black pill. I could only walk the line. And walk the line I've also had to step away from the black pill so that I can recover. I mean, I don't know if anybody has known I am a guardsman, so I can't go too deep into the black pill because it is dangerous for my job. And I have also had I've been I mean, there's been times where I've had to take more and more time away from the black pill, like from the line, because
right, it causes a certain amount of anxiety.
Right.
So that you're going to have to go through that anxiety. And being when I worked for the Army, I couldn't do both things at the same time. I had to have my mind fully on the job that I was doing.
Right.
And I was a contractor for a long time, and I couldn't be thinking about girl problems and gender dynamics while I was out in the field.
Right. And because it is dangerous to not only yourself, it is also dangerous to others.
The rest of the people around you, your platoon, your the people that trust you, the men around you.
And you do not push it. You do not push anybody into the black pill. You don't push anybody that way.
Right. That can cause severe depression and a pulling away from society to a point where you have to be alone. And like I said, he had to be alone. I had to be alone during that process too.
A lot of
things out. If you don't have that option, then you can't do it all the way.
Right. And I think a lot of people can't. Sorry about that. A lot of people can't do it because we've already lost. People have already lost their lives because they couldn't handle it. I'm not blaming the black pill. I'm blaming the fact that they went in too deep and they couldn't find their way back.
This is why I tell people, I mean, For those that don't know, when you think of the black pill, just think of the Joker. I mean, what drove him just to go to that point? Because as he says all the time throughout his comic, all it takes is one bad day, and that is very true. Sometimes all it takes is one really bad day to mark a domino effect, a set of things, and yeah, not everyone can handle that. The black pill isn't necessarily what takes lives. It's people pushing them towards that, and then that person becomes dangerous to themselves and everyone around them. So them being alone is how they protect themselves as well as everybody else.
Right. We go gold at
And
that point.
and to be honest with you, JE is actually right. It's already happening. Crime rate's going up.
Yeah. Now I
Look
think
at
in the future you can do this thing slower, or you can introduce a lot of the ideas at a once you get by the idea of mgtow is really kind of telling you the truth there, and you incorporate these philosophies into your life. You can do that at a slower process, or you can yeah, you can modulate yourself where you can do it, but it just can't be that that original that that all of a sudden thing. Yeah. Oh, and
and for me,
usually it takes about 5 years before you're mgtow anyways.
Right.
and I literally
Anybody else?
I literally had to go through the red pill rage
Mhm.
overseas. Did I tell
Yeah.
you? Remember
Well, a lot
that?
of guys do that because we have the wall of shame. You're going to get that letter. You're going to get that thing from you. There's
It was
92% divorce rate. There's
it
all
wasn't
those things. A lot of
it,
guys, that's the opportunity for them to, they can get counseling for that at the same time, and they can
I
go
didn't
through
get
that
counseling.
with support of the brothers.
I didn't get counseling.
Yeah, you
I
could.
didn't,
Yeah.
I didn't ask for support from my brothers.
Right. You have to
Basically,
be cautious of counseling
I
too,
never
because
right, and
the first
I
thing they're going to say is you got PTSD. You
right,
don't have girl problems. You have PTSD. No, my
right.
bitch is fucking somebody else, and my kids are at risk. Them things don't matter to them.
For me, it was my deployment was an eye opener. It was like somebody else got the Dear text. I was single, wondering why. When I gone overseas, I met somebody. I watched a MGTOW video, and next thing you know, I'm up here looking for this video again.
Yeah,
About 3 to 6 months later in the deployment.
we all know that feeling.
Yeah, and it's like I literally had to do. This is my counseling. 3 to 7 round burst. That was my counseling. 3 to 7 round burst. I literally had to vent it out over the course of the deployment, not to come home in a red pill rage.
Right? Yeah, yeah. You just yeah, do your job, cover your vector,
Right.
and that's what you can do. It's the only thing you can do, and spread it out. Try to minimize it, and it's every man goes through this thing differently. It's,
Right.
it's like some men just kind of they get the idea and they come into it, and like Joey, he just gets the idea. He never had to go through the horrible relationships or the and that's great because you have other people like me that's going to tell you what's happening, what this is what can happen. you know
Right. Yeah. Any other opinions about the black pill on the panel? Like anybody else want to
Yeah.
chime in on the black pill?
Be careful.
Yeah.
Be very careful. If you're not in a position to take the whole thing, be careful of the amount that you take and give yourself time to recover.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will lose your mind, and you will literally decide that you need to kick your heretic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
No,
if you want to know the full depth of the black pill, just watch the new Joker movie because that is in essence the freaking black pill and just how far it can take you. He started off as a relatively nice dude despite his issues, and he turned into that.
yeah.
So to
Yeah.
those in the panel, sometimes even the quietest, the most meekest person can become, because when you take, the more you take of the black pill, you become 10 times like you learn what you are capable of, but you also become 10 times more dangerous because of it too. So if you're taking the black pill and there's no way for you to isolate yourself, don't do it. Just take it in small micro doses, because it's like taking a cyanide pill. If you take the whole freaking thing, and you're just going to wind up getting angry at everybody, and either hurting them or hurting yourself. Just try to avoid that altogether if you can, or if you must, just take it in micro doses. Don't ever take the full black pill and go into a panic frenzy or some crap. That's not cool.
It's kind of
All right.
it works out in MGTOW a lot, where you got MGTOW light, and then you got the MRA, and a lot of guys can come in and enter MGTOW through those things, and they get the general ideas that are they're not too black pillish, and they always have an enemy. They have that feminism enemy they can blame it on, and everything. I'll always fall back on pillow fights with feminists, but they can do it slowly like that and learn it. It's up to you too. Well, your capacity to learn. You could do it that way. I came in through the MRA because there was no MGTOW at that time, so I knew all the kind of ideas and everything, and what I had gone through and everything. But nowadays, well, somebody can come right into MGTOW and get black pilled in, and just boom, there it is. You're stuck with all that in your head, and that could be a traumatic event.
Yeah. RIP, rest in peace, or new MGTOW. Do you guys want to chime in on your opinions on the black pill?
Yeah, gents, I'm on a 10-hour.
New to me. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna get ready to haul out because I got to get up at 3:00 in the morning, Central Standard Time, to go to Cali.
Okay, good.
All right, 10-4. Keep the shiny side up.
All right, always good to see you, Win. So new and MGTOW, do you want to chime in or rest in peace?
I'm sorry, my English is not good. I'm from Asia.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm new in Mexico because I saw my mom was flirting with another man in front of me twice with two different men. You understand me?
Yeah.
I definitely understand.
That's why I become Mexico, and I don't trust women. That's it.
Yeah, we get this impression since we were kids that women are angels, women are beyond, they're not going to do those things, and then we realize sometimes that our mothers weren't what we were told they were. It's one of the biggest things I had to go through. Is my mother was I'll just say it out loud. My mother was a whore. It's like so. It's like that was hard. That was hard.
Right.
That was a hard experience, and then you just kind of wake up to that. Yeah. Well, this is what MGTOW's telling you. This is what women do. This is how they do things in life, and it's very natural for them. It's very biological and everything. But what was the real problem was the lies that you were fed. That all women were angels. We put them on pedestals. That's where the farthest fall was.
Yeah,
right.
I'm real sorry you had to see that, because that's very messed up and could be very traumatizing. I mean, to have your own mom doing that. For me, I didn't have that experience, but I just remember throughout the majority of my life having to constantly explain my own interests and being made fun of for my own interests and pursuits, like all the time. And now I'm doing better off from it. And this is probably the same for you, but this is why a lot of men don't date anymore. And people on the panel, no one wants to wake up in the morning and explain who they are to someone every day and then get judged for who they are when they've been like that their entire life, and they're not going to change any kind of way. Having virtues isn't bad. Having interest isn't bad. But since women don't develop these, they'll in turn shame men for it out of some weird sense of competitory jealousy, and that's the issue. And I've seen it happen too many times. And they teach this to their sons, and then the sons grow up, trying to get a lot of women in the same way the women try to go after dudes and flirting on like everyone, and just it's just really messed up. There's no honor. When women have no kind of honor, and they'll say anything to anyone, be it their man, their children, and that's why. And this is why they've been treated like children through all of human history, because they've yet to prove that they weren't. They've
Yeah.
yet to surpass this, and so if they want that kind of respect, they need to get up off their ass and earn it like we did. It may take. I won't live long enough to see them progress how to come into adulthood, but at the very least, we can get the ball going.
Yeah. New and you said you were from India. Are you Hindi or Urdu or
No, I am Indonesian.
you're Indonesian? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Mirados.
No, I used to struggle. I used to always be like, yeah, my mom's not a whore. My mom's not a whore. But at the same time, me and all my siblings had different dads. So I had to come to
Yeah.
terms with my mom might just be a whore because,
Yeah.
me, all my siblings got different fathers and none of us have the same father. So I'm like, all right.
In
Well,
America, the way things are today is most children are going to be born into that situation where 40% of the females having babies now, or if not higher, are baby mamas, and you're going to have daddy number one, daddy number two, daddy number three, and that's not good, but it does kind of it's like a therapy, like a I know my mom's not this greatest person in the whole world, and that desensitizes you to the shock of that.
Yeah, because we're fed and we grow up thinking that our parents, especially our mothers, can do no wrong. And then when you find out that they either lie all the time or judge people all the time,
Right.
then it can be quite devastating. And to the guy from Indonesia, I'm not even sure I'm saying this the right way. This is a greeting. I think was it salam?
Yeah. Waalaikumsalam.
Oh, okay. Something I heard once. I need to I need to try to brush up on different languages, but yeah, I heard it's a greeting. So welcome to the panel and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When you think about this thing, it goes the other way too. Some guys come, I see a lot of MGTOWs coming and they find out their father was a simp.
right. And most of us don't even know if that's really our father to begin with. Like,
Right. Yeah. Okay. Now I got this
yeah,
guy hanging around. He's a simp. He's a bad influence on me and stuff. Kids pick up on that. And that's probably a good learning exercise too. Like, or baby daddy number one that comes around to talk to my brother. He's a fucking simp. And you find a certain masculinity in one of the other baby daddies or a male in a community that's a better mentor figure or something. You can internalize that. And all kids know a better mentor figure male when they see him. He just acts more mature. He his life's more in tune with real living and everything. When you're raised by a baby mom, you got to know that things aren't right. So when you see that male mentor figure, you go, oh, you know what, Johnny is a really great father, But that's what baby mamas marry. Baby mamas don't marry the A male. That was just the next male. And he was there for one reason, to provide a revenue. So that's a hard thing to get over too, once you realize that. I mean, if you're lucky, you have a father that comes around for birthdays and gives you gifts and cares about you.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm thankful. I mean, I had two good parents, but it's the little things that kind of piss me off. Because in my family, everyone's like really lefty, and me, I'm like kind of in the middle, more right leaning, and we can't talk about a lot of things. We can't talk about politics. We can't because of that. There's a lot of things like me and them typically can't freaking talk about because they wouldn't like my general thoughts on it because I've always been of the sound mind and body that I don't give a shit what happens in that White House or whatever. I'm gonna take care of me first and foremost. I think people get caught up with everything that's going on that they forget. Hey, we still got to live too. We still got stuff we got to take care of. And I hate having to be that one to always light a fire under everybody's butt. And then it's just after a while, you get tired. I mean, nobody wants to continually do that. And after all of that, I knew I didn't want to have kids. It'd have been nice. I came very close to actually that happening before, that thing with my ex, but nobody could have predicted that, not me, not hers, or anything.
Yeah.
It's just something terrible that happened. But yeah, I mean, I know
Anyway,
I'd have been happy.
I think
That I
Right.
know.
given the choice nowadays, most women would prefer to be a baby mama nowadays rather than in a traditional relationship. I mean, they're kind of trying to push that on women, and it's like, given the choice, most women would prefer the 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 more honest sexual cryptis approach, where they want resources from the whole community, and that's a whole
Oh yeah,
community of dads. I
that's
mean,
why they're always talking about the community shit
yeah,
because they want the whole community. If a woman can get the entire community, as you said before, to view her as some kind of divine mother, that they
yeah,
will. It's
yeah,
pretty.
they'll take that choice,
It's
and
narcissistic and ridiculous, but they do it.
yeah, I mean, if giving prizing gifts for being a PUA, you would do that too. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
human nature, the dark side of human nature, and that's what we see with females nowadays: the dark side of human sexuality and nature coming out, and they have the moral chains, like I say, extend farther for women. Uh,
Right.
Men's moral chains only can extend before they're considered bad humans.
Right. And understand this also, like, I really don't even like working for women because I work for both men and women. And one thing about working for a man is that you can earn that man's respect. Like, that man can hate you and he can think that you not fit for the job due to the way you look, but he'll give you a chance to let you work. And if you do a good job, he'll pay you your respect,
Right.
you know? Because I worked for a
Right.
lot of people who didn't necessarily like my appearance. But at the end of the day, I get in, I do my job well, and I can earn that person's respect by the end of that shift. But working for women, it's like they want you to fit a certain criteria as far as your looks and your presence,
And they
regardless of if you're
demand
fit to do the
respect.
job. Yeah, regardless of if you qualify for that job or not, a woman will turn that into oh yeah, you're gross looking, so yeah, it doesn't matter if you qualify for the job, you look gross, so you don't need to be here. How dare you? you know, you look gross. So it's like, regardless whether you qualify for the job or not, if a woman thinks you don't look good physically, or I mean not physically, but she don't like your presence, then it's going to be hard to get around that with a woman. But with a guy, even though that guy might not like your presence at all, you can still earn that guy's respect if you do the job right.
Yeah, you can tell how much more
Yeah.
honest men are about that. And what they're saying is, if I walked in like looking like I do, they would automatically assume neckbeard and misogynist neckbeard and everything. And that's an inner systemic bigotry. They're displaying intuition, and intuition is always someone's opinion about another gender, which is misandry, and they don't understand that, but they get away with that. The moral chains extend that far to them. Uh, they can get away with misandric things like that, but men have to. The simple accusation of misogyny to a man could ruin his career.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me when I had this one job. I was like a teenager. I was at a flower shop. My boss, she was such an ass that she caused almost a huge commotion because I didn't acknowledge her presence or whatever. And I knew why she was doing this. Her relationship went so far south. She just wanted male attention, and because I wasn't giving her that,
Mhm.
it was this whole thing of he didn't say good morning to me. And
Oh,
so because he didn't do that, he's antisocial. Oh
he's
my God.
social. She's demanding attention from you to replace the attention she's not getting at home or something. Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
deal with a lot of those drama issues with females in position because, like I said, they're not held responsible for their character. Uh,
Right.
and is the I can't even say it because I might get taken down.
Right. But Wolf said it best. But I think Wolf said it best when he said women turn everything to like a social environment. It's
Right.
no longer about the job anymore. It's not about the job. It's about it becoming a social environment. Like,
And that drama that's created
yeah,
by all that stuff.
It's like, man, it's like Jim. You know, it's like you do a really great job, and you know you did a great job, and I walk over and go, "Yeah, you did a great job, but how did you make her feel?
How did she feel about
How
that
did
when
she?
you did that?
How did she?
Right,
You know,
right.
it's just so it's so insane what they
Yeah.
do nowadays. It works like,
Yes,
yeah,
you
yeah,
did this whole job, but did you give her credit for her
yeah.
ideas?
Like, did you make her feel better about not doing anything? I mean,
Yeah,
because
about
did
not
you give her
doing
male
nothing.
attention?
You
You know,
showed attention. Yeah, yeah, you
Right.
get those things. I used to tell a story all the time about a simple little incident that happened at work. I was just bored one day, and so I went and I swept this whole Bay Area, and I come back and I was looking at my Bay Area. I put the dust down and made it shiny and everything, and the floor was we had no work for like a week, so I was just bored. And the boss comes up, and then this other girl walks up, and she got this little broom that's one of those little sweep brooms that you sweep around your desk with, and he looks at her and he goes, "Good job," and he just disregarded me.
Right.
I was just so pissed at that, but he had to give her validation for a job that she didn't even have nothing to do with. It was like,
But
yeah.
this is how deep it goes. Like and this is how much like men respect other men, because I had jobs, because I used to be a landscaper. I used to do yard work, and I got a call, and I made an appointment to do yard work for this particular guy. And and like I say, like, not to bring it to that topic, but this guy, he was an obvious racist, but I did such a good job that he acknowledged my work. You
yeah,
know, despite him being a racist, I just went in, did my job, did what I supposed to do, and he acknowledged it. He was like, "Good job, yeah," and we became friends. Like he was cool. Like I started doing his yard for then on, but it was his wife on the other hand that kept
yeah,
watching me and kept. You know what I'm saying? It was his wife. His wife was doing more of the racist shit than he was, And
right.
that's
Yeah.
why I say, like, guys will acknowledge you and give you your proper respect if you do a good job. But women,
Right.
on the
We're
other
more
hand,
honest
no.
about
Women,
that stuff. And
but his wife, on the other hand, no matter how good of a job I did, she was still always worried of my presence. So it's like, fuck.
You
yeah,
know what they say? Every woman's Helen of Troy. You know, she's probably hoping you can go in there and be like, do what the milkman probably does for her, like when nobody's looking. It's just, it's just really freaking ridiculous. You know, what these women do. They watch. But yeah, I'm aware of what you're talking about, and honestly, I think it might be kind of different for me because growing up, every time I met like your quote unquote racist female, I would laugh at them, and women really get mad. Like next time you encounter one, just tell them this. Yeah, I'm all these terrible things, but thank God I'm not a woman. Then they'll get real pissed when you tell them that. Like, I'm still a guy, thank God. It could be worse, and then they get mad
Right.
and they don't know what else to say about that. Because I dated this crazy blonde chick, and don't get me wrong, we had an okay relationship for a while. She tried to lie on me in order to get me kicked out of my house. And I must have been like 23 when this happened. And I wasn't even mad about it. Cops show up and I just told her this one thing. 'Cause I just freaking got home. And I said, well, you can say what you're going to say, but if I see bars, you're going to see a hole. So your choice, your move. I was very calm
Yeah.
about it. So the
with
cops
that
show up and
racism thing and in the early years and everything. I heard a mgtow talking about it once, and it just rang true that slavery and that stuff. There's no day in the world that a man can't plow his own field. Religion and women not being able to do something led to racism and bigotry and slavery. And that's still
Right.
today.
Right.
Women
Right.
not
Right.
being able to do that kind of work, they need slaves. There's no day in the world that I can't go out there and plow my own field.
Right. Right.
And back
Exactly.
then, it was the
Eh,
reason it happened. And women never take any criticism or responsibility for their part they played in that. The men were doing it. The simps were doing it for their family,
Right. Exactly. And
because
going
the
back to
woman can't.
right, and that went back to what I said about the respect and acknowledgement.
Yeah,
Even though this guy was clearly, racist, he acknowledged my work, and I did a good job, and he gave me my credit, But his wife, on the other hand, she was always weary. She was always
feeding
like
that bigotry,
and I can kind of explain like why women do this. Like women have this, and I think it applies to like all women. Like they have this weird thing where they want to be Helen of Troy, and especially among like racist women, they act like they actually did something. They don't.
Oh yeah.
And they act like they've done so much. I mean, or that they've somehow bridged the IQ gap. I'm sorry, they haven't. The average man is, regardless of background, is still beating women in terms of who has a higher IQ. So I don't know what their problem is. But the
Remember
thing
the
about
shows
these women,
on TV, like Bob Vila, when they built something or remodeled a house or something, and they did the work, and then later on, as feminism progressed, the shows where she called the painter and then instructed him to paint the room that color and do the work, and then she took credit for it.
yeah, that's the weird part about it. The only thing it really with this is just maintenance. Like the only thing women do is just play care and like they're care and maintenance. That's all they've really done for
Yeah.
most of human history. It wouldn't matter whether they were in a village, in a cave, or in a mud hut. I mean, the whole reason. Did you know that scientifically, the reason that men and women cry aren't even the same on average? We cry when we're sad, when we're over sentimentality, or when we've lost something of great importance. Women learn to cry out of a defense mechanism. They scream and cry out of a defense mechanism. It all goes back to the caveman in the cave. Caveman down there hunting. Woman screams in the cave. It echoes, and then everybody rushes to her aid. Women, kind of like when you cut flowers, it took people years to figure this out. When you chop down like certain kinds of flowers, they will let out a very like a noise or a scent to let the other flowers know danger is afoot. It's a lot like that. So the reason women scream and cry is out of a defense mechanism because they cannot defend themselves, and subconsciously they know it. That's why they do this. And so they'll watch you like a hawk because
we talked about that in Sex and Sexuality when Winter wrote Sex and Sexuality, and he talks about the woman derives her joy from the things that her daughter or children do or her husband does. And in this case, like I was explaining, if the husband remodels the house and everything looks beautiful, she'll have her friends over and say, "Look what we did." She derives joy from
that. The house that you bought and the house that you pay for, she'll call it our house. This is our house, honey.
Yeah, and they have a simple ability to derive joy from, like, if your daughter became a princess in the school play, she derives joy from that. If the son was the king of the football team, she derives joy. You see this a lot with the football. We talked about LeBron James. Gloria derived joy from LeBron James's accomplishments.
I mean, the sad part about it is, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. You're fine. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say the sad part about it is, to people in the comment section, there's nursery rhymes about this. I mean, when I was a kid and I read the book of Goldilocks, I mean, my version, when I told the story to my god kid, she got so mad. Like, why are you calling her a hoe? I was like, well, that's whole territory. She broke up in their house, like broke the chair, ate the food, and then the bears came by and they beat her up. Called forest police because breaking and entering and being a weird looking hoe. I'm sorry. It's just the whole thing about it. Women will lay claim to anything. It's like having a kid in a candy store. Hey, look at the cave I made. No, you didn't make that. Look at the candy bar I made. You didn't make that. I mean, that's why we have to give them, and men realize we got to give them credit for something to shut them up.
Right.
And so whenever they do anything like move a chair or give birth to a child, you ever notice how excited everybody gets? Like, oh gosh, you did something exciting!
That's like Cinderella. Her accomplishment was laying in a coma on a glass bed in the forest.
Yeah. And you know how the old saying goes. There's an old saying. I don't know if anybody you heard of this saying, but it was an old saying that goes, when a woman cries, a man dies.
Yeah.
So, like that goes back to say when a woman is screaming, how a bunch of men in that area will come to her aid and beat up and attack the guy. Yeah, so that's where that saying comes from. When a woman cries, a man dies.
Yeah, they did research on the women's the primal screech. They call it the primal scream. and the reaction men have to that primal scream. And you notice with a lot of married couples, she screams, he reacts. And there's an evolutionary process in that, from starting from cavemen up to now. Like the women scream, the men react, and it used to implicate danger, or and the men had to come to the rescue and everything. So there's a very interesting, but they did away with that on Google because the women said that was like somehow misogynistic. That research went to hell.
Right. And it's in the movies too. Like most superhero movies,
right?
The first sequence of him transforming into the hero is when he hears a woman screaming off in the distance, like some woman's getting robbed or some woman's getting, you know what I'm saying? Right, and then the hero hears it
flying around, and all of a sudden he hears Polly Purebred scream out in the distance.
right. So that's where that whole thing comes from. Yeah, for sure.
The primal scream has a lot to do with evolution and that stuff, but we're not allowed to talk about those things.
Right.
Jesus, society is so screwed up. I mean, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 2:00 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's why I'm glad I got the knowledge, man. Like the knowledge has truly saved my life. I'm thankful to have discovered the red pill when I did, because it truly saved my life, literally saved my life. I don't know where I would be if I didn't discover the red pill at this point, because like I said, I used to be that hopeless romantic, and every time I get into these relationships, I would become paranoid. And like you said earlier, Coach, when you discover the red pill content, it's like closure. It was like I wasn't paranoid. It's just my subconscious mind was telling me, I just needed that confirmation that my subconscious was right.
Right, yeah. You can avoid a lot of danger, like we say with the primal scream. If a woman screams and she's getting beaten up by her boyfriend, before your instincts would be to jump in and help her. Now you can fight those instincts because you know you can get hurt in those situations, or there'll be a lot of situations in life where you're not going to white knight now because there's going to be danger involved with white knighting.
Right. Because cops don't even like to respond. Like cops say they don't. The worst calls that they get is like domestic violent calls. Right. Like they hate responding to those calls because, they say those are the most dangerous calls that they get. Is the domestic violence call. Right.
Women will they do by proxy violence, and sometimes when they call to that by proxy violence from other males, them other males are misinformed on why they're doing that. And sometimes a male can get hurt just even being around that situation because of the misinformation that or there's really no information that wasn't changed. He's just working on his primal instinct to do that, and he's working blind, which should not be a good thing altogether. I mean, society has changed so much that we have to change our functions as males. I think we're maturing and we're evolving into that. I think mgtow is a part of that process where men are evolving to change to the dynamics of society now.
Right. And I have a personal story that I want to share with you guys on the panel and with you guys on the chat. And thanks again for having me on the panel. Yeah, it was a situation with my older sister. She was dating this guy, and this guy ended up one day putting his hands on her. Yeah. So she ended up calling my mom. My mom ends up telling me and my brother that my sister's boyfriend had just laid hands on her. So me and my brother, we go over to my sister's house, and we end up getting in, and we end up dragging the guy into the front yard and putting a pounding on him. And so the police come. I'm too young. Thank God me and my brother were too young to get arrested.
Yeah.
So basically, we got out of that situation when the cops come or whatever, and less than 2 months, she's back with this guy.
Yeah.
So we went over there, and we could have put our lives in danger to protect my sister. And 2 months later, she's back with the guy. She probably got with him sooner than that. But from my recollection, she got back with that guy 2 months later. But they were probably making up way before then. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe like a week they started making up. and then he started coming back around 2 months later. But it's not worth it, dude. It's not, even for your own. Even I realize, even for my own sibling, I love my sibling to death. I love my sister to death, but I have to look at it that way for her as well. Like, I'm putting my life in danger according to the guy that she chooses, you know. So even when it comes down to my own blood relative, my own blood sister, I have to think with precaution before I enter any of her domestic situations. You know,
think first and then react, and Mick does a very good program for that, because we talk through these things and we discuss them. You can get a mental image in your head how this is going to work out before it happens. And it's very dangerous. I have a sister too that's screamed out like, oh, he's this, and then we went after him. And it's like, nowadays I would be like, what role did you play in that?
Yeah, I had a similar experience with one guy kid. Straight up told, like, at least whenever I defend them or even a family member, I let them know straight up, if you don't give me all the details and I walk into something and I find out that person didn't do the thing that you accuse them of, I'm going to come back and kick your ass.
Yeah, we see that a lot in our lifetime, where a woman was making up lies about just enact by proxy violence against somebody because she wanted something and she didn't get something. And it was more a material resource gaining thing. And they'll use that too. I mean,
this is why I tell men,
unscrupulous and manipulative, cunning, Yep.
This is why I tell men, like, don't ever jump into a fight of and I know people would tell you otherwise. Oh shit, man, heard a woman stepping. No, don't ever jump into a fight between a man and a woman, because you don't know if he's crazy, she's crazy, or maybe both of them are crazy. I had a friend that jumped into a fight one time. We were hanging out at the park. I mean, can't do this anymore because people ruined that. But back when it was safe to hang out at the park, or relatively safe, he saw this man and woman get into it, and thank God, there were cameras there, because he'd have been going to jail that day. He got in a fight with the guy, started whooping on the guy. She got up and she bit him in his side, and I don't mean just like normal bite. I mean Walking Dead walker bite to the side. He had to get stitches and everything just flesh hanging off of him. But yeah, when the police came, she told the cops that, oh yeah, we were just minding our own business, and this guy came up and started fighting us, and my friend was looking at her like, what the heck? This guy was whooping up on her because she had a black eye, and she said no, that he gave me the black eye. So if there wasn't like one of those little post cameras, he'd have been going to jail that day based off of her word.
Right, and if it was based on even that, the thing that always really bothered me with simps and white knights is what they see sometimes isn't true. You can see with the Ray Rice event. Ray Rice, his girlfriend hit him like 10 times before he got into the elevator. He was in the elevator. He moved to the other side to get away from her. She rushed him. He just did a flip like this to flip her off, and then she hit her head. He loses his career over that. Now, if you ask a simp what happened, he's going to say he hit her. And then the judge in that was very honorable. There was a very honorable judge that said, I reviewed the tape, and he never hit her. And she dismissed it. But the NFL, the simps at the NFL said, we're ruining your career because somehow in their minds he hit her. And they were seeing something that was totally not real. And that's dangerous when men start seeing things that didn't happen. I watched that, and I sat next to a guy a blue pill male, and I asked him what happened there. And he said, he hit her. And I said, now watch it again. What happened there? And he said, he hit her. And now we watched it like 3 times, and I finally explained to him. I says, he never hit her. She hit him 10 times, and then she rushed the wall. He flipped her off. And if you ask a simp to watch that tape, he'll tell you every time that he hit her. That's delusional.
Yep. Like I said about the woman cry, it's a weird defense mechanism that triggers simps and white knights and all that other stuff. So Going back to your story, this is what I tell men: if you have any kind of wealth or anything, I have no idea why any rich person would ever get married. To me, that's
Yeah.
like playing Russian roulette, like with even worse odds. Essentially, it's
You
just
think
it's
about that.
stupid.
Like
The
a
guy
big
from
head.
Amazon, $68 billion or something that he lost. And she
Yeah.
went and married a school teacher that had nothing. And like, she never even, she did nothing for that money. God.
Yeah,
Right.
she.
Yeah, and also I'm sorry to interrupt, but I also had situations with a girl that I was dating in the past where her family didn't like me, and it was due to her. Whenever she never said anything to her family about me, and unless we got into like an argument, that's the only time she'll tell her family about me. But she didn't tell her family about the time where I bought her the purse, where I took her out to a nice dinner on the boat and things like that. She don't share that information with her family at all. She wait until we argue, and then that's when she call out to her family. So her family hates me simply because she always called her family to let them know all the bad times. She never would call her family to let them know about the good times. So her family hates my guts and think I'm a bad human being because she only would call them to let them know that we argued. So that's crazy. You know,
Right.
like
That
women
plays
will paint this picture.
the family dynamics too. Hobbes does a lot of research on Hobbes' family dynamics. A couple of guys know this. They read it. Uh, it's one member of the family will be dehumanized, and that's usually the male that marries the daughter, and then the family dehumanizes them, and they all believe this delusion based on the information that she's feeding them, which is actually just all the bad things, not all the, but that plays out in the future to the family has this stable person that they look down on, and then that person would be get rid of, and that process moves around in the family. It's a very insidious thing. That's Hobbes's idea on family atmospheres.
Yeah, and I like where you're going with that, Coach. I want you to further elaborate on that, like give scenarios and or paint like a more uh, clearer picture because
Right.
yeah, I definitely get what you're saying, and
Yeah, that happened to me too when I was on my way out of that. They dehumanized me, and then the next male was coming in because he had more value, more hypergamous value, and then so they had the whole family had to dehumanize me. It was just nothing that was real. It's just that in their minds they had to do that. So it's just I should probably do more research on that, but I very rarely read
yeah,
Hobbes.
right, yeah, and it was just the craziest thing because every time I come around, they family will all frown at me,
Yeah,
and it's like that's because you're telling and I used to tell her like your family really don't like me. They really think I'm a bad guy. And I had to tell her, like, you got to start telling her. I mean, like, it
right.
really doesn't matter now, but at that moment, I was like, I was suggesting that she tell her family about some of the good things that we do because
Yeah.
it's not always bad times between us. And she'll give me this look smug look because when you lecture a female, she give you this dumb smug look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was
Like,
no way for you to be successful in that situation either. That's how I always felt is how can I be this successful male when I get no support from the family?
Yeah, be more like Jesus, Joe.
Yeah, I had to walk on water, and I ended up being fairly successful, but there was barriers. Now, when you talk about barriers that are put, and Hobbes talks about the barriers that are put in the process there from keeping you from excelling, because if you excel, they're wrong. That's one thing for sure. That's why mgtow, and one of the things in mgtow that I often hear is the best revenge is success. But there were barriers put in my relationship, in yours. I could see that was, and a lot of people go through this with families. Then barriers were put in to keep you down, to keep the family functioning in a way where they can't be wrong. And because the worst thing that could happen is if you succeed.
right. And the thing is, like, we like to make our woman look great, like she's the best shit ever. Like most men want to make their women look like the greatest thing. Even when a guy like talk about a horrible situation about his wife, like, yeah, me and my wife, we got into an argument and she got me arrested and it was all bullshit. But she made me breakfast this morning, so she's a good person.
Yeah,
she made me you know what I'm saying? But she made me a sandwich. She made me a sandwich for lunch, so it's not that bad.
Yeah,
she had you arrested and had you, and she could have had you lose your job while you sat in jail over the weekend. But she made you a sandwich for lunch, so it's not that bad.
How easily men go back to that fantasy fiction world that's what it is. They draw up this fantasy fiction world where they're happy in this fantasy fiction world, and if there's going to be little things that are going to violate the logic of that fantasy fiction world but they can always, what I call conservative bias, is go back to that fantasy fiction and just believe it. Men can do that in their heads. And that's the same thing with the Ray Rice thing. Men can believe them things in their heads and actually think they're real. And that's where the simp comes in, and it gets real deep in the psychology then. It's weird.
Right. But like I said, I'm glad. I'm sorry. Anybody else want to go? Anybody else want to speak on the topic or got anything to add?
Oh, I'm just saying. Hell, I guess I say women. Going back to what Trav said, women have to hate on the old guy because they want to. They do anything to try to coax the honey glaze, bear claw trap, or Venus fly trap, or whatever the hell we're gonna call it. They do this because they're a creature that cannot exist without resources. They love to believe they're this. We're never going to see an Amazonian island. They like to believe they're this Wonder Woman, as other people constantly give them things. And I blame I blame women for this, but I also blame the Simps and the White Knights for this too. If they would just take a step back, women would have to shape up. There used to be a time where a woman weighing 200 pounds was just unheard of, but now.
Right.
Yeah, they're like biggest blimps now. The biggest freaking blimps now. They have a nasty attitude.
I could show you my yearbook and from the kids back when I was growing up in the 60s and in the early 70s. There wasn't a fat one among us.
Right.
Yeah, because people.
Go ahead, Black Wolf. I'm sorry.
Oh no, as I was saying, because people, actually worked back then and actually made an effort to take care of themselves. Even the people who were somewhat out of shape, man, like it's so funny. I could stand to lose at least maybe 15, 20 pounds, but even I'm in better shape than half the teenagers, even people in their 20-year-olds that I see. They can't even jog for 10 minutes. It's really really sad, man. So I just assume by the time I'm an old man, I'm gonna have that Viking kind of weird, How to Train Your Dragon kind of look, fat in the stomach, muscular everywhere else. It's gonna be kind of weird. But the thing about it is, they don't do anything, and that's the freaking issue with them. They breed laziness. That's why a safe society, women exist in this metaphorical and sometimes literal stable, and they have to make it that way because they can't survive out in the wilderness. They die.
That changes with females too, over whatever the female's preference is. You see a lot of heavy females now, and all of a sudden it's heavy. It's just natural, and men will start making up excuses for that, and it's not natural. I had to go through the whole badonkabonk butt thing, where men's opinions about girls' butts changed. It used to be this big and well-rounded, now it's this big.
Right.
And then they make excuses why that's better. Oh, she's a good baby. She'll produce babies for me and have big children, and that's attractive. And it's like, no, that's not attractive. Not in any day in my life is that attractive.
Right. And big women are making fun of skinnier girls too. Like it's somewhat now taboo to be a chick that's in shape. Like they would call the woman that's in shape, that take care of herself, that actually get up in the morning and take her jog. They would call that woman insecure. Like, she must be insecure because she's afraid to gain a little weight. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, the large woman thing nowadays. It's really changed since the 60s. And man, I got to watch the whole thing, and I was like, wow. I mean,
Yeah.
There was one time in human history where I can kind of point back to like when starvation and was prevalent and everything, and most societies went through 10 to 12 years of starvation in their lifetimes. So a heavier person would, oh well, look at that heavier person, they're doing better than the rest of the people. I wonder what DNA like was with that, but that was a long time ago.
Right. And I don't really think that applied for women. I think that
Nowadays
applied
it
for
doesn't
men. Like
apply
the bigger the
anyway.
guy, the
Yeah.
better. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But yeah, I'm
Nowadays
so
it's
glad.
just a mask to protect their integrity or their feelings, and men go along with it just for the sake of protecting their feelings.
Yeah.
That's right. Like I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wolf, Black Wolf. I appreciate
Oh,
you.
thanks, man. No, I was just about to say. I mean, I guess it must have been different for me because I never really bought into it. I know of the origin of big butts and all that, but
Yeah,
I was never an ass man. That's kind of the weird thing. People are like, dude, you're not no. I was never an ass man. I was always a breast man for the most part, and it was actually kind of funny because back then, I mean, because I'm kind of built like a freaking beanpole. I mean, I usually just went after a rule or just tall chicks in general. So a lot of them didn't have a butt. I mean, you were lucky if you got anything in the breast category because they were just tall. I grew up in a
yeah.
place that had a lot of tall women, and so as I got older, I started noticing these short women with big butts and wondering what's going on here. This is not
What's wrong with
the
that?
Krabby Patty formula. What the heck's going on here? So it's kind of odd, and so it's weird when like women nowadays hit on me and I reject them. Like I'm not just rejecting them because I'm mgtow. I'm also rejecting them because they are literally not my type. I'm not into short, fat women.
Yeah, yeah.
I,
Right.
Not my
And
type.
that's the thing. Like we get that stigma as not to bring up the race thing, but as black men, we get that stigma that we like big women. So like usually a bigger white woman would date a black guy because she assumes that's what black men like. So
Uh-huh.
we're getting so a heavy set white woman would like because she know like white men don't want her because she's fat, like she's not in shape, so she's gonna get rejected by white men. So she's gonna assume that okay, well, I know black men are gonna date me because black men like fat chicks. Period.
Yeah, that's
It's like
Canadian
no,
ideology.
it's
that's
like no, not at all. Like
Not at all.
the only time I dated a big chick was in my blue pill days, was out of desperation. I
Yeah,
was going through a drought and I needed something quick and fast. So, but
yeah.
even like these bigger chicks, they got the attitude as if they're like a 9 or a 10
Well,
or they have these
yeah,
egos
they can
as
do
well.
that
So
now
it's
too. Men will do that out of
yeah.
desperation. A lot more men will do that out of desperation today and make them artificially pumping up their egos.
Yeah, they build these. I'm gonna just say they big these fat hoes up, man. I really blame the simps for that one because I remember I got hit on
Yeah.
by one of those same fat chicks he's talking about, and she got mad and spread a bunch of rumors about me, and I didn't even get mad until she got up in my face about it. Like, oh, you can't handle a strong, independent woman. I got that speech. I was like, no, I don't want diabetes, and I started calling her diabetes every time I saw her.
Like William Brimley. You can get the diabetes.
Hey,
I'm
that's
not,
hilarious. That's
But
hilarious.
you
and
ever
I
think
wasn't.
about how the dynamics of the male and female in that positions have changed? Used to be when I was younger that a large male was more attractive to the females. He was 6'4". He was almost 300 pounds. He was, a healthy male. That was seen as a male that would protect and provide. And he was, now you got these Justin Bieber looking guys running around out there and they think that's attractive. And it's the
Right.
dynamic has flipped.
Right. And
Yeah,
it's like this younger generation of boys have no muscle mass.
No,
The
no
the
muscle
chicks are
mass.
getting extremely big and the men are getting like really, really small.
Right. Yeah. What
You
the
know?
hell's going on here?
I call it the freaking hyena matriarchy, man, because like female hyenas are bigger than the male ones. I mean,
Well,
just
yeah, that's what would happen in, say, a society like the Chicana in
yeah,
Mexico. The Chicana, you call a man a Chicana, that would be the total insult because the female birds are bigger and the males are smaller, and they sit on the nest. And while they're sitting on the nest, the other females fly around and they come and they kick his ass and then smash the eggs and then force him to have sex with her and then have their eggs. And that's like that's the society I see being built now, rather than what we have, where there's a patriarchal society. We have this matriarchal society of the Jacana.
Okay, what do you call it again? Jacana?
The Jacana bird. Yeah,
Jacana bird. I have to look that up. I have to definitely do my research on that.
If you ever look on
that's
my
interesting
channel, I do a funny little video intro, and I was like that, and then I go like, and this is the sound of the simp, and then I show a Jacana.
Okay, so a female Jacana would just go around to a random nest and okay.
She'll she'll punish the male or beat him up, so-called beat him up, because she's bigger. She's dimorphically bigger, and then she'll smash the eggs of the other female, and then she'll grab the male and take him and force him to have babies with her. It's the reason, but I can see that happening with humans now.
I'm letting you know I'm going to be the one resistor, man. If I have to put up a big sign that says no fatties, I'm doing it.
Right. I like what you said earlier, Wolf, when you talking about they can make it a law, I still wouldn't do it. That's hilarious. Like they could pass a law and I still wouldn't apply to that shit. Like I go off the grid. I'm off the grid. I am totally off the grid. Like I'm good. But yeah, man, I'm definitely glad I discovered the red pill when I did, man, because it was long overdue that I discovered the red pill, because at that moment, like, you know, I was definitely at a place in my life to where, you know, I was about to off myself over a female who didn't give two shits about me. You think her life would have been over if I would have took myself out? You think she would have cared?
No, she probably would have made a big scene about it. Because I had a buddy. Yeah, it'd have been about her. I got a buddy 6 feet under, because he, like, many years ago, because he was messing with some, you know, street bitch, and so he got jumped at a freaking red light. And the thing about it wasn't even a big dude; it was essentially a midget that took him out, from what I hear. So
that's embarrassing.
Apparently his girl was in the, like, 3 foot dudes. I don't know what was up with that, but yeah, that was
a simp midget, and then he just got fucking violent.
Yeah, so my friend got, you know, pretty much wasted by a dude, probably about as tall as your knee. But
see, that's why simps are dangerous too, because no matter what size they are, they got that anger and that, and they need to. They're dangerous, and they can hurt you even though you're a larger male. Or they just start swinging and with hatchets or guns or whatever they have, and
and also female arbiters are dangerous too. Like every female had a group of arbiters, and those are the most dangerous, violent individual that you can meet. These arbiters are willing to kill you on sight if the female tells them to. Yeah. Like a female tell one of her arbiters, "Oh, I don't like this guy. Go handle this guy." And this arbiter
violence and
and this arbiter is not getting anything in return. It's not like they're dating or having sex, or she's not giving him anything.
Yeah, he just thinks he's going to fall in that place eventually if he sticks around long enough and wins.
No, never. That's never going to happen.
That's never going to happen. We know that, but he doesn't.
Yeah, they're hoping freaking friend zone arbiters, and they know it. They're hoping they might get a little something on the side, but man, it's just
he's gonna get to cuddle with her for one night.
Yeah, maybe one night.
Oh God!
You know, like she doesn't even reply to his text messages. You know, it's like,
yeah. If you just got to grab her phone once and go, "Look, buddy, you're number 8 on the list."
Right. You know, try to reason with him, bro. Like, at least, does she at least follow you back on Instagram, or you know?
She didn't follow you on Instagram.
You know,
and his knitting channel on Instagram.
God.
At least if you gonna fight for her, at least get her to follow you back on Instagram. You just following her. At least get her to follow you back on Instagram before you defend her honor.
Man, that's how crazy it is with these chicks, though, man.
Oh, it is crazy.
Those
That whole
those
world out
hypocrites.
there it's just funny to sit on the mgtow bench and watch the world happen in front of you because you're going to see some of the most bizarre things, and those people think it's normal out there.
Right. And I did too. I used to think that was normal too. Like
Yeah,
this how much of a cuck I was. Like this how much of a simp I was. Like if I saw a guy, I would determine whether or not I can hang out with a guy depending on if he got chicks. If he looked like a guy that couldn't get women, I wouldn't hang out with him. I wouldn't go anywhere near that guy, you know? Because I'm like, this guy, he can't pull any bitches. I mean, I'm sorry for cussing on your channel. I'm sorry, I don't want to get the video taken down, but I'm like, this guy, he can't get any females, so I shouldn't be around this guy if he can't get any females. What benefit do I have with hanging with this guy? He can't get any females. And that was my thoughts at that time. That's how I used to think around that time of my life. You know, I used to always look at things from a female perspective. Like, I don't want to wear this shirt because a female might not like it, or I like those shoes. Those shoes will give me a lot of females, or I don't want to hang out with these people because they don't get females, or there's no females over there, so I'm not going over there. That's how I used to think, like a blue pill simp.
Yeah. Oh my God, you should see me in the '80s. My mullet haircut, my skinny tie, and my stuffed shoulders, all for the females.
Right.
You bought roses in middle school, didn't you, Joe?
What's that?
You bought those roses in middle school and high school, didn't you?
Oh yeah. The roses. Oh God, those guys that bring roses to the school. Okay.
You remember those douchebags that used to have those damn mixtapes for everything? There was a mixtape for everything.
Mixtape.
Right. Yeah, man. And I used to always be like it's crazy that I used to think that way too, and to think that I wouldn't go to a certain place because there wasn't any females there.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe I used to be a part of that crowd that thought that way. I feel so ignorant. You know what I'm saying? It's like
as a mgtow, you're trying to figure out somewhere they're not.
Right. Yeah. You're absolutely right about that. I'm trying to go somewhere where there's no females at all so I can enjoy my time while I'm there.
Well, it's like they normalize the drama. They think it's nothing wrong with it. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's why nobody wants to put up with that shit, man. I had a friend. We knew each other almost 15 years. Met in college. Really cool guy. We play video games and everything together. He's around the same age as me. I think I'm about a year older than him. But we're like in our 30s and whatnot. He starts dating this 19 or 20-year-old chick, and I was really trying to be nice about this. I'm not an ageist or anything like that. I was trying to be nice. We go to the bar, and I got mad at another one of our friends, like not in a fighting way, but we. Me and him sometimes just talk mass crap about each other. It's one of those things, we get drunk, we talk crap about each other, then we just go back to normal. I don't know, we even remember what was said, but she just comes out and goes, "Ooh, Moody." I took one look at her, and in my drunken stupor, I paid for my drink and went home. My friend's like, "Where are you going?" I was like, "You know what? That right there, I can't deal with it. I'm not gonna deal with it. I'm not gonna address with it, because." She's like, "I wasn't talking to you," and I didn't know what it was until I asked my guy kid, like, why do they talk like that? And he says, "Oh, that's called ooh behavior." I'm like, what the hell is ooh behavior? He's like, "Oh, it's when girls try to talk like they're either an anime character or like 5." And I said, "Oh, okay." So when I went back to see her the other day, I was like, "Hey, you, stop it." And she got all mad at me because I kept saying that to her. Hey, stop it. It was just one of those things, I don't think that I honestly don't think if I ever put myself out there, I don't think I'm gonna ever date no woman in her 20s, just because very immature. And I was trying to tell him, dude, you're almost like 15 years. There's things like, what does the age matter? You're saying that? I was like, no, I'm saying in general. And he got mad at me because he's like, oh, she gets our jokes. I'm like, no, not really. It's just kind of a lot of stuff we do in general goes over her head. And he's like, no, well, if she didn't find me funny, why is she laughing? I said, okay, when she laughs. Does she laugh when you tell the joke, or does she laugh when you laugh? And then he got mad and told me to go ask myself, and I was kind of into that.
Wow.
You
Wow,
know,
that's crazy. He had to think about it. He was like, man,
yeah, he thought about it, told me to go F myself, and then later he gets me on a three-way call. I didn't even know that she was on it, and he told me, "Oh, we've decided you're a negative influence to my life." I was like, "Oh my God."
We decided.
and that's the thing about
Yeah.
being red pill. This is why I don't tell it. That's why I don't tell people that I'm red pill, because you can lose a lot of friends that way. Or I don't give off the idea that I'm red pill. I don't try to like preach to them or talk to them about my red pill knowledge, because I will lose them. Or they are, you know what I'm saying? Not that I'm afraid to lose them. No, I'm not afraid to lose anybody. My life at this point is like a revolving door. People are free to enter and exit whenever they please. That's how I feel now, you know.
God, yeah.
But
Was that?
yeah,
I wanted to ask Black. Was that when? Remember when call forwarding was big?
Yeah.
And then you get call forwarded, you wouldn't know the other person was on the line. Girls used to do that all the time.
God, I hated that crap so freaking much. Like them phones, man. Like ever
Yeah.
since phones got smarter than the rest of us, they've just been real freaking annoying, man. That's what they call a smartphone. It can
That's
do
what they
everything
could
you think it
do
can't
that
do.
still. I was like, I think the government made it illegal because it was so nasty.
Yeah, it was so nasty. And now they got these stupid little apps. I don't know if I tell you about. They got these really stupid apps that where they can, instead of doing their makeup or whatever, they can put puppy dog ears and make
Oh,
themselves look like something that they're not. Thanks to that, and it's God, it's weird, man. I really hate
oh
the
yeah, you see the
smartphone era.
YouTube accounts now with the girls. They put this stupid stuff on them, and everybody and all the simps are in the comment zone. There's like 10,000 of them. Like, oh, you're so pretty.
Yeah, and
right, right,
There is no
and it,
shortage of simping on YouTube either. I mean,
right.
you go to any one of those what they call normal channels and everything, and there's 100,000 guys simping over one woman, and every one
Facts.
of them think that I'm gonna get her.
Facts. And I keep hearing like men talking about like blue pill men. This is why I stay in tune with the blue pill world, so I can know exactly what's going on and how things evolve. You know, I keep hearing men, these blue pill men saying that, oh, she left me on red. And you know what that means when a woman leaves a guy on red? That means she's seen your message that she gave you, clearly read it, but didn't respond.
Oh,
So she left you on
yeah,
red.
yeah.
These guys don't get it, man. These guys don't get it. You giving these women free attention for nothing. Like
Right.
they read your messages and they don't even bother to reply. Like they clearly seen it. They clearly read it. They know it's there, but they're
you
like,
know,
nah, forget this guy.
these blue pill guys act like their compliment to this woman is so special when these women get thousands of compliments, every freaking day via social media. I don't know why they think they're so
Right.
special. They think they're gonna see my comment on thousands and think, oh, I like that guy, and
Right.
it's really crazy. I've even seen this in streams, and I remember I made the unfortunate mistake of going to Ask Nathaniel's stream, and one of the guys, I'll never forget this because it was the most cringy thing in the world. They invite some 23-year-old girl on. I'm like, I'm older than this chick, obviously, and then they're gonna go, does Black Wolf's words make you wet? I almost fell out of my chair laughing. I'm like, really? We're really doing this? And one of the guys said, hey, because he saw a picture, he's like, hey, I'm an ugly dude, but your lips look so beautiful. I just wanted you to know that. And I started laughing. He got mad because I dissed him for it. I was like, man, we're
Oh,
self-deprecation for the win, huh? And he got all mad at
Right.
me. He's like, well, give me a pickup line, you freaking prick and all this other stuff. Why you gotta hate on my game? Because here's the thing, and nobody could argue against me when I said this in a later stream. When I was growing up, dude, I hung around stoners, goth kids. I hung around like a little bit of everything. I grew up like in essentially like a little lily white neighborhood. Pretty much, if a person wasn't white, black, or something in between, that was about it. And so, but we all got along and whatnot. And I remember walking into, 'cause I used to go to Carnival every now and then. I go in, and this was the this was the pickup line I used. Now, whether this works anymore, hell if I know. I haven't dated in a while, but back then, I wore this really fancy shirt, kind of like this, like $14 shirt I got off some Asian site. I go in there, girl says, "Oh, that's a really nice shirt you have." I said, "Oh, thanks." Like, guess what it's made out of? She's like, "I don't know." I was like, "Hey, feel that, feel that." Do you know what it's made out of now? She says no. I said, no, I'll tell you. That's boyfriend material. Remember that. And I walked away.
Oh, I
Woo!
heard that one before.
Yeah,
You know, look
PUA.
really
Yeah,
good
nah,
on you, me.
right.
That's how it's done. It's a hit and go thing. I didn't stay. I didn't linger. I said it's boyfriend material. Remember that. You'll go far in life. Walk
And
away.
and I
Pick up line.
and I bet she looked at you like, man, that's the third guy this week that said this. This a girl. She said this. She's like, this is the third guy today that told me that. like if I hear another guy tell me that, I'm gonna lose it.
Online simping is going real
But-
far. You know what?
but you know-
I had a
No,
guy-
I'm just kidding, Wolf. I'm just kidding. No, I'm joking, Wolf. I'm sorry
no,
about that, but that
I
was
know,
pretty
no.
clever, though. That was clever.
I know, man. I'm playing around. Like looking back then, don't get me wrong, it's lame as hell now. But back then, I give that as an example purely to the fact that notice with that pickup line, I wasn't degrading myself. I was boosting myself up.
yeah, you're
But these
boosting
new
your-
guys,
It's like you knew you were leaving. It's like,
yeah, these new guys though, you know, the PUAs and new guys and women that they're really funny to me because they degrade themselves and attack other men believing it's going to get them brownie points. When I was growing up, I never attacked
Alright.
another dude verbally thinking that it was going to somehow gain me brownie points with a woman because I knew instinctively that was lame. And I knew that. Most
Right.
of the time, if I had a problem with another dude, I just walked away and left it alone unless it was like, you know, serious like that. But I just laughed it off. I try to de-escalate stuff, if anything.
yeah,
Dude,
There's a
I don't know
weird-
if. Yeah, I don't know if you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off, Coach. I'll let you finish your thought. You want to finish your thought, Coach?
No, I was just remembering this guy that was on. Rest in peace, Joey. He might remember that guy. He come on and he was talking about, he was trying to argue with the mgtow, and he was talking about he had a girlfriend, and then I was like, well, okay, well, tell us about your girlfriend. And he's like, well, she lives in Florida and I live in like California. We got this long distance like internet relationship going, and he thought that was his girlfriend.
Yeah, it sounds like mgtow, the guy for linebacker for Notre Dame. Remember him?
Yeah,
He had like this fishy girlfriend or something.
yeah, he had an internet girlfriend, and that was the replacement for the real actual thing. And that goes on a lot. And he's sending her like money and sending her. It's like, wow.
That's a very strange story, that mgtow thing. Here's a guy who was a first round pick in the NFL.
Yeah,
he's like All-American linebacker, number 2 in the Heisman voting, and then he's like, if you want a girlfriend, like, is that really, like, I don't get it. Like, how do you get catfish like that? I mean, you gotta be a total fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Right.
Big man on campus, right? He can just get her anyone he wants, pretty much. But
Right.
Insecurity, being that insecure male or whatever. But I guess it kind of protected him. But anyway.
And also, this goes back to what you were saying, Wolf, about men attacking other men just to like please women. And this is no more true because, like I said, I'm still tapped into the blue pill world because, you know, plus it helps me out with content too. I have something to discuss when I tap into the blue pill world because there's always something goofy going on in the blue pill world. It's this app called Meet Me, and it's a certain part of this app where you can like FaceTime the woman that you're, or it's like a group of men that can FaceTime a woman. And it's like they take turns, like they each get like maybe like a minute to talk to a woman before they get kicked off, and the next guy comes in and he talks to her for a minute, and then the next guy comes in, he talks to her for a minute. It's one of those type of things. And like you said about men attacking other men, I went on this app just to see what was going on and see how it works. And every man that was getting into the box, the man after them, I mean, I'm sorry, let me go ahead and slow down and articulate myself. Like each man that got into the box to talk to the woman, instead of getting to know the woman, they would insult the man that was in front of them. Like a guy would talk to the woman and get kicked off, and then the guy after him would come in and be like, oh, well, that guy looked silly, or that guy was ugly, and then that guy would get kicked off, and the guy after him would come in like, oh man, that guy, he's stupid, he's silly, and it would just become this ball of men just assaulting each other, and the woman just listening and sitting back and just watching this whole thing happen. Like they're no longer trying to get with the woman at this point. They're all just getting into the box, just is assaulting each other, insulting each other, and the shit is just hilarious. It's like these men are attacking each other, and the woman's just sitting back like, damn.
Man, I got a name for that, man. I'm gonna call that speed cucking because damn, that is.
Yeah.
About
That's
a minute.
When I was dating back in the 90s, I was seeing this one girl, and she was telling me, she says, every guy that comes in here tells me what a bad dude you are. And he says, you know why I picked you? He says, because you told me, you didn't tell me about them. You told me about yourself. And how much better you were, not how bad they were.
Right.
Girls don't
exactly.
think that way.
Right. Oh, and that's why I'm thinking to myself, and shout out to you, Wolf, for bringing it up, like men attacking other men. It's like whenever you somewhere in a facility where there's a lot of women involved, even if your intention is not to get with a woman, like you still got to suit up for a gladiator battle,
right?
You know,
that's the old chivalry and Victorian age still kind of playing out in our mechanisms. And these are things that when in mgtow we say you have to do that introspection of yourself, sweep your side of the street, become a better person, become a man above reproach, and then you can just be a mgtow, and you don't have to worry about feminism. You don't have to worry about what the girls are doing because your side of the street is sweep, is clean.
Right.
Yeah,
there's no more simping, no more white knighting, no more of those things. Those are deep thoughts you have to have about what you were.
Yeah, that's what's really sad about the whole thing, man. If you were to go on that thing, hell, I want to be the guy after you. That way, like when you get off and I get my minute, I'm gonna not say anything for like 10 seconds, and then I'll finally go, well, man, I don't know how that guy before me ever went like that long without telling this chick how ugly she was. Man, he's the real MVP today.
Well, you could if you have that knowledge, you can do a lot of, like, you come on after and go, you just pick the ugliest dude and go, you know, that guy was so good for you. He's much better than me.
My username is going to be Ultimate Wingman. Wingman Ultimate.
Yeah, number 4 was just so much better than
me. and that's the reason. And that's the reason why I don't even go out anymore, because I used to just. I mean, like when I became red pill, I used to just go out and just enjoy my night out. It wasn't even my intention to get with women, but guys were still getting this competition mode where they would try to like mug me and try to size me up and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't need this bullshit. I'm not here to get with a woman, but these guys still thinking that I'm here to compete with them over these chicks. Because one thing about me, like you said earlier, Coach, shout out to you. You said the only reason why the chick got with you because you talked about yourself. The only reason why I used to go to the bar is because I was there to enjoy myself and my own company on my night out. And a woman would see it, and a woman would come approach me and talk to me. Right. While these guys would get rejected left and right, who decided to approach these women. The same women that these men approached that they got rejected by would come and talk to me because I was there by myself, enjoying my night out. I wasn't focusing on women, and they would and the men there would look at me like I'm a threat. Like they look at me like, they would look at me like I'm a threat. Like, dude, I'm not doing anything but enjoying my night out. These women are coming to me. They're initiating a conversation with me. I'm not going to them. You men are the ones out there that's looking stupid by approaching. Yeah, the same women that you're approaching that's rejecting you are coming to me and talking to me and initiating a conversation with me. It's not my fault. Yeah, but the men will still look at it like,
even if you're not dating, and this is the funniest thing I figured out when I became mgtow, you're still considered competition even when you tell everyone that you're not. And you could tell everyone you're asexual or just whatever. You can even lie and say you're rainbow or something. They will still view you as competition.
Yeah. You know what? I used to tell the story all the time. It's not that hard dating. I used to go back in the early years, the 2000s, right, when I was still dating a little bit. I'd go to the bar, I'd put a suit jacket on, I'd grab the newspaper, and I'd go to the end of the bar, I'd get a cup of coffee, and I'd open up that newspaper and just read. And before the end of the night, they would just start moving towards you. You know why? Because you were the most interesting guy in that bar.
Yeah. You did that at the laundromat too, didn't you? Yeah. Didn't you read Nitschke at the laundromat?
Yeah, just go in the laundromat, just open a book up and just start reading. You don't have to do nothing.
They're so easy. They're so easy to play. Like they're just. I just laugh at them. I
And
just observe women today. They make me laugh. They're like humorous. They're like just the way they
Yeah.
like scurry around, and they're so. I mean, I don't want to demean a human being, but they're just so pathetic. Like once you
Yeah.
become a strong mgtow, the first stream I listened to you, the first stream that you were on, Joe, I listened to was probably over 10 years ago. And it's like, I've been 10 years on this thing, and it's like, so you look at women like totally different. They're just these little like pathetic creatures. I mean, and I don't want to get too crass about what I'm going to call them, but it begins with an A and ends with an S. But
Yeah.
there's a guy yeah. So there's a guy that came up with that, but he might be talking right now. But all women are, AS, whatever. But yeah, it's true though. It's true. The observations, they're there to amuse me. At this point, they're just amusement to me.
Well, I always looked at it like this, man, and like I'll go ahead and degrade them for you because I mean I do that a lot on my own channel anyway. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. When I stopped taking dating seriously and I started just like sometimes I'll just like go in the place to see how far I could go, and I'm just laughing because I thought of what it was like. It dawned on me that women are a lot like pigmen. Pigmen are these little things from this video game. There's this little space guy named Olimar. He pulls them up out of the ground and they just follow him in a line. They have no real reason to fucking follow him. They just do. And they're trying to help, pick up bottle caps and build this spaceship to get off the planet. Women act a lot like pigmen because there's, you got the red one, the yellow one, the white one, the purple one. And whenever Olimar gets in danger, he just throws them at his enemy. Use them as weapons.
Right. And shout out to you, Wolf. You said it best. Women are awkward. I noticed that when a woman would approach, like I'm taking you to that scenario when I was at the bar and a woman would come and approach me. And that's how I knew how awkward women were. Yeah. They just get to talking. It's like, what the hell is she talking about? And then I have some women that come and create scenarios or they talk to me and then they see that I'm not like interested. So they'll make up scenarios like, yeah, well, you're this type of guy. They'll get to telling me what type of guy I am. And I'm like, what? I haven't even said a word to you. And now you're telling me what type of guy I am. Like, oh, you're the type of guy that does this and would do that and I was like, come on, now you're trying to predict what type of human being I am, like, and I haven't even said 2 words to you. You can sense that I'm not interested, or you can sense my indifference, and now you got to create scenarios.
I told you,
it's part of mimicry. It's part of it's neoteny, and when they're goofy and silly and awkward, we perceive them as younger. Because that's what a younger, immature person would do. Now they do that with their makeup. They do that with the high heels. They do that the way they dress. Older women will dress like young women because that's neoteny. Men will mate with women that they think is younger. And that's why they're awkward like that. They tune into that. Most men will fall for that awkwardness. Oh, she's so cute, No.
No,
we find it stupid.
Right. And I also think it's the fact that, they're not ever put in the situations to have to, they're never put in the situation where they have to initiate the interaction with a man. There's always the opposite. So whenever there's a small chance or because I know like it's not every day a woman goes out looking for a man, but when she comes across that guy, like he's interesting and it gets to the point to where she can't, after a while, she can't help herself. She has to get to know you because it's not going to be the other way around. Like a chick going to be waiting forever before I initiate a conversation with her. She's going to wait forever, so she has no choice but to come and talk to me. And that's where the awkwardness comes in because,
there's very few women that I find interesting.
So that's what you don't like those cat conversations. Come on, man.
Oh God, the cat conversations for 2 hours, and your mind in the back is just going, I think I'm still going to get laid tonight.
Right.
Women's attitude.
How much torture can I go through?
Right. And for you men out there, if you're still taking women on dates, just know that you're paying for your rejection. Yeah. You're paying to be rejected. Stop taking women on dates. Stop spending money.
Oh yeah, I had a real example of that once. I went on a date when I was like, I can't remember, in my 30s or something. And at the end of the date, she was like, she almost thought it was her responsibility to tell me why she wasn't going to choose me. And she articulated it. It's like, and it was just so insulting. And the whole time I was just thinking, I just want nothing to do with this person.
Right. You
Yes.
pay for your own rejection. That's why I say don't spend money on women.
Paying the dinner bill,
Yeah.
and it was like, Jesus, I paid for that.
Yeah.
That's why I compare them to pigmen, man. You throw them, you throw the pigmen, they follow all of our back. They get in formation to be thrown. It's just the craziest freaking thing in the world.
Right.
You just do a spiral with them, a perfect spiral out the door.
Right.
God-
So
God-
yeah, that's why I'm indifferent all the way through. Like even when a chick approach me, I'm still indifferent. Like a chick can approach me and be flirtatious and initiate the conversation, but I'm still in my mind. I'm not thinking, oh, I should ask her on a date. Hell no, because a chick can still approach you and still reject you. That's a fact. That's a fact. She can approach you and be flirtatious and initiate the conversations and all that and still reject you.
And so,
you know, so you have to be
in
indifferent all the way through. Yeah, you have to, because I've been in situations like that where a chick approached me and she was all over me and being flirtatious and initiating the conversation, asking me questions and things like that. And she seemed really interested. And so I finally cracked and gave in, and it was like, all right, cool. Give me your number. And I go to call her and she doesn't pick up. She doesn't respond to my text message. So it's the same all the way through. That's why I say, man, even if a woman approaches you, like, that doesn't mean that she's interested.
Yeah, if you didn't check all the boxes, like the perfect job, she's looking for the next step up.
It's like a damn interview. I mean, I once took a chick out on a date to I think it was called Elephant Bar or something, and she just out of the woodwork asked me how much money I make.
Yeah.
And I said, "Wow, that's your first question, not what do I do or what do I enjoy doing?" And she's like, "Well, I don't want to waste my time and everything." And I said, "Well, this is clearly a waste of my time." I ended up paying for my food only, and I'm leaving. And she's gonna go, I'm so tired. Yeah, man, she got all butthurt. She's gonna say this loudly. She said this loudly for the people to hear. This is why I'm sick of like going out on random dates with effeminate men and gays or whatever. And I shouted back, "Well, I don't have to be a fag to dislike you, but after spending 5 seconds for you, I think I owe every homo here an apology because I know why you exist now."
Yeah, you so quick with it too. Like you so quick with it. I like your comebacks, bro. I like your clapbacks. Yeah, you quick with it. Yeah.
I told her women like her, the reason gays probably exist. I owe them a freaking apology for all the homophobic stuff I said over the years. Like this, told her I want to call the nearest homo, and I'm like, I know you don't know me, man, but I'm sorry. I get it. I'm sorry.
A MGTOW is going to learn over his lifetime that it's none of her business anything about you. And at the end of my dating career, I would date several girls, and when one would ask, "Are you dating?" I'd say, "It's none of your business," because at the end of every relationship, it will be none of your business what she's doing.
Exactly. They have their life, they have their crap, and I hate that question. How much money you make? I mean, it wouldn't matter
how much money you make is none of their business.
Exactly. It wouldn't matter whether you made damn near anything. Your money is your money.
Yeah.
And I had to tell women this: my money is my money, your money is your money. Well, why you get into the schematics here? You know, I don't like these women are out of their freaking minds. They got a song about that. There ain't no rest for the wicked. I made a video about that because
at the end of every relationship, that's what the bitch is going to tell you, that it's none of your business what she's doing.
Exactly.
Right.
All that.
And the reason why I don't feel sorry for women who get dumped, because I know, like, we all know that women get dumped, can move on fairly quickly. It's the men that has the most damage after a breakup. It's the men that suffer the most because the time and the money that we invest in and things like that. So we're the most damaged, and it's not so easy for men to move on. You know,
we don't have no idea that that's going to happen. We believe it's not going to happen because somehow she's a special angel princess that you've drawn up in your head, and then when that happens, we're crushed. It's like, how can it not be none of my business anymore?
Right.
It's but they're telling the truth because it is not really none of your business. And I take that into the fatherhood thing where after that relationship, it's none of your business what I do.
Exactly. And that's why I was telling men, like, she didn't pick you. It's just your freaking turn. I take the Jack Sparrow approach to the entire thing. Like half the time, I either have to have an edible or be freaking hell. I've been like drunk out of my mind on my own streams, and yet I'm still paying attention to everything. The thing is, even the women that get mad at me, I let them know, hey, in the same way you try to view me as a stepping stone, I view them as the same way. And I call it Jack Sparrow approach because it's like this: if me from the past, I'd have been all mad about it, but now as I get older, I don't even care. If I was with some chick, and then later it could be my best friend or something, they come up and go, "Oh yeah, screw so and so." I give them a handshake. Like, "Why are you shaking my hand?" I was like, "Well, because if you catch anything, it won't be me. Better you than me."
Right. And the thing is, like back in my blue pill days, like, and shout out to you, Wolf, but back in my blue pill days, I used to take dating advice. I used to watch dating videos and from dating coaches and stuff like that. And then one of the advice that I got to, like, they said, in order to keep your girl in check, always be ready to break up with her or threaten to break up with her. And
Yep.
I was blue pill, and I listened to that point, so because I went and my girl did something stupid, and I threatened to break up with her, and she was like, "Okay, that's fine." And come to find out, she went on Facebook and typed, "I'm single," and she got like 30 likes within like 10 minutes. And so
Yeah,
I'm
that
like,
was great advice, huh?
yeah, man, I was heated. I was so I was like, bro, she simply typed, "I'm single," on her Facebook page. And I saw it. And then I seen like 30 likes within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I
Those
was like,
guys are
that's
telling me,
all
I
women.
told
That's
you he was
literally
bad for you.
right. And it's all guys. It's all guys. Like, goddamn, like women saying it. So women always complain about the dating scene, but they have it so easy in the dating scene. Women should be the happiest that they ever been because it's like men are at their disposal. Like literally, men are at women's disposal. They
Men
should
will
be
do anything
they
for
should be the
them.
happiest. Right. They
That's what
should
I'm
be the
saying.
happiest time of their life, but they're not happy.
That's why I say flip the script on them. I mean, man, I'm a terrible candidate for dating just for the simple fact that I'm the kind of guy that can go in a bar and if I was with some chick and some dude, because this used to happen to me a lot. Like the dudes would try to shit test me. They would come up, talk to the girl I was with. I'd say nothing. And then she went, "That doesn't bother you?" I was like, "No, it's not going to bother me. I mean, he's paying, he's buying you drinks and, keeping his tab going. So I'm saving money. If you want to screw him around this table, the only thing I'm going to do is just cut you off. He's your you're his problem now." That's the thing. I don't even care. I mean, if anything, she's like, "Oh, you don't get jealous, do you?" I was like, "Well, I'd be a little jealous, but then I think about it. Maybe he wanted it more. Maybe his game was stronger. I don't know. I mean, I'm not hating the new challenger. If you're that easy to get while I'm here, who's to say what you're gonna do when I'm not here? I mean, easy come, easy go. Oh well, I can get a new bitch. That's the thing. That's the way you need to be
Right.
with these women. Don't get too attached. Never get attached. If you're gonna date, don't ever get attached.
Right. Exactly. That's
You can
facts.
play games just like they play games too. And it's, what I used to do
Right.
is I had this one. It was, man, I can't remember how long ago it was, and she left me rather abruptly and everything. And then you know what I figured out? I figured out when that dude goes over there, all I'm going to do is walk up to him and I'm going to say, I'm still fucking her, and then I'm going to walk away. Not more than 2 days later, she got her ass beat.
Yep. We as men have the power to shut this shit down. A lot of guys don't know that. If you really want to shut it down, you could do it like a Thanos snap real quick.
You could be just as cruel if you wanted to be. And most men won't do those things. I find them very funny.
Fact. And the way I play the game back in women's faces, just being different. Don't care. Detach yourself from women. Neglect women. Don't acknowledge women. Like
I just gave that advice to a dude just the other day. I mean, it was just not more than a month ago or so. He was complaining about his women being with some other dude, and I said, "Go whisper in his ear that you're still fucking her." and see what happens. Within 2 days, she's going to get her ass beaten. You're going to be sitting there going,
right. Me, if I was in that situation, I would just not do anything. No, you're not going to get a response out of me. Like
walk away.
Right. No reaction is the best reaction for me because it's like people want to look for those triggers. People want to trigger you. They want to get a response out of you. They want to get a reaction. Definitely with dealing with women. You never want to put yourself in a situation to where I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was just kind of sneezing a little bit, but I was gonna say, you know what kind of really gets me? These guys, you got dudes fighting over used puss. And what I don't understand about this is one chick I broke up with because, that very thing happened. I didn't even care. I just paid for my stuff, got up out of there, cut her off, blocked the number. And the next time I saw that guy at the bar, he was bragging about how, he was screwing her and everything. And I didn't walk over and necessarily say what Travis said. I should have said that. Instead, I walked over and I said, "Oh, how was it?" He's like, "It was great. I'm getting everything you're not getting." I was like, "Yeah, but how did my aftertaste taste?" He's like, "Man," he got all mad about that, wanting to fight me. I was like, "Well, you got sloppy seconds, so I'm just kind of curious. Are you tasting her? You tasting me at the same time? I mean, how was my aftertaste?" And he got all mad. That's the
Yeah,
thing, because I
you
don't
play
even
on
care about it.
those dudes' emotional immaturity and stuff, and they will do exactly what you think they will do.
Yeah, they'll fight over, fighting over women is like fighting over a used condom. I mean, you get a woman that's been with everything, on the block.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
might as well. It's like and a lot of people think it's disgusting, but it's true. If a woman gets screwed by a bunch of dudes, it's almost like you're doing them because you're getting the back. It's like drinking after somebody,
right.
That's why I
That's what
asked
I
him how my appetite tastes.
Well, that's why the
right.
bacteria increases every time she does that,
Right.
and she gets more and more lethal.
Yeah, and shout out to you, Wolf, for saying that. But at this point now, it's like fighting over a woman is just like fighting over air. You fighting over air, it's like fighting over a woman. It's like it's plenty to go around, and you're never gonna run out. So what's the point?
About it.
Like
In this area alone, there's a million of them.
And that's
Right.
what's so crazy, dude. To the people watching this, women outnumber us on a planetary scale. There are places I've been to places in Eastern Europe where the women outnumber the men like 9-8 to 1 or 2.
Yeah.
They make up the vast majority. I have a freaking cousin, as blue pilled as he is. I guess he's purple now. He's dating 2 chicks at the same time. It's weird. He's dating 2 twins, and they're okay with it. Because
Yeah.
there's no other dude over there. So he's talking about having an LTR relationship with 2 chicks at the same time. Hope it goes well for him. It's kind of weird, but he acknowledges that it's strongly in his favor, and the likelihood of him getting screwed is so minute because he's a foreigner over there, and it's just hilarious. I laugh at this kind of crap. And like you said, Joe, fighting over women is like fighting over air. Why would I fight any dude over something that there's a like ocean water? It's like an abundant amount of it. And to degrade women even further, I just want to put up on the historical fact that back when traders and dudes couldn't pay their bills in ancient times, we used to have to put hoes on layaway. Okay, how many of my daughters must you have? 6, 12, 42. Okay, I'll put 4 on layaway. It's just they were sold for cattle and crap, man. That was the main thing to say. But women need to drop this freaking notation that I'm so special. My special conch is just so golden. Well, not anymore.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue. Yeah, I'm saying like women nowadays don't even have the best of hygiene. Like majority of the women that I've ever been with didn't take care of themselves down there. Like I would stick my face down there and I would turn around and come right back up. Like, come on, bro. Like most of these women don't take care of themselves. Like they don't. Like you're supposed to be this clean, perfect human being, but yet you can't do something as simple as go to the store and buy yourself some hygiene products and get rid of that nasty odor between your legs.
Well, yeah, most of them don't. Some the really good looking ones I found out don't really. They take their hygiene very casually because they don't have to take their hygiene seriously. And most men don't complain about it. It's like depending on their looks.
And
that's a fact.
And to the guys in the comment section watching this, especially, your versions out there, believe me, you do not want to go down on stank fish. It is the worst smell ever.
You don't want to do that. Do you know when you put when you do that you're putting 5 milligrams of estrogen in your body? That's the same amount of estrogen that they give people that are transitioning.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow! I didn't realize that. I didn't notice that. Thanks for breaking it. Thank you, Coach, for bringing that up because I definitely just figured that out. So
Yeah, that's why most men that date over a long period of time become more effeminated. They're putting more estrogen in their body. This is why I believe men should not live with women, because the longer you live with her, the more estrogen you take in your body, and you notice it with your married friends and everything, that they become very, very soft.
Personality changes, right?
Yeah, they have personality changes. They become softer. You can notice this with almost every one of your friends. That, I mean, he might have been a buff dude when he first started dating her, but you look back 3 months later, he stopped working out. He's very soft. He's repeating things that she's saying, and he's becoming estrogenated.
Yeah, not to mention their whole personality shifts too. It's like an animal caught in a bear claw trap, desperately looking for a hacksaw.
Yeah, that has a really heavy effect on men, and that's why married men, their testosterone drops, the estrogen level goes up, and especially when they're putting their face down in that, and it's like that is the estrogen machine down there. It's just the same as that down there is the testosterone machine.
Yeah, man, it's messed up how, like, women, like, to those who have never had the misfortune of working a job where you had to clean a female restroom, just know this. It's the epitome of hell. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. I used to own a cleaning company when I first got
Oh, God.
That's what I imagine hell to look like. They're just disgusting, man. Like, things that you think you wouldn't see, and they're right there. Our restroom's cleaner than theirs. It's weird. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why they say a lot of women are like the devil, because the devil number is 666, and women are similar to the devil because they want a man that's 6 foot tall, got 6 figures with a 6-pack. So 666 is so a lot of women are low key the devil because they want the 6-pack. They want them to be 6 foot with a 6-figure check. 666.
Claire was saying that. God must be a woman, because only a woman can fuck this up as much as they did.
I made a video that pissed off some religious people when I was saying how the world was created. God created Adam and Eve, and because Eve messed up so bad, that was the day the first belt was made. After getting the snake make a belt, and that first butt whooping took place that day. He got us kicked out of a good place. This is why we can't have nice things. Just beating the crap out of it. I want my rib back. I gave up a rib for this shit.
Right. And they're always talking about women are from Venus and men are from Mars. I disagree. Women are from Venus and men, we from Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell you.
Yeah, I love when I talk to religion, and a lot of people come to my channel just to argue religion about me, because I am an atheist. So then I just love when we get into conversation. As soon as they do the apologetics start saying God this, God that, I go she. God's a she, and I'll refer to it as she. And it just pisses them off. Because in their eyes, God must be a male because we're all in control and everything. It's like, fucking religious people bother me.
Yeah, I grew up in a family that was, you already know, I grew up in a family that was so religious it pissed me off that I became agnostic, and like I'm between atheist and agnostic. It's so bad, man. As mgtow evolves, I'm gonna have to just start wearing the Men in Black attire. If I have to go, I really wish I had one of those little flashy things. Like, look at this. Okay, you will no longer simp.
All of us started wearing black suits and white shirts.
That's what we're gonna do, man.
Get a little insignia like that one up there in the corner.
Right.
Little yellow insignia, black shirt, right?
Right. Yeah, and you just flash them. That red light is like the red pill. So you flash them with that red pill light, and you drain them of that blue pill knowledge, and then you tell them the red pill knowledge. Just like they did in because they'll forget their memory, and then the guy from Men in Black would give them another type of memory to fill in the memory that they lost. And that's what we do as red pill men. Like, we hit that button and the red flash come out. That's the red pill. They forget the blue pill knowledge, and then we give them all this red pill information. So yeah. I know that's corny. That's corny as hell. My fault. I don't mean to be.
We gotta sell badges, put inside there. You go, sorry, ma'am, nothing to see here. Flash your mgtow badge. Sorry, ma'am, just move along. There's nothing to see here.
But yeah, like I said, like I'm so happy to discover the red pill, because when I discovered the red pill, that was the most money I ever saved in my life, and I was able to lose. I was also able to travel. I was able to like lose weight. Not to say that I was ever really overweight, but I got down to the weight that I always wanted. You know, discovering the red pill had me tap into a part of my brain that I never tapped into before. And like I said, from there, I became empowered, liberated, and also received the ultimate amount of freedom, because I wasn't looking for the validation in women or the approval of women no longer. You know, like all that shit went out the window, and I started focusing on me and my priority. Everything else was secondary. I came first. For once in my life, I came first.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a great feeling.
It's a powerful feeling, man. I mean, to be able to come to that conclusion. I think a lot of us, in a weird way, were subconsciously red pill, because I remember in my early 20s, me and my friend, we went to this back where you can go and hang out at the hippies and have those little raves and everything. Him and his girl got into it, in a blanket somewhere, and I was just listening to the band. I got so crossfaded that I passed out. My friend wakes me up because he got scared, and I didn't know why he got scared until I saw what was going on. And he's like, "Well, I was, in there, and then I like did the long story short, she did throw up, but that wasn't necessary. That was half of what scared me, because it was like something out of a freaking horror movie." And he's like, I don't know what this is. And so I got some water. I was using water and alcohol to just throw at him because he was scaring the shit out of me. And then an hour later, once he's cleaned up, I was still semi-drunk from that because I had drank so much. It was this redhead chick. And I said, "You deflowered my boy, you whore." I was just losing it. But yeah, I mean, it was just bad. That's a scary experience to have. But my friend, he never got over it ever again after that. Like, at least to my knowledge, that's what he was telling us. Like, never again. And we joke about it to this day. He's like, "Yep, never again." That traumatized him something fierce. But yeah, man, just women do a lot of disgusting. I tell you this because women do a lot of disgusting things. They don't take care of themselves. I mean, and that's a very scary thing to have a chick throw up on you. That's just like, God, this is freaking weird.
Yeah.
But
I think we can do 24 hours of what's wrong with them.
Yeah, I got some crazy stories, JM. If you ever sub and come by my channel, like we really get into it. We be cutting up a storm. I gotta like pull everybody back every now and then. But I'm happy you came here. Travis he's a really cool guy, very very knowledgeable. So is Joey, very very, very knowledgeable dudes. I like coming here because I always learn something new. I like watch the channel and hell, man. But yeah, when in regards to women, I tell them all the time, if you don't date and you become a monk, your life will be 10 times better. And even if you still want to go out there and do that, I tell men, especially I have to be this way because I got like a guy kid. It's hard to red pill a person in the late teens or early 20s, damn near like impossible in his freaking case. So, hormones and whatnot. I said, I can't tell you what to do, but just if you're gonna go out there, always wear a condom, always be safe. And preferably, don't date these Western women. Just please don't go like to Eastern Europe or somewhere. I mean, you won't be 100% safe, but at least I won't have to get the jaws of life to rescue you from a land whale, because that's the true oppression right there. Just can't be running. It's like that movie Ricky Bobby, man, running out to put out an imaginary fire. I got you, man. Kicking the shit.
I love that scene when he stabs him in the leg. And we'll get that out with this knife. We'll try it out with 2 other knives.
That's how you have good friends. When one of your friends stabs himself in the leg and you try to stab the other one out. That's how you know you have some loyal friends right there.
That was just funny. I love that. That's one of my favorite clips in movies, Ricky Bobby. That scene.
I liked it when he was trying to put out the imaginary fire. I got you, man. I got you. Now he's putting out the imaginary fire.
Right.
Oh
You
man,
know,
but his wife
movies
was
were, movies were great back then. Now that we're living in this PG culture and this feminized culture, movies aren't as good as they used to be because they can't go all the way with movies nowadays without these motherfuckers getting offended about everything. Like
yeah, that
this
would
shit is
be
fucking
seen as misogynistic nowadays because his wife was a cheating whore.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it's okay for women to do all that stuff, but men do it. No, no, that's why in that movie Ricky Bobby, I liked his dad most of all because even though the dude was just a stoner to the core, he
Yeah,
gave him actual advice. And once his job was done, he was out. He's like, yeah, I gotta go, gotta go. He didn't want that blue pill life, and he saw himself slipping into that, and he did the mgtow thing and got thrown out of an Applebee's. That was really funny,
yeah,
purposely. He just wanted to
And
get out of that.
right. And this is another thing, men get so much slack about not being a part of their kids' childhood, but I don't think men are supposed to be all the way a part of their kids' childhood. I think the mother are supposed to, take care of a kid to a certain point to maturity, so the father can come in and teach them all the important things, you know. But the mother is supposed to teach the child about life inside the home. The dad is supposed to teach the kid life outside the home. You know, and that's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And I could be wrong. And
I mean,
um,
it's definitely an interesting take, man. My whole thing about it is only man can really teach their child values, and at the end of the day, yeah, we shoot we shoot the shit and whatnot. But my thing about it is for someone to go their own way means to do what you want to do and live up to your maximum potential. And like I told with my guy kid, I said, whether you date, whether you don't date, let it be your choice, not anybody else's. You're the one
right.
that has to be happy with that. I'm just merely warning you about all the things that can happen. That's all. And
facts.
that's all we're doing. We're just trying to warn them. And if they find their little unicorn or whatever, they're happy. That's great for them, but it doesn't change the fact that the majority of us are getting screwed over. So either way, we're right. Like it's one of those things, and a lot of people just can't accept that. But to be MGTOW is to accept reality.
Right. And to have a community that you can come to where it's just a bunch of men that can relate and talk about the same and talk about these issues, it's truly magic within itself. Like it's bro, I would rather be here than any other place on the planet right now. Like there's a lot going on outside, like, but I'd rather be here, like talking about this because this is what truly matters. This is what helped me continue to look forward to my life going forward. You know,
Yeah.
out there, it's just going to put me in a depressive state. It's superficial out there, Motherfuckers out here, I'm sorry for cussing again. People out here are pretending that they're living their best lives, that they're truly happy and self-fulfilled. No, they're going through the cycle, you know.
Yeah, I've
But
run
this
into
is true
those.
happiness. This is what true happiness feels like, in my opinion. This is true freedom.
Right.
This is the ultimate feeling of freedom.
Yeah, that's why I hate those freaking couples. I've run into a few of them, especially in my family. They'll come up to me and go, "Look at how together we are. Look at how happy we are. Then let me tell you why you're miserable." Oh my god,
Right.
it's
That's
always
gonna be
like,
the same. Yeah, that's gonna be the same guy that follows her up and put her in a suitcase in a year or two.
Oh
you
man.
know, the craziest part about a lot of this is I even have like even a lot of my uncles, especially the one on my mom's side of the family. They will tell you straight. Like I told them about MGTOW, told them what red pill was, and even though it's so funny, they all disagree with it, but they all do red pill things. I had one of my oldest uncles. I told him, well, because he went and got his marine biology thing. He's into sea stuff, so he has a little boathouse. He always smells like fish. And I said, well, you had 3 kids. He's like, yeah. What about it? I was like, well, what if your wife ever leaves you and tries to take everything? He's like, that's the beauty of it. We'll go on a boating trip and, she'll have an accident. I was like, wow, that. He's like, well, the boat will sink. I'll survive. Can't say for everybody else, but that boat's going. She's going with it. And oh, well, because she's not getting that boat.
That's hilarious.
He's like, I don't know how it's gonna happen, but that boat's gonna sink because she's not gonna get that boat from me. If she gets it, she's gonna sink with it.
Hey, that's funny as hell.
I even told him like, that'd be a crime. And he's like, well, if it comes down to it, they won't even have to put the cuffs on me. Sir, did she sink in that boat? Yeah, did you sink that boat? Well, I'm not saying that I did, but let's go. She was beautiful once. Yeah, she crossed me.
Yeah, how sick do you have to be to laugh at jokes at these to laugh at analogies of men just killing their significant others? Like, how sick do you have to be to laugh? Like I said, like, yeah, you may be a happy couple, but maybe in a couple of years he might fold you up and leave you in a suitcase somewhere in the middle of Nevada. And you're coming with the boat thing, bro. Like we're just laughing at the shit because it's like this is what it comes to, basically. Like, but
I was cracking up though. I was like, "Don't you love your kids? Don't you love your wife?" He's like, "Yeah, I love them, but I love myself just a little bit more." Wow, he's like, "I love myself just a little bit more, and not deal with that." So this came from a 60-something-year-old dude. I was like, "Wow, everyone in this family is just freaking crazy." But
right.
even then, it just goes to show you, even a man in his 60s is on guard, worrying about the stupid crap that his wife might do.
Right.
He just hit these two.
No rest. No rest. If you're not a mgtow, you get no rest. Mgtow gives you rest.
Yeah.
Right. It does, and it gives you like closure. It gives you clarity. It gives you closure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really does, and I like how at least he was honest about it. Because I said, "Don't you love your family?" He's like, "Yeah, that's precisely why I won't be dealing with that shit." He's like, "Look, I'm old. I'm not going to be on that market. I can't make it. I'm aware of it, and that's why if push comes to shove, everybody got to go."
Right.
So it's just at least he's realistic about it.
Yeah, and that's why I just don't choose to date. Period. Like, who wants that stress? Like, like I live a life stress free because I don't have to worry about the things that other people consider a priority. I don't have the same stresses that people have anymore. Like, I'm not saying that my life is completely perfect now. It's just that I don't have those same fears.
Pretty damn close to perfect, though.
Right. Yeah. Pretty damn close because I don't deal with that same stress and depression that other people are going through as far as being in this blue pill world, man. They're out there. They're suffering. The blue pill community is getting their ass kicked right now. They're definitely blue pill, man. They're getting their ass handed to them.
Yeah, they're suffering, and what happiness is lack of all suffering.
Right. Yep. And I'm seeing this go on because, like I said, I'm still somewhat like tapped into the blue pill community because that inspired me to do my content. Every time I go into the blue pill, every time I tap into the blue pill world and I see what's going on with how men are interacting with women, that gives me motivation to do my content, and continue to push my content because it's like, damn, so now you guys are doing this OnlyFans thing now. You guys are out here paying to see women naked on OnlyFans, and it's like you have how do you guys feel about OnlyFans?
Oh, you mean only whores or only sluts?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I never even looked.
I found a bunch of weird things on that thing, man. That I remember one time I was on OnlyFans, and there's this guy. Don't know his name, but apparently he made an OnlyFans that's like an ASMR video where he just cooks and eats breakfast, and there's people that pay to watch that. I'm like, what the fuck? People pay to watch him eat, and it is so weird. When I was watching this, he because I only saw like a brief 30 seconds of it before I cut it off because it was so weird. He's like, "Oh, this is how I made the eggs. I don't like my eggs too close to my toast because that interferes with the toast. And this is the sausage. This is the brandless sausage that I got, and it's not the best brand, but I like it." It's just crazy.
Like he's like the Jim Ross of he's like the Jim Ross of cooking. Instead of painting, he's cooking. Bob Ross. His name Bob Ross. Yeah, he's like the Bob Ross of cooking. Like, we're gonna paint a little mountain over here. We're gonna place a cloud. You remember Bob Ross?
Yeah, man.
Like He'll make trees out of nowhere. Like, there's no way you can make a tree out of that purple canvas. It's like, all right, he do a few swipes and it's like a bunch of trees. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know the scariest part about Bob Ross, man, is the fact that back when I watched a little bit of his stuff when I was younger, and I figured out like, damn, that dude was in the military, and everyone was like, yeah, like I don't want to piss that guy off at all, ever. Dude was in the military.
That'll be the most relaxing kill that you can ever like be in. Like you're gonna be so relaxed when he kills you. Like, like death is not so bad. It's he's gonna make sure you're nice and relaxed, and he might even draw you a little artwork before he kills you. Like, he might draw you a little painting before he takes you out. Like.
Here's you in this little mountain. Here's a little red spot on your chest.
Yeah.
Ooh. Scariest tag team in the world, Bob Ross and Morgan Freeman. And that day I knew Bob was not playing.
That's hilarious. Yeah, man. This like. And like I said, like I love being a part of this community. And shout out to you, Coach, for having this live stream because it's been great. Like how much longer are you gonna like have the stream up? Like how much longer are you gonna go through with the stream tonight? If you don't mind me asking, or is it just or do you just do it until you get tired or whatever? Like what?
Yeah, well, I think we're probably coming up on our time limit on YouTube. I don't know when that'll shut down on YouTube, but it'll let me have a little notice here. But we're probably coming up on. I probably should. It's 3:24 in the morning here, and it's probably time to close it down soon.
Yeah,
it's a pleasure being on. I mean, I got a live I'm gonna try to do tomorrow, and hopefully, I mean, everyone's invited to that. I'm gonna try to do that around I don't know what time it'd be for everyone else, but it'd be like 6 my time. Okay, it's a little Western, but yeah, if you can swing by there or something. I titled the video like "Pussy Cure All" because I gotta talk about some of that stuff. But yeah, man, I always love coming to this channel because this is one of the few safer places I can go where I don't have to worry about trolls and stuff. And Trav, I started doing that thing in my channel too. I can rarely drop the link down. I just started adding people on Discord because I've had trolls come in there and just fight me right off the bat.
We've had days where, man, we get the strangest people come in here. They want to argue with us, and I have to be very vigilant when I drop I did that today, and it turned out rather well. I really liked the cast that was in here today, and but sometimes it don't work out that good.
Yeah. Do you ever get any women in the stream or any women that try to come into the stream?
No, I've never had a woman on, and probably never will. And
I'd be on most panels sometimes, and they invite women on, and then like the whole panel would change. Like they would start to like.
So you're gonna see the chat change. The tone of the chat will change, and some of the panel members will start simping, and then it's like it turns into a fuck furry.
Right. Yeah. And that's one thing I noticed about the current state of the mgtow community. It's the bait and switch. Like you got men coming out in today's red pill community, they spit like the red pill philosophy, and once they got you in, they hit the bait and switch and get to talking about blue pill stuff.
Yeah. Do the PUA and how your life can be better if you just took a baby mom.
I got suckered into that. I got suckered into that crap, man, with that old like Ask Nathaniel thing. I mean, I've let it go. I'm not gonna like troll a dude's channel, but if I ever catch him, I will hit him in the face. It's that bad because man, they'll put mgtow on their tags, and this dude was telling people, "Oh, don't worry about corona. Just take a thermometer with you." Like he's a freaking registered therapist or doctor or something. It's just crazy. I'm not even like a violent dude, but it's rare to piss me off. But that's what these people do. They'll watch out for those channels where they'll put mgtow on their tags, and then within the first 30 seconds, they're talking about how to get women, so they know how to use it as bait. And I've run into those guys quite a bit. I hate them. I really hate those guys.
Oh yeah. What was he saying? That if you take her temperature, that you could tell if she's fertile?
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, don't worry about corona. Like, take a thermometer with you, and if her
But that's not
temperature
going to
is."
go over real good in real life. I mean, you try to stick a thermometer up there. It's like,
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
he got all mad because I was like, "Oh yeah, better take a turkey baster with you too. That's just for
yeah.
good measure."
Of course, I'd like to see it. I mean, it would be just hilarious. But
I mean,
Right.
that dude was simping even during the peak of the freaking pandemic kind of thing. That's what made me mad. He was purposely giving people bad advice, telling people to boss man up as he sits in his white van and sells cars. Dude sells cars he'll never be able to own. It's pretty
coronavirus
crazy.
isn't real because we need girls.
Meeting girls in Corona.
And then like guys that in the current state of MGTOW, you have guys that will post like thumbnails of models and attractive women just to get people to click on their videos and stuff.
That always bothered me. Sandman does it a lot too, and one of the more popular MGTOWs and everything. But every single video's got a woman in there posing, and it's like, man, it's just like giving crack to crack addicts, you know.
You know, I would be able to forgive it if, like, this is the only thing I dislike about his videos is just the introduction. I've never liked the introduction. This is no cut on him, but you know, I can't do my videos like it's the animatronic voice. I wish he just used the actual voice, because if I made all my videos like, "Hi everyone, Black Wolf here," I don't think anybody would want to listen to me. But I guess just it works for him. It doesn't work for me though.
Right. But I gotta give Sandman his credit. He was like he had a great part to do in me becoming Red Pill. Like he had a great part to do with that. You know, like, you know, I have to thank him because he was a part of that, of my discovery. Because I discovered MGTOW videos. I started watching MGTOW videos back in like 2016.
Yeah.
You know, that's when I first discovered MGTOW, and he was a part of that whole thing. And I was like, you know,
he really SEO'd his videos very well. So
he makes great content. My only gripe is just the intro. So that's just me and my personal taste. And Sandman, you see this, it ain't a diss on you. I'm just being a huge ass or something. But it's just one of those things, you know.
Right. It does get a little repetitive. I see where you're coming from with that. That is. I do agree with that, Wolf. Like, I definitely agree with that for sure.
Yeah, that's what I call MGTOW light. It's made for bringing in a new guy and not shocking him too much. But
yeah, I think it's great for introductory purposes. I mean, like
introduction to MGTOW and kind of the, what would you call those little things he does is just kind of shock value. He gets the shock value out of you, and but after a little while, you should try to move on and do some more intellectual reading, at least see how MGTOW works into the world, you know, that you live in.
Right.
But he has his, he has his niche. I gotta admit, he does really good work and everything. I like the fact that there's so many different types of MGTOW. I mean, I like Travis channels, for example. I mean, I love the philosophical, and I always learn something. I always learn something health related, and this is one of my favorite channels because of that. And mine's nothing special like Paris. I like to do a version of stand up with visual aid, so it's not like anything special. But I like to I just like that there's different kinds of MGTOW out there. You get a different perspective,
right? Yeah,
and that's what makes it so great.
Yeah,
right.
After a while, too, you got to start thinking about whether MGTOWs are telling you the truth too, and like there's a lot of things that MGTOW say that really aren't real. Really is just the same lie as you've been getting, like the 80-20 rule. That's 100% lie.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Can I ask you a question, Coach? Why do you figure that's a lie? Like, I just want your opinion, or I want you to further elaborate on why you think that.
Because you're taking autonomy out of people's. You're telling me that men don't. A lot of people tell me that that women, they make the choice for that, and that's taking my autonomy. And when I picked, it was 100% my choice, and what I picked was what was attractive to me. So what you're saying with the 80-20 rule, that people don't have autonomy, they just randomly pick the most attractive person, which is not true. They pick the most attractive person, or the person that's most attractive to them, and that could be a variety of things. The 80-20 rule does not make no sense when you start looking at human mating behavior. I got at least 5 guys that are chubby chasers that I know in this neighborhood, and I know our friends
Right.
are. If the 80-20 rule was real, then there wouldn't be no girls that thought. You see it every day. There's a girl walking with this guy, and you wonder why she's with him.
Right. And I also see homeless couples.
Yeah.
I see homeless couples. So it's like
If the 80-20 rule was, these things wouldn't be. But you see all different kinds of people with all different kinds. And women have their own. Certain women like certain men. Certain men like certain women. We're all the same in that aspect. Some women like heavy guys. Some women like skinny guys. Some women. The 80-20 rule is just so to reinforce the idea of hypergamy for us.
And one thing I did a little bit of I went down the rabbit hole kind of, and I got to a topic of where a lot of women are obsessed with like serial killers and things like that.
Right,
like,
hyperstophilia. And that's not a real thing. I know there are some women, and that's an exception to what I would call an exception to the rule. There's a few women that like mass murderers. She's not the rule. She's the exception to the rule.
There's definitely some biological science behind that, because women have this weird relationship with Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, bad boys and stuff like that. Now, I think that's more on the realistic side. Women like men that project total dominance. But that's not bad boys, that's just dominance. Any man can bet, if he works hard and honest, he can project dominance.
Yeah, but you have like these people like Ted Bundy, who was in jail. He was getting like pictures sent to them. He was getting like love letters, and women sending him letters talking about, will you marry me, and I want to come see you, and all that type of stuff. And I thought that was real weird, because
he got love letters in calligraphy, man. It was weird.
There's a lot of women and this is how crafty and cunning women are. My brother was in prison for many years for murdering, and he got out when he was 36. The incident happened when he was like 18. And he married a woman right out of prison that he had never, ever spent any time with. But he told me about this, and there are a lot of women, and after a while, you know what happened after a while? He adopted the children, and then she divorced them. He just became, and men out of prison and in prison, if they're going to get out, they're easy targets. You can get them to sign any piece of paper, because you know what they want, really?
Some form of stability, I'm guessing.
They want that down there, and they haven't had it for so long, they will sign anything. And then these men get set up for child support, and they get set up for, they're just not very bright when they're out of prison. They're easy targets. And I see women are cunning and crafting, and they know that.
Yeah. And, it's real.
Oh, there's a lot of social things that happen too. If you get pregnant by a guy that was in prison, you get extra money from the government too.
Wow, I did not know that. Like, I had no idea that was a thing.
Several social programs for these things, and women know there's social programs for that, and they will take advantage of them. So a little bit of the information that we get is warped because we're ignorant to the knowledge of the social programs and everything. A little of it's just women are crafty and cunning. They're looking for the next, and if that guy is going to be the biggest sucker in the world, he's the biggest sucker.
Right.
So my brother ended up adopting her children and then having to pay child support for kids that weren't his.
Damn.
So
and it was this case that went. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt anyone.
It's all good, man.
there was this case that went on in Ohio. I think it was Illinois. This one guy who got charged for he was late on child support, but he didn't have any children, and he was like, "What's happening?" It turns out that that a woman had signed his name on a birth certificate without his permission.
Right. Yeah, they can do things like that, and they will try to do things like that. It's like
and that's scary. That's scary. That like a woman can just sign my name on a birth certificate, and I can be automatically assigned child support.
Yeah,
it's bad enough a woman can just say this guy raped me, and you get thrown in jail with even without evidence. Even when
society reinforces these things by forced fatherhood and all those things, and I always say there's no such thing as fatherhood. That's a social concept that makes you believe that you're responsible.
Yeah, that thing needs to be done and dealt with. I almost got trapped with a kid once because in my rebound days, I dated this single mother, but get this, I didn't know that she had a daughter for almost a year. She hid her well. Like, damn, she hid her well. Like, I didn't even know of that kid's existence for a long period of time. And so, stupid me, I forgave her for that. That relationship was about like a year or two. And I tell men this all the time. A lot of guys don't believe me when I say this. Don't ever date a single mother because at some point in time, you're going to hear these words and it's going to piss you off, even if you know it to be true. It's not yours anyway. Why do you care? Something along the lines of that. And when that crap was said to me, I rolled up out of there. I left. It was the most messed up thing in the world. Kid comes out and she didn't take care of her daughter's hair. I had to look up videos and learn about hair, man. Like blonde hair going like just to the ground. She looks like the character from The Ring or something, like a horror movie character coming out. She had her like little backpack and lunchbox. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm going with you. And I was like, you can't go with me. You live here. And she's like, well, why are you leaving? I was like, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, kid. Me and your mom, we don't get along, and frankly, I just don't like her. And she looks at her mom by the door, being all pissed off. Looks back at me, and she says, well, I don't like her either. So why do I have to stay?
Right.
That was the most messed up conversation ever. But yeah, I had to.
Oh, my fault, Wolf. Go ahead, continue. Interesting.
Oh, no worries. I had to. I left that day. But the crazy part about it is that one became guy kid number 3, even though it's almost like a freaking stepdaughter. But the thing is, she kept in contact or whatever. Went to high school, and I helped her like in high school and all other stuff. But man, it was just really messed up. And just to show you how evil women are, her mom, she couldn't afford that house anymore. So moved to a trailer park or whatever. And her mom started dating these really messed up guys. And long story short, she couldn't stay there anymore because guys her mom would date were perving on her. So yeah, it was messed up. I had to get her out. I was like, yeah, go stay with one of your stay with me for a bit. And then after that was over, like, hey, go stay with one of your friends over there.
Right.
I got her set up to where she didn't have to deal with that anymore. But I think it's really funny how it's not yours anyway. Like, this is how dumb men are. Like, I don't regret anything I ever did for the kid. I'm just saying in general, I find it funny how men take care of everybody, even if it's air quote not ours. And this is the kind of stupid shit that we go through. But I'm happy I didn't get stuck with that woman because I didn't no cut on the kid. Love the kid to death, but I would have been stuck with her crazy ass mom, and I just wasn't about to go through that. So don't date single mothers at all, because it's even if the woman is okay or not, it's just that attachment. Like, because when you come into a kid's life and you leave, it's like you're re-traumatizing the child all over again because they lost their dad. So it's bad for the kid. It's bad for everybody.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
the kids don't come out and eat the mother.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is, kids are in danger with their single mom, because by women bringing, like you said earlier, Wolf, like she, some of the guys who would date the mom, they would start like perving over the daughter, and that's dangerous. Women need to be careful who they bring around their kids, and women are reckless who they bring around their kids. They're reckless who they bring around their kids. And it's sad. Like, and then like you said about the trauma of that relationship being built with that kid and the guy who's quote unquote, taking care of that responsibility. it's only the kid suffers, man. And when the kid has to suffer, I feel, I don't feel bad for the mom. I don't feel any sympathy, remorse, or any type of way about the mom. Like,
Yeah,
but
But she
because
brought him in the house.
right,
because it's so
exactly.
messed up. You know,
It
she has
was,
abandonment issues to this day because I was like losing her dad twice. And a lot of people don't think about this, but women really psychologically mess up their kids. That's why I'm
yeah,
terrified to have a kid because I don't want the mother. I mean, I'm confident that I have no problem, but women they play these really messed up mind games with the children, and I hate to say it, but a lot of these kids raised by single mothers, some of them are grow up to be some downright narcissists or full blown psychos
yeah.
because of what they were raised around. They don't care about life. They don't care about their own life. They just do whatever, whenever. And typically, those kind of kids don't come from stable homes. They come from the single mother homes because women don't have any real authority. The child just absorbs all the bad qualities of the mother or rejects it and gets away from them. It always ends one of those two ways.
You know what the funniest thing I ever seen in my life? There was this baby mom in my neighborhood and everything, and I always try to avoid her. But she's walking up the street one day with her kid, and I look at the shirt on the kid, and the kid's wearing a PUA shirt. She had no idea what it
Wow,
was. It was
wow.
a boyfriend left it to the kid, and the kid was wearing a PUA shirt, and I almost did it. I was like, "Do you know what that means?" And then I was like, "Yeah."
Well, what does the shirt say?
What's that?
Did it say something on the shirt? Or?
It was a PUA shirt.
Well, yeah, but
Wow.
was there a certain thing that it said on? What do you mean, like what? I'm a pickup
Oh,
artist.
I can't remember who made the shirt.
Okay. Well, was there a saying on the shirt or something?
Yeah, I think it was one of those Neil Strauss ones.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
These were quite a distance.
Magic Man. What's that
Right,
guy's name?
PUA
Mystery Man.
all the
Mystery.
way or something like that. I can't remember
right.
what corny shirt he had. Uh, and the
Yeah.
kid was wearing it. He was like an 8, 9 year old kid, and I just looked at it and I just went, "Oh,
Yeah.
And
Christ."
and the one thing, and the thing is with me, this back to the single mother thing. The only reason why I don't want to date a single mother because most of the time the baby father is still somewhat involved. Like
Yeah,
the woman is still dealing with the baby's
right.
daddy in some type of capacity, and that's the number one reason why I don't want to date a single mom. Like,
Yeah, there's a million good reasons. One of the greatest videos ever made was I can't remember that guy's name. It was one of the original mgtows, one of the way back when YouTube was just
Women,
a baby. Uh, um, he he's you can look the video up. It's "Don't F the Baby Mamas."
yeah, because that's a sand trap, man. And just to show you how evil women are, when I broke up with that chick, she was calling me, and she put her daughter on the phone and said, "I want you to explain to her why we don't have money for her school supplies or whatever." And I said, okay, sure, put her on the phone. I said, the reason you don't have money for that is because your mom got issues. Remember that. Run, get the hell away from her. And I just hung up right then and there because it's just to try to get your daughter on board on that. It's just bad, man. But women will you try to pimp out their kids as like anchors to try to rope some dude in.
Yeah.
I
right,
mean, hell, one of the saddest things that our daughter ever said to me, and I still remember this. It was many years ago, but I still remember because it was so messed up. When I finally met this kid after almost a freaking year, month passes by, and the kid didn't talk. First time she talks, "Are you my dad?" Like, God,
Are you my
that
dad?
pissed me off so much. Like, it broke my heart, but it pissed me off too.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
wow,
heartbreaking. You had to
it's
go through
just
several incidences like that. You know, with my ex lady was fucking psychopathic, and it's like, I mean, her boyfriend, one of her boyfriends called me one day. I was like, I just thought that was so weird. I was like, is he going to tell me how to be a man?
What do you say?
right. Hey,
And
yeah, it's weird. What women view as a real man is considered a weirdo anywhere else in the world.
What did he say to you, Joe?
he was like, you got to get up on your payments and you got to come and visit these kids more and everything. And it was like, dude, I'm going to come there, but it's not going to be for what you think. And I did. I found him a little, I clocked his ass. But I mean, yeah, this is the society these people live in. That he would actually think that. And the way I look at it, when you're dating a baby mama and you're sitting in that car, you're sitting on some other dude's couch and you're eating some other dude's what he provides for his kids. You're eating that, and you're the problem.
I don't know how anybody can have a clean conscience and do some shit like that.
Yeah.
Personally, it's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, well, blue pillars are desperate, so they'll do anything. It never fails to surprise me at the lowest that a simp is willing to like kneel to in order when it comes to dealing with women, dude.
Yeah.
Like I'm never surprised at all when it comes to like blue pill men.
Sleep with their best friend's girlfriend, sleep with their best friend's wives. They're sickos.
Now I told you this story, Joey. My ex-wife calls me. My kid's and he's like 17. He gets his first job or something. So this was the story. He's 17. He got his first job. He needs work boots. And I couldn't tell you what size shoe he wore at that time. She says, "I get him a 12." And so I go over there. I give him the money. She buys the boots. She sends me a little text of the boots and everything. Now my son moves in here about 5 years later and everything. And I look down at his feet and I says, "You need a pair of boots, don't you?" And I get to the store and I says, "What size are you?" He says, "I'm 10 and a half."
Damn.
Well, she kept the money.
She bought her boyfriend a pair of boots.
Oh boy, yeah.
Wow.
Wow, it's messed up.
Used the kid to say, like, I thought that was the fucking worst thing in the whole world.
Yeah.
That's why
Women
I say,
will do
man,
anything.
red pill saves lives, man. Like there's nothing that a woman can do or say to me at this point that's going to convince me that.
Yeah, they're
Not to mention,
they're manipulative, and that's the only thing you got to know.
Yeah.
And if and you know, every now and then I do slip up and I do go out. You know, every now and then I'll pull up to a strip club and you know what I'm saying, I'll spend a couple, but it's only because I want to do that. It's not to like simp or trick or anything like that, because you know I understand that, you know, I understand it could be looked at that way, and I don't blame you for looking at it that way. But you know, it's very far and in between when I ever decide to step out and go to a strip club every now and then, you know. But it's
you got
not,
needs,
you know,
like every human. You got needs and everything. It's not the female form is nothing to be ashamed of. It's just so long as you're not actively doing things that's gonna get you screwed over, man.
Right. And it's also and it's also like a test to see how disciplined I am, to see if I will actually lust for these women that's walking around next. See if I can be persuaded by their sexuality. You know, like, you know, see it. I mean, just testing myself to see if I don't get aroused. You know, because if you can go to a strip club and not get aroused, and that's when I think you kind of reach your peak. Somewhat your peak of this whole mgtow journey thing, you know, because I go to a strip club and I can look at these women that be topless, naked, running around, and it's like, you know, I'm like, don't care, I'm indifferent, like, because usually I'll just be like, you know, before my mgtow days, I go to the strip club and I'll fall in love with a chick just by looking at her. I'm like, damn, she's hot, I really want her. You know, now it's like, oh, okay, those are nice breasts, but you know, what else does she have to offer, you know?
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
don't wear your nice watch when you do it.
Yeah, Joey, what does Schopenhauer say? The female porn is great when it's young, but that thing turns 40 years old, and they're the ugliest things in the whole world.
Oh yeah. Not to mention, I don't know who said this. I mean, I don't think I was the first one that said this, but I remember someone either in the stream or last one said something about just wear a wedding ring. You'd be the most interesting person there. Just go and buy a ring and pretend you're married.
Yeah.
Watch all the women flock to you.
Well, that like the Schopenhauer thing is so true. That's the bait and switch. When they're young, they look like, you know, wow. Yeah. And then you're right. 20 years later.
Oh, Jesus, you better be in love, because that thing is disgusting. That's a bag of potatoes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you know what I don't think is fair. When you're a single man and you go someplace by yourself as a single man, like everybody give you weird looks. You know,
Oh yeah, but
I don't know if you guys can relate to that, but I live in Oregon, and like if you're not going, if you're a man and you go anywhere by yourself, like people look at
Yeah.
you as if you're weird. They, you
When
know,
you're single, you're the enemy, especially in the religious areas and people that
Yeah.
think that way.
Yeah.
Uh, your job is to suffer and take care of a woman, and you better be on top of that because that defines your
right,
masculinity. For
right.
but that's the farthest thing from the truth. That is so nonsensical. It's absurd.
Right, because when I walk around with, like, because I'm single and I'm gonna be single for a while, and I notice the difference between when I walk around with a female versus when I walk around by myself. Like I can be
Right,
going somewhere with my,
you're in their group. Then you're part of that thing as long as you're going to church and doing that, and you don't get ostracized as soon as you're not a part of that. Then what they consider normal behavior, you get ostracized from the group. That's why I say if you're looking for the Illuminati, all you got to do is look out your door.
yeah.
right. But if a female were to walk alone, she wouldn't get those stares. She
Right.
wouldn't be looked at as weird, as a creep or anything.
Yeah.
She can be she'll be empowered for walking by herself. Like she'll be, oh look, she's independent. She doesn't need a man to walk by herself. She can go places by herself. She's strong. But a guy that walk around by himself, oh, he's a creep. He's a mass killer. All right, he's a predator. Be
Hey,
on the lookout for this man that's walking by himself. Like, come on, man. Like, what the hell?
this is why it's always good to just freaking pretend when possible. Like this is one thing that you don't have to do this, but I did this once and it got some women to leave me alone, but it also got unnecessary attention. Take your ring, because sometimes I'll wear my little mood ring or whatever. Take a ring and then put it on the other hand and act like you're taking. That normally gets people, like women, to either back off or go after. It's weird. It like has like a dual kind of weird effect. But just do nothing, say nothing, and it's just really weird. I mean, it's to the point where we need to do like a before after compilation showing like a hot woman and then showing the movie Jurassic Park on the side, because we're gonna need like those electric fences eventually. Like he's the most dangerous animal in the world. It will me to you and then ruin your life.
Yes, he's gonna make you pregnant.
That's funny, yeah. But yeah, man.
Be a nature guy for hoes.
Yeah. So, and then women want to always talk about how they're discriminated against in the work field. But everywhere I go, I see nothing but women. I can go to the grocery store and there's nothing but women working there. I can go to the gas station. There's women working at the gas station. I can go to the hospital. There's a bunch of women nurses and doctors. I can go to any establishment and you best believe the first person that you're going to see that's working there is a woman. If you call an establishment, the first person you're going to talk to is a woman. So where is this discrimination coming from in the workforce when it comes to women? I don't understand. At this point, I'm asking, like,
cover them kind of statistics. They cover the fake statistics about Bernard Chapin's put out a thing 6 years ago. I think it was, that if anybody can show truth that a woman and a man are working in the same position and the man's making more money just because he's a man, send it to him and he'll believe it. In the 6 years, nobody sent it to him. Nobody found
wow.
one. But how many more jobs there are for women rather than how many jobs there are for men is
right.
part of Simpson's paradox. Nobody counts those. And then when it's introduced to the whole, it looks like it takes on the form of the whole.
Right.
Not to mention the wage gap has been debunked so many times. I've had women bring that to me, and I reminded them of the historical fact that when affirmative action came around, it didn't even help the people it was intended to help. It turned into a gender thing because feminists jumped on that, and now and we have places, especially in the West, where half of the board has to be women legally. Or you can't sell A, B, and C products. So women, when women joke about affirmative action, it makes me laugh because they benefited from it more than anybody.
But you know what they doing? They being slick with it. And it's gonna be controversial, but they're being slick with it. now the jobs that they normally have women work, they're starting to replace those women with gay men.
Gay men,
You know,
Yep.
they're starting to replace them with gay men. That's their way of pushing bitches. I mean, pushing women out to replace. And women can't say anything because what can women say? Because women defend
Exactly.
gay men. Women defend gay people. Like women defend gay people the most. So what can they say when the gay men come start taking their jobs? They
And,
can't say
and that's what's
anything.
so funny because what's ironic about it is that women get mad at us and they call us rainbows when the LGBT was is more pro women than damn near anybody. So why are they getting mad? I mean, I think that whole trans thing is super funny. I like that these trans are like taking their medals and awards and entering these competitions. Every time I see that, I just have to laugh because they're winning all of these awards and taking trophies that were previously theirs. And I'm
Right.
thinking, well, this is what you wanted, so
Right.
have at it.
How did Bruce Jenner get like Woman of the Year? Bruce Jenner became Woman of the Year, International Woman of the Year.
Oh God.
Bruce Jenner might actually be like he might actually be one of the smartest people ever because when he was at the height of his thing, he'd already became known as a successful dude. And I think before he did his little transition, I think he sat down and said, "I'm already one of the most successful men in the world. How do I become the most successful woman in the world?"
Yeah.
So not only is he one of the most successful, but he's like one of the most successful women. Now he can claim 2 freaking awards right there.
Right,
Yeah,
dude. It
whatever
was
he
this.
did worked. His daughter is a billionaire, and
Dude, it was this. I know you guys know about this. It was a trainee. It was a trainee MMA boxer, and they rooted for this trainee to get into the world of women's MMA. They were rooting for him.
okay.
They were supporting him. But then this trainee came here. He went into the MMA women's MMA or whatever, and he started kicking the woman's ass. Like all his female opponents were getting their ass destroyed, and now the females got a problem with this guy being in the MMA fighting women. At first, they supported that. At first, they were all behind it, and they're like fully invested in this guy becoming an MMA fighter against women, and he got into that. He got into it, and he started beating their ass, and then and the women are like, "We don't think this is right."
Yeah, just ask yourself if they had all tranny like boxing, that would be the funniest shit in the whole world. They would just watch that just to watch it.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it would be like
it's
midget boxing. It would be a spectacle, not a sport.
right. Yeah, but like I say, man, like the blue pill world is destroying itself,
Yeah.
and I'm sitting back and I'm like watching with glee because I'm not a part of that. I mentally separated myself from the blue pill society. I can watch the world crumble and collapse and burn and just sit there and not do a thing.
Yeah, nothing of that matters to me out there. Just don't try anything here.
Right, exactly. Like I'm looking at the world like collapse and everything go to shit, and I'm thinking to myself like, sucks for them.
This is why I always say check the whole facts. That needs to be a thing. Check the whole facts on app. Okay, yeah. She's been doing this.
Well, guys, it's gonna close down here pretty soon.
All right. Hey, and thank you for having me on the show, Coach. I really appreciate it. I look forward to joining live streams in the
Cool.
future.
Yeah, if you're
And
around, I see I can let you in the shows and it'd be cool.
yeah, for sure. And shout out to you also, Black Wolf, man. You're very insightful. I learned a lot from you, and I look forward to watching some of your videos and subscribing to your channel and hitting the notification bell to receive all your videos. Same with you, Coach. And even though I didn't get to talk to you much, Recharge, I really appreciate you being on too, man. You guys seem like an awesome group of people, and yeah, it's been fun. So I'm gonna take off, and you guys enjoy the rest of your night.
Okay,
you too, man.
care.
Good talking
All right, you have a good one, man.
I'm gonna shut this thing down. It's like 4:01 in the morning.
Yeah,
Hey, at least
we
you're
were,
gonna sleep good. At least you're gonna sleep good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
think we covered a lot, man. I thought this was a great stream. I'm happy that I had the opportunity to be on. I'm always thankful
yeah,
that you
like
do
I
these
said,
things.
streams like this one, we do it every Friday. It's just hard to keep up for a long time. And when you got the guys talking and stuff, it makes it much more interesting.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, he helped this podcast really took off when he got in there. Well, everybody really, but that's good to have new people in there.
Yeah, I was so afraid that we were gonna get what was the last guy that came in before that he wanted to do the PUA and put women back in the kitchen and get them fat and naked, and that would solve everything.
Luigi.
Yeah.
Luigi? I think it was. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I joke about it, but every now and then I catch these guys who are really serious about going back to that, and then I know it breaks their hearts when I tell them that 1940s 50 thing. That's over. It'll never come again.
He told me I was a Libby and that I couldn't be a MGTOW anymore.
Oh my God. What is with these guys saying this? I mean, MGTOW is about libertarian as it really gets when you think about it. We just want to be left the hell alone. That's about it. Most of us. So it does have libertarian roots. I mean, you got the right leaning people in there, but it's just
mostly MGTOW is progressive as fuck.
Yeah,
When you think about it, it's like all you gotta do is give that thought 5 minutes and you go, yeah, we're just real. We don't want marriage. We don't want. It's like we want a new progressive society where, it's like, yeah, we're progressive as fuck. We're more progressive than the progressives.
We're the true progressives. We're taking the word as is literally, not the way it's been.
We're the true progressives. They're lagging behind.
right. They everything's distorted. They took that word and they just totally screwed it up. But
they're trying to. It's more lies. They're just trying to feed people more lies. Their idea of progressivism is just trying to feed people lies. Our progressivism is telling people exact truth.
Right. Get rid of marriage and all that, fatherhood and all that. Yeah.
And they find that offensive. Wow, imagine that. Okay, we're going to wrap this thing up. Thanks for everybody coming around, and it's 4:01 in the morning, and I'm just gonna turn off the light and fall asleep right here. And,
hey, it's early, man. That's all right. You gotta get that. What do you call it? What's that little blindfold thing? You got one of those things, Joe? Blindfold?
Yeah, I do have one of those things over my head. I can't find it. It dropped somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
Get a blindfold, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So I'm going to shut this thing down. Thanks for everybody to come in, and thanks for you guys coming around, and everybody that was in today. Thanks a lot. It was a great stream, and most of all, guys, thanks for being MGTOW. MGTOWs.